This broadcast is brought to you by Logitech G, Motorsport Australia, Playseat, The Gamesman, OG Gear, SimSpeed TV, Speed Cafe, and the Australian Sim Racing Group.
The human hand, the ultimate biomechanical tool. We design mice for the hands of the best. Hundreds of tests, thousands of metrics, refining every curve in every millimeter to provide breakthrough performance for every hand and every player. Introducing the Pro X Super Light 2 Compact, designed with pros, engineered to win.
We are gaming fanatics. Our goal has never been to just play games. We think it's much better to feel like you're actually in the game. This feeling is what drives us as we create world-class gaming chairs. Our one aim, give you a brand new gaming experience. Help you move in perfect sync with everything on screen. Make sure you're having a ton of fun. It took us decades to achieve this, and we're still not satisfied. Every day, we wake up to get better. We'll never stop designing the very best to help you be your best. When it's all said and done, our job's only done if you're in full flow and focused on your victory. May you win, and win big.
Well, after all of the action that we've experienced thus far and the charge back through the field that led to the thrilling result from Phillip Island, hello and welcome to round number 2 of the Logitech G Pro Invitational Trueforce Endurance Cup. So we find ourselves in the 10th round of our 12-round series for 2025. Next one's the big one. We're off to Bathurst in a couple weeks' time. Before we get there, here it is, the home of horsepower and the home of what could happen and what could fall from the skies overhead. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Scotty Rankinoff alongside of Stephen Sandman Clark. And Sandman, oh, it's Melbourne weather. It threatens to dump down on us at any stage. But for a Melbourneite, you know what? That's just every day.
Melbourne is the most unpredictable city in Australia if you want to talk about weather. And unfortunately, I don't know the weather gods are going to play in our favour for us in the commentary box. We've seen that the showers are on the racetrack. It is drying up though. And from what we see, the prediction for the weather, it looks like it's probably going to go away and we're going to have a dry race, Scotty.
That's the big thing, isn't it? It's one of the things that we'll be talking about. However, as we looked out at practice, I can tell you rain hit the circuit prior to practice. The session actually started in a damp-ish state. However, everyone rolled out on the slick tyres. So everyone's circulating out there. The track has been improving right the way throughout the session. I can tell you fastest lap times at the moment right on and about where they should be for a dry track. So it's very, very close to dry as it currently stands. But right now is actually the lowest we're going to see in terms of rain chances. It started for our practice session around the low 20s in terms of rain percentage chance, climbs into the 30s by the end that we get to practice. And when qualifying starts, we're expected somewhere around a 34-35% chance of rain. That could happen at any point in time. Could have ourselves, which we didn't have earlier in the season from Road America, a wet qualifying session potentially. Then the race starts and it just continues to climb.
Yeah, absolutely. And when you think Sandown, you think the traditional 500. For me, it's always the lead up to Bathurst. I don't care what races you put around it. The lead up to Bathurst for me, being a traditionalist, is Sandown and the 500. We spoke about the weather, the chances of maybe the rain coming back. I hope it does. If we were at virtual Queensland Raceway right now, the guys would be absolutely getting drowned because I can hear the rain above the studio right now. So we're in for a cracker of a race. Sandown always provides great racing and endurance racing too. So at the moment, like we said, the rain's already hit the racetrack. It is drying. So we see the guys out there at the moment are on slick tyres. So, but there's still puddles around the racetrack. As we start to look at it, we know we've got 161 laps around Sandown. Now, this is crucial, but as much as the teams and drivers want to be ready for any sort of situation, safety cars could be an issue around this racetrack. And because it's such a long event, 161 laps, you've got plenty of options in there with fuel strategy. You want to get, I think your last point for fuel to make it to the end, lap 117, but there's always little things and curveballs that can be thrown. So never just rely on that. Always have something on your back pocket as far as strategy to get you home at this race. Now, what are we talking about? The points championship and the bubble. The bubble is going to be starting to be a bit of a talking point now because here we are for round 10. We've only got Bathurst and then our final round, and that'll be it for the season. So we're going to catch up with Bo, who's sitting on the bubble at the moment. We're not sure where he's going to qualify at this stage, but whatever his qualifying result, we're going to catch up with our pole sitter. And then we're going to catch up with Bo and see how he's feeling. So he would be hoping for at least a decent qualifying run tonight just to keep him out of that drama that could be happening behind him, because that's the last thing he needs. Now, what else do we start thinking about as far as Sandown? It's these traditional liveries. And this is what I love about this event. So many teams and drivers have gone to the effort of making tweaks to their regular paint schemes that they would run throughout the season. And this, for me, at the moment, is one of my favourites, an absolute blitzer of a paint scheme. And well done to Hobbo and Tom Freya. They're mastering this thing around Sandown. I'm hoping for a decent result because this thing, I'd love to see it on TV more because it's just brilliant. And you'll notice that. And that's one of the things we like about this race, that a lot of people bring out these old school paint schemes, and be sure to keep an eye out and maybe let us know what your favourite might be in the YouTube chat.
I think that's worth checking in with all night long. As for the circuit, everyone knows where this one is. If you are a car nuffy in Australia, you know exactly where Sandown and the home of horsepower is. It's located in the northeastern suburbs of Melbourne, all the way down here in the southern part of the country, not too far from Phillip Island as well. So realistically, virtual trips to make it to this racetrack from the previous one, not all that far. That is the horse track in the middle of the racetrack, and have a look at the reason that this circuit is not long for the world. Unfortunately, with the closing housing developments all the way around, this circuit is going to eventually fall by the wayside when noise restrictions no longer allow us to come and visit this place. Opened in 1962, the current layout has been in operation since 2001. They ran an alternative layout, and you can still see bits and pieces of it in some of the runoff roads that are available down there. 13 turns in a clockwise direction, 3.1 kilometers is the right length to be precisely half the distance of Bathurst. So for a race that is precisely half the distance of Bathurst, you run exactly the same number of laps. Critical markers here tonight: turn 1, turn 4, and then at the end of the backstretch, the run over the hill down into Dandenong Road. That is how you're going to get an overtake done. Can you bounce over those curbs? Can you stay off the puddles as we go for a 3D view? That's the old layout right there. You used to come off the back straight away, not follow it all the way down. Then they extended it all the way back in 2001 to the layout that we currently have today. Sandown, the home of horsepower, and the reason for it, well, it's because there's a horse track in the middle. No, I'm just kidding. It's because you want to wind the horses up down both the straights. And I got an opportunity a couple of years ago to go and watch some production car and TCR car racing. I can tell you, it was awesome to watch that sort of stuff down from the circuit. Fun little place, and those curbs. By the way, Sam, when we get out there and on the track, you'll look at them and go, "No, there's no way they're that big," because that's exactly what I said. And then I went and nearly lost a shin in one of them. Yeah, they are that big.
Absolutely. I'm going to show my age here, but I was fortunate enough to do a lap around here as a passenger in a supercar back with Stephen Ellery when he was back racing with Paul Romano. So there's a couple of old school names that I'll throw out in the V8 supercar world. Did a couple of hot laps around, I nearly said Bathurst, Sandown. And you're right, I couldn't believe how high those curbs were and how they were bouncing up off those curbs. That's the real passion of V8 supercars, and that's the photos that we see. And what about just recently? We saw at the streets of the Gold Coast, the cars just bouncing up over the curbs, and that's exactly what we're going to see here tonight. The guys love bouncing up over these curbs, getting up on two wheels and putting together a ripper lap around here.
You can't get a curb strike if you're 2 foot in the air over the curb, right? That's how that's all supposed to work.
Surely that doesn't count.
Well, you can see the timer in the background as well. There's about 20 seconds left of our practice session before we get an update on the conditions for the race here tonight. Well, at the moment, it's looking like there's nothing on the forecast, but the forecasted points is cloudy with a chance of Phil Sell winning the championship is what it looks like. Still has to survive. Double points on offer here tonight and at Bathurst next round out as well before we still find and try to unveil. We're holding out that we might get Adelaide in time to run it as the championship finale for 2025, but that's the top 10 and what we're looking at. Right, qualifying. It's only a minute around this place, which means we are going to have group qualifying. It's done by championship standings. 15 minutes is more than enough to get yourself out there. The critical thing, you must do 54 laps, but cannot complete more than 80 continuously. A lick shy of halfway, which means you effectively have 3 stints to break the night up into.
Yeah, and that's what these teams that I touched on a little bit just at the start, is that you're going to get a little bit of unpredictability there. You can have the perfect scenario as far as pit stops and, how many laps you're going to do. But if we get safety cars, we get drama, that's going to throw an absolute spanner in the works. So as we see the cars on track for the first time here for Sandown, and you notice the track, you will see the little puddles that are still on the racetrack. But at this stage, every single car is on slicks at the moment, and you'd be mad the way the conditions are. You can see those puddles there on the left. They would certainly be using up those intermediates or wet tyres within a second or two. So it's definitely slicks weather at the moment.
Yeah, so we are just waiting for the first little lap times to come through. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, qualifying for the first time out. This livery, all the way back from the very, very early noughties on board Marcelo Rivera's Evolution Racing Team car. There's not a lick of blue. That is because it's not an Evolution Racing car. There is a touch of Logitech on the back end. But like you were saying, great opportunity. I can't wait for Bo Alwyn to get out on track because he was centering on him because of the bubble. I think the livery is a better reason to look at him all night long. I'll be able to be taking my eyes off the better electrical car when he rolls out a little bit later on.
Yeah, how good is it that these teams actually, put together you know, it's not an easy gig if you've done a bit of painting yourself just to get these paint schemes, and there's been a bit of creativity there, and I love it that these guys have gone to the trouble. Looks like someone's just run wide there too at turn 1, so just showing how tricky the conditions are, but I love that these guys have gone to the effort for this round.
Actually, I was having a quick chat to Brad Ratu and Tyson Broad just before things and talking about conditions, and they said it's tricky because is it the fastest track that we've got? Well, the track's really cool because the water is taking away from the track temperature. So the conditions are great. And then you put your foot on the brake and it's not quite there, and you run a little bit. If you go and brake at your normal braking point, you'll run too deep. But picking up the throttle, he says, is actually quite good. You can apply it quite quickly. But yeah, you just can't brake as accurately as you want. So it's nearly there. It is a greasy feeling. That's deep from Hayden Veld on board the Evolution Racing Team 53. And his charge in the final chicane. And that's a puddle. And we'll have a look at some of those as the night progresses.
And you've got to be careful with that. You know, we've seen incidents in the past where, you know, drivers have been running along on a dry racetrack and then they hit a puddle and the cars so easily will turn hard left or right on them. And that's exactly what we're sort of seeing. The cars do move and twitch a little bit around as soon as they hit that puddle, and a little bit of aquaplane, basically.
Well, it didn't hurt the lap time all too much from Hayden Veld, straight in the 107.749. He's the only driver so far to jump down and set a very early marker. Reminder, these guys will have about 14 minutes left on the clock at the moment. Oh, there he goes from Sebastian Varndell, who runs it in deep. So again, they're pressing on.
Said, don't mess that paint scheme up. That is awesome. A bit of a throwback to Greg Murphy's Pepsi Max colours. How good does that look? But he's already given it a scuff. Fortunately, brilliant looking. There are a few, and even within the same stable, they've been willing to go in different directions as well, which is the critical thing. Everyone choosing a paint and sort of going down that path. It's the thing I love about this race is it's a celebration of car culture, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, I look at these paint schemes and it just takes me back to, you know, the golden age of supercar era. You know, some of these paint schemes, it's just brilliant to see, and I love that these guys have gone to the efforts to do that. It just adds a little bit of spark to the 500.
Second car's managed to jump their way inside of the 1 minute and 8 second marker. It's the Synergy Racing 61 car. Dylan Pereira's on board at the moment. Lachlan Capel, 6 thousandths outside of the 1 minute 7. So he is right there and in contention. Here they come as they fire up pit lane again. This is a throwback to 2007 and the Jack Daniels car. It was driven by Jack Perkins at that point in time. Asked Brady, he had to ask specifically what era, because the Jack Daniels schemes have been done in a number of different ways. He said, yep, we went back to Jack Perkins era.
Yeah, nice. It looks some goods too, doesn't it? Really cool to see. So, but yeah, I mentioned it earlier. We'd love to hear what your favourite paint scheme is too in the YouTube chat. I know I've already made mine clear, but there's so many terrific efforts.
There's a few good ones, and we'll get an opportunity to walk through them up and down the field as we progress here tonight. Don't forget the Caterpillar scheme on board of Dylan O'Shea at the moment as well, which is Justin. You just saw it go out through shot. That's the one right in front of Brady Baldwin at this point in time. See him come out of the final corner. That looks quite well done in terms of things. Nice and polished. He'll start his second flying lap. You just see the puddles again. It's making sure you don't touch them at critical points in time is very important.
Yeah, and one thing that would, if we were green at the moment and racing, and if there's still a little bit of dampness, the drivers will actually use that just to look after their tyres, just bring the temperatures down a little bit. Obviously, you don't want to do it where there's a big massive puddle, but if you go off the racing line and the track's still a little bit damp, that'll bring the temperature of your tyres down and get that little bit of longevity. So it'll be interesting to see if there's still that little bit of dampness come the start of the race.
So keep an eye on that one as it progresses. For O'Shea, up and over the curbs and mounting those curbs aggressively. We've already talked about it multiple times as we make our way through qualifying, but it's worthwhile noting. Have a look at the amount of debris that's been dragged out of Dandenong Road already up and underneath the bridge. And the final chicane for Dylan O'Shea. You try and put the power down. And this is where you try and shortcut the lap with that puddle, that pesky puddle. It's just preventing shortcutting it enough. 108.2 for O'Shea. He will improve.
Chase Serrano, he's also improved as we get more drivers finishing their laps. But 107's at the moment. It's speedy, but I think there's going to be a little bit more time in it. So you see Andre Heimgartner gone to P6.
Well, interesting to note as well, the track's actually already come up 2 degrees since we've opened this session and Stenny gets up and on the wheel.
Oh, Stenny! Oh, no grip out there, sunshine.
To me, is important because there's just a touch of moisture on the track that's starting to go away. And remember, hot lap times, well, that's going to load extra temperature to the racetrack.
Yeah, well, you can see the sun. Look at the shadows that you're getting on the race cars now. So we've actually got sunlight down at the bottom half of the track. There's a little bit overcast on this end, so that's where that temperature's coming. We're getting a little bit of clear skies, and we're getting the UV on the racetrack.
Yep, into last couple corners, and that's what we're looking at. Cloud cover's still looking like it's rolling in at the moment. And the problem is the weather's actually coming from around behind there. That's what's gone away from the circuit. You can just see the thickness and the density of the clouds is coming our way at this point in time. Wind is coming from the northeast and blowing from the northeast to the southwest. So that's sort of what we're trying to read. That's what's gone and that's what's blowing away from the racetrack. And that is the direction the clouds are going in. Hopefully, we want it to bring some excitement because, boy, didn't it improve the Bathurst 1000 this year. Well, it did if you didn't have to sit in the grandstand. I can tell you that much. It was a shiver fest.
That's it. But they always say, you know, water really spices up any race, regardless of the old famous quote, Bernie Eccleston back in the day, that his idea to spice up some of the Formula One races was to have sprinklers on, and just at intermittent parts of the race, they just turn the sprinklers on and the racetrack would get wet. So I don't know how much you'd appreciate that when you're on slicks going into a corner. But yeah, we do love a little bit of rain. And yeah, it always makes things very, very interesting, to say the least.
Well, for the moment, qualifying and the next round of laps will be coming our way here in just a few moments. For now, waiting on Hayden Veld to start his next lap as he pops out of the final corner. This is a host of cars that are in the middle of their out laps as it currently stands, and that brings us back up to live pictures. I can tell you there's a pack of about 7 or 8 cars at the moment running out the last couple of corners. Hayden Veld is on his run down to turn 1. This is Sebastian Van... No, sorry, my apologies. That will be Tyson Broad and Brad Ratu at the moment. I was actually talking to them just before, like I said, and there was a little bit of discussion. Tyson Broad, unfortunately for him, is now on fly-in, fly-out work, which means he's got to wait and hope that his time schedule lines up to actually participate in the series. Brad Ratu's actually taken over for the rest of the Endurance Series primary duties effectively on board that car. Always deep to at the final chicane. I just watched Ratu's gone a fraction deep, which will ruin 2 laps in a row realistically. This is the onboard from Sebastian Van Der.
Yeah, trying his absolute best to get what little toe there might be, but unfortunately we spoke about it in previous races. That suck up that you get in the draft isn't as noticeable in the new Gen 3 era, but still you'll grab any little bit you can under brakes. He's just made up a little ground here. And you know there's confidence on the racetrack there. If they're still up on the curbs and putting the power down, that's a good sign. We've got a good racetrack here at the moment.
I'll just put this idea in the back of your mind as a tribute. I reckon we should try and see if we can get a couple of tribute cars to Gary Rogers Motorsport out for Bathurst as well.
Yeah.
The Valvoline entries in the 2000s, Gary Rogers cars. It'd be awesome to see. The amount of outpouring from the motoring community that come our way. Perfect conditions for Hayden Veld.
That's one way of warming up your ears.
I think he's on the inside. Having some fun. And this is the replay of the moment that Ratu had again. See that puddle right there? He's a fraction deep, and then he touched the puddle. Well, that just destroys the lap. That was coming to start a fly.
And you need your momentum through that corner too. Once you're a little bit wide, you've lost your your entry and your exit off that last corner, and that throws away the start of your lap too. So, yeah, a little bit of a shame there, but yeah, the old slick tyres, I don't like a little bit of moisture, so they tend to understeer when they hit that.
Chris Ireland steps into the series halfway through, and he's going to be kicking things off into the middle part of the series. Stepped up into wildcard duties and now is making himself a regular figure as he dives into pit lane right ahead. I think that was Stenberg. No, it was Andre Heimgartner on his way through. And Heimgartner's going ahead to improve and place himself in a P6 at the moment. We've got about 2.5 minutes left before we'll be to the end of the first half of qualifying. Rivera on the charge down to the final corner. Why do we split up qualifying? Well, in supercars at the moment, I've only got 24 cars that are out there. We've got 45 and we have a full field. So, yeah, try getting 45 cars in a minute and 8 seconds. Just forget it.
Yeah, it certainly makes it a bit interesting, doesn't it?
So for Marcelo Rivera, currently sits in 4th spot. Lap is looking good to the sectors. Run out of the final corner. Won't improve. I think he might be on a... No, that was a flyer, so no improvement. The track's starting to go away from these guys, you know?
Yeah, well, I guess if we were talking about the temperature going up. If that is happening, then that's probably the, a chance that a little bit of that grip's going away too at the same time. So,
fortunately, we're just going to have to stop and wait. So, there's not really much more that we can get out of this session at the moment. Like I said, 1 minute and 45 seconds before they wave the checkered flag on the first half of qualifying. Ireland's coming through now to the final chicane on a flyer. No, this will be the start lap. Or on the way in, Dylan Pereira might be also on a starter flying lap.
Yep.
Yeah, here they go. So, a bunch of drivers just about to start a fresh lap. Sorono got on offer for us at the moment. This will be a flying lap for the triple one machine. Looks like it is an improvement.
Yeah.
Sorono, and he will gain 2 spots at the moment. Minute left in qualifying. That will be his last lap that will be available to him. Lachlan Capel. Looks like that car went away from him, and he, I think, recognised that he didn't have anything. Stenberg improves by 2 tenths. Comes way up in a P4. That's what we like to see.
That's a shot in the arm. When you see your numbers go from 10th to 4th, yeah, he'd be loving that at the moment. That's what everyone else, especially Andre Yusuf, he'd be hoping for that too, but he might be on a starter, possibly. Last one was a 10-2, so...
Brian Borg, so it's been a great 2025 for him. He'll do what he can. Ireland on the last corner. That was a wide line for him, which makes me think he's setting up for a lap. Pereira, I think, is just starting a fresh lap as well. 9 seconds left. This will be the last group of cars that will make their way through. Corey McFarlane goes ahead and sets another flyer, moves his way up to P2. Teo Sorono is coming out of the final corner. He will have a crack to the line. There is a great opportunity to try and improve here. He's only a couple hundredths away. Not quite able to improve. Last part of qualifying for the first half of the field. Stenberg is in. So if you're on a flying lap, you're allowed to finish it. If you're not on a flying lap, you're on your way back to pit lane. Ratu out of the final corner will try and light the track alight. Shortcuts it, touches the puddle on his way through. Does he improve?
Oh,
if he doesn't, there'll be thousands. I think he's set a lap time that's dead identical.
Yeah, that was absolutely... Talk about Mr. Consistent. And Brian Borg, he's trying to do the right thing. No, he's just missed it as well. Oh, he's improved a fraction. There you go.
Just going to go on and confirm. Yes, I just went to the timing tower. On lap 5 of the session, Brad Ratu, 107.913. On lap 11 of the session, 107.913. Confidence and consistency. That's what you'll like to see.
That's exactly right. So that's going to be the end of that session. So we get a couple of minutes where these teams and drivers get to head back to the lane, get out of their cars, and the next group will go out and they'll be chasing down Hayden Veld's time of 107.749.
Good time from him too. That will push him a long way up the standings, which is a big thing. Track position track here at Sandown, isn't it? Very difficult to get the overtake done if you start deep in the field. But then again, you look at Stenberg, and a couple of chats I've had with him after races this year. He goes, yeah, I don't know. It feels weird. I just can't get qualifying pace out of the car. And then all of a sudden we come good in the race.
Yeah, well, you know which one lasts longer, don't you? The race lasts longer. So,
Yeah.
you know, you'd rather be good over a long distance. And obviously it helps when you're in qualifying. But, yeah, in quali, you only really need to be good for one lap. But ideally, if you've got good race pace, then you can make something happen.
Yeah, and that is the first half of qualifying run and done. We are about 2 and a bit minutes away from getting into the next part of qualifying. So this will be over the page. Brady Borden was feeling confident in practice, but was finding time on a rapidly improving track, which set him to feeling a little bit worse. Took the edge off the confidence as he was feeling it. And Glenn Postlethwaite. By the way, Postlethwaite was actually issued a do not qualify order, and luckily he had only qualified ahead of one car, which was the Racecraft Simulations car of, I think, Brian Borg, and Borg went out and improved on that lap time. So I don't think there'll be any further penalties as a result of that one, because it hasn't netted him any gains, unless someone from this section of qualifying doesn't complete a lap. And if you remember back to Phillip Island, who did that? Brady Myers.
Yeah, interesting. That's a good shot. You can see the sunlight down the other end, Dandenong Road. So a little bit of cloud cover in most of the racetrack, but a little bit of UV down the other end. So teams and drivers will be well aware of that. And we're going to be kicking this section off at about the 15-minute mark, aren't we? So just over a minute and a half time. We see cars back on track.
What do you think of those clouds? Do you think they're getting closer? Do you think they're getting darker? Is the big question I've got for you.
Mate, so the weather gods have upset me.
You don't want to be a steward. Do you want to be a weatherman?
Yeah, well, there's no repercussions if you get the weather wrong, is it? Just people just crack it. But, you know, it's like you probably got a 50-50 chance of getting it right, haven't you? It's going to rain or it's not going to rain. So I'd love to see some weather. Like you said, it really spiced up Bathurst in the real world. And, yeah, we just haven't seen it in our series this year. It's been amazing. We've been so excited about the rain and the conditions and everything else, but we just haven't seen it in our Logitech series for 2025.
Well, the thing is, the best part about it, so I did complain about how cold it was at Bathurst, and believe me, sitting in the grandstands, by 3 o'clock on Sunday afternoon at Bathurst, I'd had enough of the rain, and we were still there for another couple of hours yet, and because of the pace of the race, it was even longer again. The best part about digital rain, nobody gets cold, so doesn't hurt anyone. And if digital racetracks go dry, nobody suffers from a drought. There's no need to keep the infield watered, those sorts of things. Lovely lake in the middle, dam in the middle of the racetrack here too. So a shot over the top of pit lane here, although grandstands at Sandown, the biggest benefit about them, look at all the coverage you've got. Can be a wet racetrack and you can still remain fairly dry, unless you choose to stand down as close as you possibly can to the racetrack, get close to the action. And one of those racetracks where you can see a whole lot when you're in attendance at the moment. Here we go. Qualifying part 2, and the field trundle off of pit lane. Who is going to be able to take pole position from the Sandown 500? One of the ones you want to lead from the very, very start, because it sets you up for a strong day at the office. Think about the driver combinations that can win this thing. Kostecki and Phil Sell. Last year, pit stop era. And they had to sit static for a very long time trying to finish off a driver change whilst their fuel and tyres were done. And that cost them in the end. What about the drivers that have won from this place over the years? Luke Rosella and Harley Haber. Griffin Gardner won last year in a very Griffin Gardner-esque drive. If you want to win this thing, the easiest way to do it's from the front row. And someone out there right now is going to set this track alight and claim their spot on the front row.
Their chance now, they can just start to get a feel for what this car feels like underneath them as they get themselves ready to fire onto the front straightaway, get the best exit they can and carry that speed all the way down into turn 1. And check out some of those liveries that you can see just in back there. Just amazing throwbacks. I know we keep talking about it, but it's our first chance to see them all on track, and geez, they look good.
That's the big thing, isn't it? Dylan Rudd. So the order as they shoot through turn 1, Griffin Gardner from Dylan Rudd, Damon Woods, Zach Rattray White, Jake Maloney. Up and over the curbs. And Griff's going to make the first mistake of the session.
Is he stuck?
Is he buried?
No, he's got it. Oh, man, I thought he was going to be nosed into... Oh, one of the TTR cars had a bit of a moment there too. So I thought he was actually buried into the tyre barrier. But that all started. He got up on the ripple strip and touched the grass. Nearly hit the Armco. And then, of course, that ruined him for the braking zone into the next corner.
Yeah.
But lucky to get away with it.
Because he's bailing out on his lap at the moment. He's waiting for the whole field to go fast on their way down into things. Blake Warboys is qualifying the Jordan Ross car, by the way, just as a heads up.
Okay.
So there's another Coe, and for Jordan, for Blake Warboys, he should have been here this year, but stepped back to take on dad duties. And he's done a reasonable job of it. For Dylan Rudd, though, he gets first crack at the timing board. 108.1019 was not quite good enough to get at the 7s. Have a look at the timing tower just go nuts at the moment as everyone's starting to fill those laps. All of a sudden, Hayden Veld got a lap in on a 20-degree track. That might be the marker of the session. 24 degrees. The track temp's on the rise. All of a sudden, we're going to get an on-board replay from Josh Anderson. Up and over the curbs, run from 3 to 4. Clambers up, touch, that'll be a wheel in the grass, yeah.
Definitely got the right rear up on the grass. That's game over there, so... Yeah, but look at the times, though. There's still time, and it's like, you know, you look at how close it is. It's ridiculously close, covered by the top 3. But their first lap's out for Jared Fuel Jake Maloney in this session. They'd be thrilled with that. So, still enough time, though, for them to bounce back and grab that margin.
Josh Anderson did set a valid lap time, by the way, so it did count. And the other thing that he did was he didn't fire straight back in the pit lane at the conclusion of that lap that he bailed out on. He just continued on, stayed with the field. You know what? One of the big things I'm noticing, have a look at all the guys that are doing a second lap.
Yeah.
But the tyre's not up to temperature on that first lap. That'll be a first. Look, there's a bunch of guys who have just improved on that second lap.
Yeah. That Bo got straight into 4th position. So, yeah.
Josh Anderson was willing to, after he made the mistake, he bailed out. He would conserve the tyres, didn't overpressure them, overheat them on that rear, and he's improved. Now he sits inside the top 10. Veld's lap time, even though a bunch of them have gone through and had another crack, still good enough. Still good enough for pole. Just about the whole field went on for a second lap. We've never seen that before.
Yeah, I guess you think about the layout of this racetrack. You know, there's a lot of straightaways here for Sandown, so I guess your tyre wear isn't going to be as big as what we see at other racetracks. So they've probably got that little bit of comfort, and if the conditions are, you know, a little bit cooler, they obviously haven't got too much temperature in the tyre, so they can get away with a second lap.
Brett Hobson fires into pit lane on board the Gatorade Era car. He'll have another crack at things. Is he looking at setup adjustments? Was that what you just saw there? He thought about it, didn't he? He just thought about making a bar adjustment. It was just tinkering with the car. Grip levels coming to that car, coming to the track. And the problem is you've got to chase it. Well, if this was a real car, you've got to pull a clip off, you've got to pull a tyre off, you've got to tinker with some bars, you've got to get in there, you've got to get underneath the hood of it. Click, click, click. Job done. You set up, loaded, adjustments made. That's all it takes in a sim racing car. You can chase the track a lot more.
Yeah, and that's, yeah, well, we noticed that. We definitely, if we'd seen that it was raining and that they were starting to chase for a dry line, then that's definitely one of the options that these drivers will be doing. But I think at a racetrack now where it's at, we're pretty much saying it's 99.99% dry. You know, obviously there are little puddles around the racetrack, but we're not anywhere near those at the moment. So, but it's always good. I love that the teams and drivers will roll the dice and make those adjustments, even if it's in a quick quali session, because you won't know until you have a crack at it. So, and it's good to see that there's some people are actually rolling the dice.
Very curious. I do want to keep an eye on this car, because if there's one team, one car that's got everything figured out, it is the 94 of Phil Sell. Again, partnering with Brody Kostecki. And if there's anyone that's going to have figured out exactly what the cars are doing, it's this mob. As he comes out of the final corner, Brady Myers is elected to go with him in terms of qualifying trim. They're dodging the puddles. Did you notice that? They're looking to dodge the puddles on the run down of turn 1 and approaching the corner slightly differently than if it was a bone dry track. If there'd been no rain in the area, they'd be slightly different in the way they went about it. Phil Sell up and onto the grass. So uncharacteristic mistake from him. Does he chill on these tyres and go again now?
We'd be looking at his splits now to see how much it actually cost him, but it would have cost him a little bit. He knows that there's only nothing of a margin between himself and Hayden Veld, so looks like he's pushing on with it though.
I wonder whether or not the lap time's there. Temperature's gone up. Temperature's gone up another degree. Track temp. It's coming to the circuit. This circuit will go away. If you're going to get a lap time in and have it be a great time, it's got to be now. That Veld lap, that might be pole. That just might be pole.
You know he's praying for sunshine and UV rays all over this racetrack.
I'd be praying for rain. I'd be praying for rain. Lock it down. Heavy. The heaviest you've ever seen. And do it right now. Well, Phil Sell's into the lane. That solves that question. Have a look at the track temperature chart. You're not looking at the yellow line. That's air temp. You're looking at the white one. That is the temperature in the track coming from both cars and the simulated UV. I'm just on tenterhooks. There's just so much we don't know about this package in the wet. And I think the trickier thing is the changeable conditions that we're looking at the moment.
Yeah, well, you know, thankfully, I think for the moment, we're not going to see any more moisture, you wouldn't think so. But you can just see how bright it is. There's a little bit more sunshine in this part of the racetrack. You see Blake Werboys, he's hard at it. Getting the power down this back straightaway. You say back straightaway, still got a kink to the right here. He's got a bit of clear air around him too. So a lot of the teams probably back in the lane, putting on new tyres and having their last crack at it as we've got 6.5 minutes to go in final qualifying.
Hang on. Driver adjustment, car 94. Kostecki's behind the wheel.
Ooh.
That's interesting.
Like yeah, interesting.
Again, either of those drivers are quick enough to be good enough on board that car. But that just says, you know, is there a chink in the Phil Sell armor? He's just not as good in slightly off conditions. But then again, if the conditions are changing, he's got the best feel for them. So interesting.
Yeah, regardless of who you put in this 94, it's a good outfit. The car's good, and we know the caliber of driver that Jared Phil Sell and his teammate and Brady Kostecki, they both know how to steer. So they would have been putting in their laps, and you know, Jared's like, well, you know what, let's just hand the keys over to Brody for the last 5 minutes and let's just see what happens. So, and it's the smallest of margins. There's absolutely nothing in it for them to try and pip Hayden Veld. And we're going to see what Brody's got as he starts his hot lap.
Here we go, final corner. Run down the start-finish line. 5 minutes on the clock for pole position for the Sandown 500. And the runner turn number 1, up and over the curbs. We'll swing it out over the curbs on the outside as well. Hear him hit the limiter. They just don't want to shift. There's no reason. There's no gain in shifting between turn 1 and turn 2. Curb, curb, curb. All the way through to turn 4. Apply the power. Stay off the puddles. Touch the curb on the inside. Point and shoot. What's the sector time going to look like? This has got to be good, because if they're going to get that lap together, it's got to be now.
Yeah, car looks good through here. Oh, grabbed a nice chunk of curb there on the inside, making the racetrack as short as he can. That was brilliant. No, as he bailed out of it. He might have got a cut track. I think he might have got an off track.
Enough life in the tyre that he'll go again, but no, he's going to be straight back into the lane.
Yeah, interesting.
There is no time left in the session, but there's no one out there improving either. The best of the track has already gone.
What if they're happy with their time and they put Brody just to get a feel for the racetrack and he might start the race?
Well, do you roll back out of pit lane on the starting setup and go to a couple practice starts? Because you've got the time in the session. Why not?
Yeah. It's interesting. I love it. I love the little bit of unpredictability. We don't know what the teams are doing, what they're playing at. But quite possibly it was like, yep, let's put Brody in, get a feel for the track, and he'll start.
On the start-finish line, there's one of those grid boxes has got a puddle right in the middle of it. So we'll try and get another shot of it as they come down the start-finish straight. I hadn't even thought about race starts up until now, but there is one grid box that's going to be severely hampered. It's probably about halfway down the field too.
And what I'm thinking too, I think P1 is on the inside of the racetrack. P2 is on the outside, which will be on the dry racing line. So if there's that little tiny bit of moisture, maybe they don't want to start, but everyone wants P1, and I reckon that's the 94 just of Kostecki just putting heat in the tyres down the back straight, ready to start his lap. As we check out Damon Woods. Grabs that bit of curb.
And we'll just keep an eye and just keep thinking about it from Damon Woods. In terms of GT3 racing internationally, this man has about done it all. Competes in IMSA racing at the height of iRacing internationally. But supercar is such a tricky prospect. He's never really been able to master it. But at the moment, he goes to P2 for Damon Woods. That car is wound up, which says to me that there is enough life in this racetrack. Have a look at the starting grid. That's pole position we've just flown over the top of. This is the second row at the bottom of the picture, but have a look deeper down this grid. Look at that starting box. There's a puddle on the yellow line, and the grid box just in behind it is right on those front tyres. Someone in the middle of the field has got to start on that.
Just on that little patch of right there. So in P12,
21?
21. There's me going Irish on you. So yeah, that's going to be interesting for someone just to get off the start line. So we check out. We're going to go back and check out Brody Kostecki.
You know what? Right now, that's Dylan Rudd, by the way. So anyway, yeah, you're right. Brody Kostecki out and having a crack at time at this point in time. Final chicane. Power down out the other side. Looks solid. Not looking to cut that dog leg in the final straight. Is it going to be an improvement for the 94 car? No, it's not going to be. But there's only a couple hundredths in it. If you're in Hayden Veld's shoes, get in front of the field and just check him up. Just make him do something that makes them awkward, off sequence. Josh Anderson to pit lane. Minute left in the session. Anyone diving into pit lane, their session is done. There will not be enough time. And again, Dylan Rudd, I mentioned grid box 21. At the moment, he needs to improve. This is an out lap. He'll come to start the lap, but he does not want to be on 21st spot at the moment. The car in behind him is Brenton Hobson. He's currently 20th in the running order. So if Rudd does improve, Hobson goes back to 21st. If someone from outside the 20 improves, it'll be Hobson that slides back onto 21st spot. Jake Maloney's through to 4th spot in the session. They will be very happy with that car and the way that that's performing at the moment. Josh Anderson, he was so beat up. Brody Kostecki's not going to get the lap. So third will be the best the 94 car starts. Blake Warboys to the start-finish line. He starts a new lap with 12 seconds left on the timing.
Bo's enjoying himself. He's done with qualifying. Taylor Woods, P2, and this is, no, that's his lap over.
Do you know what? I don't think anyone's going to get there. Hayden Veld might have done it. This will be his best ever result in the series, and it will come in a qualifying session. But hey, tricky, changeable conditions. Dylan Rudd out of the final corner. This is to not start on a tricky grid box. This is actually an important lap. He also needs to improve because he wants to be further up the field. He has done it. He gets off of that tricky 21st spot. Goes to 13th. Hobson in behind will be starting the slickest grid spot of them all in the Gator machine.
Well, that was brilliant. He got the job done. I don't know if the team would have been... Oh, yeah, we see James Scott. He's now jumped up to 6th. So that's a good jump there as well. Blake Warboys, is he going to improve on his time? Or he just misses out, does an 8.0, but his fastest was a 7.9. So, oh, that time held on from session 1. How good is that?
How good? What do you reckon? What do you reckon the mood's like right now down there? Because he's had to sit there and watch for the last 20 minutes.
Yeah,
Not really
he would have
all that
been
much he
nervous.
could do.
Yep, absolutely. He'd be stoked. He just, put that lap together. Like you said, changeable conditions, but for these guys, everyone was on slicks anyway, but did a great job and held on for that session, and we'll start from P1. It's the best place to start.
That's a wacky qualifying session, and it didn't even rain. We didn't have rain in the middle of the session, and it was just weird, interesting. Cloud cover is thickening. I can see about the next hour worth of session, and the cloud cover is thickening. So there is an opportunity that rain could be coming over, and what we're getting is just the leading edge of that cloud cover. So for now, as we jump across to our race session, we can confirm the starting grid. And it's going to be Hayden Veld in the 53 car who nicks the pole position. When was the last time that we haven't seen a Lobs Esports car on the front row in this series? How about that? Damon Woods will be over the moon in the 56 entry that will start alongside. Lobs Esports, the Kostecki and Phil Cell car will start at best of P3. Jake Maloney, by the way, 0.02 of a second further back from them. Did a phenomenal job in qualifying. Starts on row number 2. Trans-Tasman Racing get a couple cars inside of the top 5 and the only team to do so. 5th spot for Josh Anderson. Hopefully he can improve on his performance from Phillip Only. He was very harsh on himself. But for James Scott, it will be 6th to start off for him. Bo Albert on the bubble and needing a good result will get himself into 7th spot in the better electrical Mustang. Zach Rattray White will line up alongside of him. 95 Sim Sports gets the Dylan O'Shea, Corey McFarlane at number 19 car. This car nearly won the race 2 years ago. Didn't get on the right side of the strategy, and Brady Myers will start at a 10th spot there, Sam.
Yeah, Tyson Broad in 11th place and Marco Rivella in P12 in that great-looking 97. That looks brilliant. Kurt Stemboyd in 13th place and Dylan Rudd in 14th. Dylan Pereira out in 15th and Ethan Warren for Trans-Tasman Racing will follow out in the 16th position. In 17th, Griffin Gardner, and at 18th, it's Blake Warboys for Synergy Sim Racing. Lachlan Capel out of 19th and Adam Briggs in 20th. Now we're going to go check out 21st position, and that's Brenton Hobson. I hope someone's been in his ear and just lets him know about that little wet patch, but it's Brenton Hobson in 21st and Teo Serrano in 22nd.
Someone's been out there and swept that grid box too.
Andre Hargart in 23rd position and Andre Youssef in 24th. And we got Brady Baldwin in 25th position with that beautiful throwback as well, and with Chris Ireland in 26th position. Another one of the throwbacks was Sebastian Farndell. That's a great looking livery, along with Brian Borg. He'll be starting next to him in 28th position. And as we round out the top 30, Glenn Postlethwaite in 29th and Matthew Bowler in 30th for Evolution Racing Team. Scott Gamble in 31st position and alongside Luke Rosella back in 32nd. And rounding out your 33rd position, it's Ryan Jones. So that's our field for Sandown, the 500. 161 laps around this racetrack. It's going to be an absolute ripper of a race. So 35th, we got Jacob O'Reilly in 36th. Now there's a paint scheme you can fall in love with. Daniel Hall, that is brilliant. I love it. The Castrol throwback. How good does that car look? I never even see that in warm-up.
That's because it didn't set a lap during the qualifying session. That would be why. That's the first time we've actually seen that one in operation. I got great news for you. Here comes the man of the moment. And it's your play seat pole position, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of one of our sponsors. He gets it done on board the 053. Hayden Veld, mate, when did you know you had pole position? Because I had a feeling you would have gotten up and walked away from the sim going, oh yeah, that's probably not a bad lap, but when did you recognize you might have actually been on for a pole?
Yeah, well, I'd finished my session and I went and grabbed a Coke, to refresh myself, and I've come back. I'm like, oh, still leading. That's surprising. It wasn't until the last, when I'd seen Bush go on the pits and Zach Rapp finish his lap, Damo finishes, and I was going through. I'm like, oh my god, I've actually done it here. So I think we might have had the bit of the OP session, but that's okay. We'll wobble on through.
So, when did the checkbook come out to ask the stewards to red flag the race based on qualifying? Has that started yet, or is that negotiation ongoing?
Yeah, I've offered 50 cents. They've currently turned it down, so we're going to have to need a little bit more. But it should be all right.
Mate, it's not been the easiest of seasons on board this Gen 3 hardware. Obviously, you'd be sitting here at the moment going, race-wise, your pace, where do you feel the pace is, your target is for the end of the race based upon this now?
I'd be aiming for a top 10. I think anywhere in the 15 is definitely achievable. Like, we've shown pace all throughout the week, and it's not surprising to be near the front, but it's surprising to be this far up the front. So I think we're in for a good battle, but probably not for the win.
All right, what's the so first stint? How far are you going to go into the race? You're splitting it one stint, hand it over to the Coe, let him do his double, and then hand it back, and you're into the end. I'm assuming that's going to be the bog standard strategy up and down pit lane.
Yeah, sure. I haven't really thought about it, so I'll probably go with that. Cheers for that. No, I haven't. I've got no idea. I'll just see what others do and see what Brenton tells me. He's pretty good with the strategy, so hopefully he'll help us out and see what to do.
Mate, get the head down. You've got a race start to go and do, and wait, everyone's in your rearview mirror, so don't worry about looking around for them out the front.
Yep, no worries. Hey, Root.
Ladies and gentlemen, Hayden Veld gets play seat pole position. We'll continue on with the Gamesman grid work, and Sandman's alongside of Bo Albert, and I think he's taken photos alongside your car, Bo.
I am.
It's not bad looking, is it?
It's a great looking chariot, mate. Well done on the paint scheme. We've credited a lot of the teams and drivers for their paint scheme, but tell you what, it's a nice little twist for the Logitech G Trueforce colour paint scheme you got going there.
It's not too bad, is it? I think it couldn't have been done better myself. So, I had to get it in there. Had to be done.
Mate, if it wasn't you, it was Rankin, so I'm glad you got it in before he did. So, mate, let's talk about tonight's race. Not a bad starting spot inside the top 10. And one thing that might be playing on your mind is you're a bubble boy at the moment, mate. 30 points of the good inside the top 20 for season 2025. How's the heart rate? How's the thoughts and feelings for tonight's race?
Honestly, not too bad. I mean, we're not really thinking about championship or anything. I mean, I won't sound like a broken record and explain why I'm down the points where I am. I think that story is well documented. But look, at the end of the day, 3 rounds to go. We're out here for a result. So we've got a fast car tonight. We're feeling good. Obviously, there's a big preparation heading to the 1000 coming up in a couple of weeks' time. But yeah, look, I think all in all, let's just focus on race results, and the top 20 will take care of itself.
And how's the car feeling? It's obviously not too bad if you parked it inside the top 10.
No, look, massive thanks to Robbie Gibbs for tuning this one up. It's an absolute weapon around here. It's really, really fun to drive. Little worried about it over a 40-lap stint, but look, we'll see how we go. It's a hard track to pass around here. Like, yes, there's long straights, but it is surprisingly hard to get a run on someone. So fingers crossed we can keep it inside the top 10, but there's a long way to go. 161 laps around this joint is a fair effort.
Mate, I don't know about you. I love Sandown. I think it's a traditional lead up to Bathurst. Do you love this place? Are you ready to rumble?
I do. This is probably one of my favourite tracks on the circuit. I mean, tracks on the circuit, tracks on the calendar. I mean, anytime you can jump a supercar over some curbs, it's always a lot of fun. So until we get Adelaide, this is definitely one of my favourites.
All right, mate. We'll let you focus. Get ready for the race. Good luck, buddy. Hopefully we're talking to you at the end of the night.
That's the plan. See you boys then. Have a great call.
Cheers, mate. All the best. So there you go, Scotty. That is Bo. He's ready. He's obviously his ideal thing for the end of the season. We know he's not a championship contender, unfortunately, but ideally he wants to stay inside that top 20 and just get himself that golden ticket to next season. But you know, tonight can play a big impact. He's only 30 points of the good.
Stop that camera right there. Can we get that drone? Yeah, I was about to say, I just want to see what the development of this puddle's like, because there is a little time gap, and you can just see that left front corner of that car right there. There is a wet patch. So, and not just for Hobbo, think about everyone that's coming through behind him, because this initial launch is going to be bad, but then everyone else that's trying to get the power on through second gear as well is also going to struggle. And do not go to the left-hand side of the racetrack, because there's the next problem.
Yep, still a couple of little puddles that they'll think about, but yeah, I think Hobbo just needs a nice little smooth. It's easy to say, you know, when you're sitting in a commentary box, but he just needs a smooth getaway. Once he gets, you know, probably a couple of meters just from that grip box, then he can really get into it. He doesn't have to worry about that little bit of wheel spin, but hopefully it's not too bad for him.
Looking up and down the field, for all the cars, everyone who's done their liveries, there's the Brady Baldwin machine on the right. There's the Pepsi machine as well.
Here
We
it
get
comes.
towards the tail end of the field. And the last couple of cars, and there's the Perkins machine from right at the very back at the moment. There's some pretty cars all the way down the back. We've got a lot to look at, though.
Mate, I'm a sucker. I'm a sucker for the old school Castrol paint scheme, and I think that's an absolute brilliant job.
Righto, for the first time in the history of the series, rain did fall, but it's not cast itself across our screens yet. The track started wet in practice, it's dried itself. Here's the race start. How are we going to go for a launch and a run down to turn number 1? Here we go, Sandown 500, and we're firing off for 500 kilometres around this little track in the heart of Melbourne. Damon Woods didn't get the greatest of launches across a couple puddles, slight amounts of spray. There is some still dampness out there on the racetrack, and Haydenfeld puts it on pole, leads us through turn 1. How's the field go? Because they're dodging puddles in the background.
Yeah, looks like everyone's had an absolute ripper of a start so far. Oh, we're seeing that Lachlan Capel might have jumped the start there from race control. So that'll be interesting. But, you know, if you're going to get a penalty, get it on lap 1. It's 161 laps around here. And the way everyone's going at the moment, they're giving each other a little bit of space. We've got a nice, clean start from the looks of it. Although that little bit of penalty might be hanging over his head. But get that over and done with, and then just put it behind you and race on.
Yeah. And Capel's lost a ton of ground as well in the middle of that one, so whatever went on with the race start, he might have jumped it, he might have dumped the clutch and stalled the engine or something, because he's gone massively backwards. Unfortunately for him, started out a 19th spot, and then he's just gone backwards, unfortunately. In the meantime, everyone survived lap 1, you're right. Not easy to do at the moment, but everyone has survived.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant start. Everyone's just playing it smart. It's you know, the old saying, it's such a long way to go. They just need to get themselves into a rhythm and just let the heart rate go down a little bit. They know that for the moment, the conditions are really good. The cars feel good around here. What they need to do is just position themselves nicely and make sure they're smart about who they're racing around with, and just staying on the black stuff. You don't want to touch any of the grass. As we go to the OG gear replay, oh, you can see he's just started to go and just move. Unfortunately, as soon as you move out of your box, it's a penalty straight away, regardless of whether you give up any position. And unfortunately, that little creep has cost him. And yeah, he didn't benefit, but unfortunately, you still get the penalty.
He's flustered because he's trying to re-grab the clutch and reset everything up as well. He's just gone backwards and backwards. Yeah, so he's fluffed the launch as well. There was nearly a little bit of contact as Matthew Bowler cut across the nose of Brenton Hobson early on in this one. Gets the job done as they fire down and into the final chicane. So for Matthew Bowler, as he looks backwards, he's gained a few spots in these opening couple of laps. New fastest lap of the race goes to Damon Woods early on. And now I can just tell you, Blake Warboys is looking to the inside of Dylan Pereira. So Synergy Sim Racing teammates down on the run into turn number 1. That's McFarlane looking at the back bumper of Bo Albert at the moment. And again, Corey McFarlane, Dylan O'Shea, 2 years ago, nearly won this race. There was a tyre strategy. They went on the alternate strategy. They had a crack at it, but also safety cars and safety car procedure back in 2023 cost them in a post-race penalty as well. So even though they crossed the line on the podium, they didn't hang on to that one after the race.
We're going to see some amazing pictures out of our broadcast tonight with these cars just bouncing up over the curbs. That first half of the racetrack, whoa, a little bit of a wiggle there, managed to gather it up. Almost nose-to-tail contact, but they both got away with it. Like I was touching on, you're going to see some great images with these cars bouncing over curbs, and that's basically our DNA of supercars. We love that our cars get up and bounce up over these curbs, and it's exactly what we're going to see, especially in that first half of the lap. It's so, so good.
They'll settle themselves down into race pace now, and Hayden Veld actually goes ahead and sets the fastest lap of the race on race number 2. So the tyre life's good there for at least a couple in the opening half of this one, but don't take too much life out of the tyre too early. Don't forget, Jared Filsell will be lurking in this one. He will be thinking about how hard does he push this tyre in the opening running. moment. He's actually been off doing a whole bunch of oval racing in his downtime. Working on anything that you can do. It's another set of skills. Anything that you can do to practice driving is generally not a bad thing. And well, tyre conservation in a supercar, completely different to how you do it in a NASCAR, but it is still more tools in the toolbox.
Absolutely. It's seat time too, isn't it? You hear about some of the best drivers that, you know, they don't just stick to the one class of car that they race. It's these drivers that get out and do multiple different series, and it's basically seat time and getting a feel for it. And that's what we see from some of the greats.
This is deeper in the field as well. At the moment, just in front of Glenn Postlethwaite as they come through the last corner. This car, the Luke Rosella car, and today 55 entry will be partnering up with that of Thomas McMillan, but that car has won a race in both of the last two endurance campaigns. Last year it was the Bathurst 1000, the year before it was this race right here, Sandown 500. They were very, very quick on that day. No qualifying time this year. Has to come from the rear of the field, but 500 Ks, anything can and usually does happen in these ones.
And you know, if you're going to have a bad night in quali, or if you have to start rear of grid, these are the races that you want it to happen in, because you've got all the time in the world at the start just to pace yourself and just slowly pick the cars off one by one. Maybe have a little bit of strategy go your way. There's so many things that can play out. And yeah, always puts the heart at ease a little bit. Oh, a little bit of contact. Oh, they're on the grass. That's the last thing you want. We've been talking about how wet it's been. So there's not going to be that much traction out there. So a little bit of hip and shoulder. But boy, oh boy, that could have got ugly.
Yeah, just about could have. Jacob O'Reilly coming from the rear end of the field, trying to cut his way through. And move his way forward.
Three wide.
Elbows out, three wide. Postlethwaite on the run to turn number one. Postlethwaite, Dan Hall. And through comes Scott Gamble as well. So it's two of the ERT cars and teammates squabbling for race position. Not quite able to get it done at this point in time. Sorry, my apologies. It was Ryan Jones and Scott Gamble. So it wasn't teammates after all. And Glenn Postlethwaite, it's just been used up. I tell you what, there is a touch of damage on the left rear corner of Postlethwaite's car after everything's gone. He is just getting, you know what, getting going, jumping in the ring and going a few rounds with Muhammad Ali might be easier than his season today.
You reckon? Wow.
I can't recall a race this year Glenn Postlethwaite hasn't been elbowed off the track.
Yeah, and it's one of those things, isn't it, too? You feel yourself sometimes just in a rut where it's like anything that could go wrong, you basically can almost guarantee it's going to happen to you. You just feel like that sometimes in seasons. And what do they say? The old adage, that's racing. But, mate, head down, bum up, still plenty of time. Lap 7 of 161. You know, it's very, very early on. How's these replays? The slow-mo, the OG Gear replay of our supercars just bouncing up over the curbs. Just absolutely getting complete air. It's visions of the Gold Coast, isn't it? What we saw on the weekend.
I was about to say, somebody get the curb strike sensors out down there because they might be going nuts at the moment as 33 cars just fire over them in quick succession.
Love it. The attitude that you're going to see in the cars in the first half of the lap when they get up through the chicane and you see two-wheel action. It's really, really good.
And Dylan Rudd looks like he's just made a move at Dennett on road on Taro Sorono, so he's now +1 on this lap, but he's actually down a few spots. How about Ethan Warren, who is taking the early duties, I think, for Madison Down here tonight on board 77. Indeed, he's done qualifying, and now he takes over from the Mew dad. There's actually been a fair bit of family stuff happening up and down the grid. I think there was Adam Briggs got married just recently. Can't get away with that one. That's a Lismore wedding. I don't know where they ended up actually going for the wedding. I don't know if it was local or not, but and then fresh child the weekend of Phillip Island 500 for Madison Down. That was an extended pit stop, not a quick one, unfortunately, into the hospital for a child.
There's also been another baby as such in the almost TTR family, more in the Brad Jones Racing family, but Macaulay Jones has welcomed a new baby to the world too. So big congratulations. Oh, big dive here from Ethan. Oh, he got the job done, muscled his way through. Oh, but Dylan has been off into the grass, into the gravel just on exit. So I wonder if the stewards will just have a look at that.
Sure, it'll be looked at over there. I don't think they'll miss that one. I'll go and have a look and just sort of decide Dean's investigation. That's unfortunately the show what went on there. I reckon it's going to be tough. Just with where the cars are placed, we're not going to be able to get an update. Actually, I just saw an update from Madison Down on 2012 sim rig tonight due to a power outage at home. So he's not even at home.
Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that makes things very, very interesting then. We talk about the difficulties that some drivers have when they jump on different rigs. You know, yes, it's still a simulator. It's got pedals and a wheel, but having that comfort of your own rig, it definitely does play a factor. So it'll be interesting to see how Madison goes tonight.
It's like it was just actually a member of the...
dive here.
Here we go for Griff down the inside. On Stenberg nice and easily, and that brings Madison down in the fold. So Ethan Warren into the fold there as well. Isaac, it was best quote I've seen. That's taking retro round to the next level. You're taking it outside the sim as well.
Very good.
Well, for the opening stanza, we did say Hadenveld, how long would he lead this race for, and what would be the approach from that lead group? Well, for the meantime, Veld is still looking phenomenal out in front, and he's showing a clean pair of heels. So he backed it up by saying, hey, I'm feeling quite good, and what they've given us to work with tonight feels great. Let's go ahead and have an absolute crack and lead a whole bunch of laps, which I think this will be the most laps he's led in this series to date in one race. You know what? I don't even think he's led a lap in the series before, by the way.
And the beauty where he's at is that he knows that you don't have a hungry bunch behind you just yet. Lap 10 of 161 laps, everyone's probably quite content just to roll around for the moment. So he doesn't have the pressure at the moment of, 5 laps to go or 15 laps to go and, a couple of hungry drivers behind him at this stage. So he doesn't have to defend too much. He'll obviously be keeping an eye on his mirrors and seeing where the likes of Woods and Philso and Maloney are. But for the moment, he can just cruise and just settle into a rhythm.
Now comes that part of the race where you've got to decide how aggressive you're going to be. At the moment, Josh Anderson slid back a few spots off the race start, sits in behind Corey McFarlane, and they've just lost touch with that Nest group. And at some point, you've got to put the foot down and go, well, we're losing touch. I want to get on with my race a little bit. But therein lies the difficulty you see on that, is that actually achieving the pass is difficult.
Yeah, although, one thing that I found sort of running through the week too is that it's not the easiest racetrack to pass on either, because one we touched on in qualifying is that the toe with this new Gen 3 car isn't as strong as what we had with the older car. So that slipstream effect isn't as strong as what we're used to. So that used to be a big plus as far as trying to get a pass done on someone around, these long straightaways. But unfortunately, as we ride on board with Brady Myers, you'll see that even though he's right tucked up there with the draft, it's not sucking him right up to behind the car that he needs it to be. Oh, did you hear that? So he's already clutching and saving a little bit of fuel at the moment. So that was an opportune time to ride on board there, and we could hear straight away, just towards the end of that, into the braking zone, he was straight in with the clutch and just saving that little bit of fuel. Let's see if he does it again. Yep. Just a little bit. Every little bit counts. So it's good to see that there's drivers and teams already thinking about just that little bit of fuel saving, because that in a case might buy maybe a lap or so as this race goes on. So, and that could be the difference between, the race staying green and then a safety car coming out.
And the other thing that just went through the back end of my brain is I've been tinkering a lot more with strategy. is not necessarily fuel saving to go laps and laps and laps longer on board a V8 supercar. You might just want to shorten that pit stop to grab some track position, because one of the difficult things to do around Sandown is actually get that track position. And if you can run a shorter pit stop but run to the same lap targets as the cars around you, so let's say the tank tonight, it will be in excess of 40 laps, I believe, on a fuel stop, with 121 litres, I believe we have here. A little bit of pushing through the corner. So you'll run your 40 laps, and then you'll end up coming into the pit at the same time as the car ahead of you does. But what you'll do is you'll just take the fuel out of the tank, and if you've got 5 litres left in the tank, well, you don't have to sit static and wait for that last 5 litres to go in the tank. You'll jump them, job done.
Going by some of our numbers that we were looking at earlier this evening with our possible pit strategies, one of the earlier stops that you might see someone pitting is about maybe lap 29. So it'll be interesting to see who does what. It's lap 13 at the moment, and I think, unfortunately, those skies are probably not going to work in our favour.
That's darker than it was. The cloud cover has thickened, and it's darker than it was, but there's just nothing on the radar.
No, I think we're a dry race here for the moment.
Can someone send us the contact information for your best rain dancer? That might have to be the conversation heading into Bathurst. Is give us your best rain dance. Yeah, I'm sure. You know what? I'll have a chat away in the background. I'm sure we can rustle up the crowds.
Yeah, you see that between Zach Retro White and Brady Myers, very, very close, leading onto the back straight, almost braille for, hey, I'm a little bit quicker, I'd be pretty keen to get past you if I could.
Where's actually, you know what? Rain Candle, I know he's racing here tonight. He's one of the co-drivers at the Rebellion State. Where's he when you need him? Rain, get out of the car, go and fall from the sky fence. This is the problem with the Sandown 500, isn't it? It's just so difficult to get that pass going. We're going to be a little bit train-like for a long period of time here tonight to settle in.
Yeah. I mean, as we say that, there might be a dive here up the inside, and there's under brakes. Perfectly timed just to put you on the spot there, Scotty, but you're right. It is hard to get the pass done, but Eddie Bowler's just showing you how you do it. Just straight into turn 1, under brakes, get the job done. Thanks very much.
Tice Hodge just jumped on the mic for 458, which is Sebastian Vandel. And I believe that might be related to Scott Gamble in that pass. So keeping an eye up the road. A replay coming our way as well for Gamble and Vandel. There's a fair bit going on in this battle at the moment as well. Going around the low 20s. Let's check this out. This will be the dive. There it goes down the inside. Trying to fall on the side. And Ryan Jones makes contact, although he immediately tried to redress it.
I reckon that's play on. Oh, another spot. Now he's on the move, so that's 2 cars in the same spot lap after lap. So Bowler on the move now. He's pretty happy with his car. He's managed to pick off 2 cars. And now his eyes on now to chase down, was that Teo Serrano in 20th?
I was going to say, was there no qualifying time set for car number 12, so that's why he's had to come from the rear end of the field. He's up 8 spots from 30th to 22nd at the moment. So, sorry, my apologies. 31st was where he gridded. So no, my apologies. It was 30th where he gridded, and he's cut his way through to 21st at the moment. This is back with the race lead. And worthwhile keeping an eye on Jared Filsell. A little bit of a lift out. Yeah, he's fuel saving.
Yeah. Well, they're at a point now where it's smart for them. You know, no one's really doing much. Everyone's just line astern. So make the most of it into those braking zones. Pop the clutch. Save that, just that little bit of fuel. It might work wonders a little bit later on.
But this second pack, Anderson's got through. And now at the head and in front of Corey McFarlane. And it's only just happened on the run to the turn number 1. I've seen him show the nose a couple times. One of the things is when you show the nose enough, oftentimes they don't cover because they've seen you show the nose a number of times beforehand. That time, Endo far enough up, gets the job done, moves to 7th spot. We'll see what he can do now that he's got the nose of the TCR. Chevy ahead, and Zach Ratcher is going to have a bomb down the inside of Dandenong Road as well. Elbows out, McFarlane up and over the curbs. They're not done though. Run to the final couple corners.
Yeah, he's going to try and brave it around the outside, but it quickly becomes the inside, so he's got the job done. Nearly a crisp
Here we go.
Oh, but there's a pounce there as well, so he's just going to lose a couple of spots here.
Ratro White nearly clouded the inside curve as the car snaps sideways under acceleration and bouncing over the puddles. McFarlane's going to try and come back at them and have a go. Myers is now on the approach. McFarlane sends it down the inside, sends it through, gets the job done. Now it's going to be Marcelo Rivera as well.
Marcelo's like, see what's happening in front. He's like, I'll have a sniff of this. He tries to get there, doesn't quite get the job done, but this has really bunched up this mob of drivers now. A few people just keen to get some positions, but man, that was some good driving.
Well, elbows out, edge of the seat stuff. And the problem is, when one driver has a go, it generates an opportunity for a couple of them to have a go. They've all had a crack. Finally, the field's going to shake itself back out. Anderson got through. Brady Myers started the lap in 9th spot. He gets to the end of the lap in 8th spot. McFarlane is up a couple as well.
That's exactly what... Yeah, sorry to cut you off, mate. Go for it.
You know, I was about to hand on over to you, mate. Go right ahead.
Yeah, I was just to say, well, that's what's lit a fire under these guys because they saw Anderson got past, and now look at him. He's gapped the field, I shouldn't say the field, he's gapped this bunch of cars. So he's got himself 1.5 second lead over his teammate in Brady Myers. So he's been able to open that margin, and that's what these guys have seen. They've seen him get the job done, and they don't want to miss out on that opportunity as well.
Yeah, because if you get caught behind them, well, your race just starts to get further and further and further back. Field spread is the term we use to cover that. Griffin Gardner's still cutting his way through as well. He was on the overtake path back at Phillip Island in the 500. Blake Wallboy has done a phenomenal job. Actually, you know what? The pair of those drivers both up 5 spots. So Griffin Gardner and Blake Wallboy is from where they started, both of them. And you reckon Blake's getting a little bit sick of following Griff through traffic? Then again, that hole could be opened up by him.
That's right.
Oh, Griffin Gardner's just a bomb. Big old bomb down at Dandenong Road. And elbowed Rivera past. And I tell you what we were just saying, you might be getting sick of the rear bumper of that car. They're going to go to the final chicane again side by side.
He's got through. Yeah, that's heart and mouth stuff, isn't it? When you take a dive there, it's so easy to end up in the gravel trap. He managed to keep the car out of the gravel, but boy, oh boy, just hold your breath. Here we go to the OG Gear replay. Sees an opportunity, throws it up the inside and just can't pull it up. Well, he did. He managed to get the job done. I didn't think he got the job done, but man, the heart and mouth stuff is just that you go in too deep and run into the gravel trap.
He basically said to Marcelo Rivera, look out, because if you turn in here, we're both going off. And he did pull the car up. Yeah, but did you see the marbles that were on the outside of that corner already?
Yeah.
So Ethan Warren is going to line up and be the next cab off the rank to have a crack at Marcelo Rivera. Shows him the nose up the hill. Halfway through a stint from Sandown. Gee, that's going quickly. 20 laps already gone by. Rivera covered it to the inside, bounced over the curbs, offline. There was a car in the background. Contact. I think Tyson Broad might have had Dylan Rudd leaning on him, and Briggs has skated on through as well. So this is where the tyres are starting to ail, and a few drivers having a crack, and Serrano's going to fire it down the inside of the chicane. Now he'll be on the outside, and Broad will finally get an opportunity to settle, and Dylan Pereira lining up Serrano as well.
Yeah, Pereira's going to pounce here because he's got a little bit of position there. So if he can just get on, they're going to go side by side. No way, they're going to try 3 wide. No, they've all managed to back out of it.
No. Bowler was thinking about having a crack at Pereira. Pereira's trying to have a crack at Serrano. Serrano having a crack at Tyson Broad. Now they'll go through the chicane. This is dangerous to go through the too wide. Pereira gets back down the inside. He's elbowing wide. Bowler goes skating up the inside. And here comes Rosella along in the background as well. Tyres starting to ail on the Orbit Drop Bear machine, and he is just getting picked apart at the moment, and it's not done. Run down the back straight away. There's no way Rosella's going to back out of this one. Are they going to go to Dandenong Road 2x2? No, he backs down. Yeah.
Better heads prevail for that shot, but it was just momentum. He got caught up on that outside, nearly got the grass. Oh, dive up the move up the inside here. That's another position. Yeah, they're all having a red-hot go. Lap 21 of 161. Oh, have a look at this. Onto the grass, managed to keep it straight. Corey McFarlane.
And this is back up at the head of that group. They were all diving at McFarlane just a couple minutes ago. Now they're all really having to go in earnest at him. Ethan Warren's going to be forced to go the long way round. Well, we said sedentary, we said train-like, and they all complied for the first 20 laps or so. And then somebody got in their ears and said, hey, sprint race, boys, let's biff on. Is the rain coming somewhere or something? Has something changed?
No,
this is
I think
Scottish game.
Yeah, we just go to the OGG replay. Oh, I just doored him there. The stewards might be keen to have a look at that. But what they're thinking too is if they're thinking about an early pit stop, they're going to think, well, you know, if we're going to pit soon, we're going to use up the tyres that we've got. There's no point just hold on to them. So have a crack at some of the drivers that are around you, maybe get some position, because we know we're pitting soon. The earliest I think we're talking for the early stops is lap 29. So it's lap 20 as we're about to start lap 23 now. Possibly some of the teams and drivers are thinking of that strategy.
Well, it's coming. It is coming, and for the first time in the race, I see rain on the percentage markers. 45 minutes away. It is, but there is rain now starting to potentially be on the offering. We wait, though. We wait because the clouds will start to appear on the sim and a chance of rain. Well, I don't know how you feel about radars at the moment, but they've been a talking point in the news over the last couple of weeks, and the change of the bomb radar. The iRacing radar might get a judgment call here in a few minutes.
It can't be worse than what the bomb radar rolled out. But anyway, we won't go into that. But yes, but, you know, that's what these teams need to start thinking about. Obviously, is that chance of rain a threat? So at the moment, it's not. If there is a slight chance, it's still a little way off. So a good 45 minutes away, they don't have to worry about anything just yet.
Hayden Veld, though. He's led 23 laps here at the conclusion of this one. Of 23 laps, the difference between qualifying on pole position and qualifying back in the melee is important to note. We'll wait for an update as well from about 8th place back on it. In fact, it'll be 9th place, which is where it'll start. That's 12 seconds in the rear view mirror as you just set sail. Nice and entry. No one's had a go at Hayden Veld all race. It's been nice and easy. Run his own laps. Everyone back there in the weeds, though, is squabbling like you wouldn't believe. And right now, I'd rather be up here.
Yeah, absolutely, because up here you don't have to worry about the leaders pulling away from you. So when you're a bit further down the pack, the fear factor starts to slip in. It's like, oh, I'm 30 seconds behind where the race leader is. Like, you know, that's not ideal. But, you know they need to sort of start moving and probably making up that little bit of ground. But interesting. There we go. Look at the radar. So we're seeing just some of the weather updates. Still a chance, but the percentages, I don't know. I don't know if we're going to see rain, but we'll just have to keep an eye on it.
Well, highest chance was about 3 hours, 2.5 hours into the race, and then it bled off again. So it's always an opportunity. And here comes the Rosella car down the inside once more. That's his throw, and he gets Bowler for his luck, and now he's going to rotate a big car.
Oh, it's still not over.
Gee, they all got out of there. I don't know how.
I don't know how there wasn't more carnage there. That was unreal. Good heads-up driving by a lot of those drivers. That's still going on too as they come onto the front straight away. Oh, there's a car around one of the TTR cars backwards, facing the wrong way. So there's been so much going on just in those last couple of corners. We go to the OGG replay. It started with a dive here, just couldn't pull it up, makes contact, but check out the carnage behind him as well. And then facing around the other way, more cars come around the corner, and everyone managed to dodge each other. The problem is, it's still got messy into here. We're hearing that might have been Heimgartner. Oh, I just nose to tail. Oh, got clipped. Facing the wrong way. Just bad luck. How messy.
messy indeed. Stalled the car, which sort of doubled down on that one as well. It didn't help. So it is all starting to kick off. I reckon there's a half chance of a safety car not too far in the future, because it was a slow burner. It was nearly like a pot of stew put on to boil and left all day. And then someone's come in and lit 3 or 4 extra flames underneath it. It is boiling and bubbling away madly. And I don't think we're too far away from boiling this stew dry.
It's been a common thing, but Damon Woods was right on the back of Hayden Veld there. Looked like, I wonder if he'd start to get a little bit racy. Does he want to possibly have a crack at leading this race? I think this is the closest he's been since the drop of the green flag.
Well, I think the thing is, he knows that fuel cell's sitting behind a fuel station. So if he can get clear, and he's got a little bit more pace than Veld at the moment, and he can start punching away, that all of a sudden says to fuel cell, you've got to do something. Otherwise, I'm going to start disappearing down the road, and you'll have to come and chase me. You can see fuel cell starting to close up as well. As a result, that just triggers that little bit of a change in the way you go about the driving, isn't it? You just pull a little bit closer, us a little bit more of the tyres, change your position deeper in the pack.
Yeah, this is what is it doing right up the inside on the OG Gear replay? That's how you're supposed to do it. Unfortunately, it hasn't gone like that for everyone tonight. But it's not the easiest corner, I'll tell you right now. I've done some laps here just recently, and you know, you can carry so much speed down this back straightaway in through that fast chicane, and you think, you know, you're definitely going to pull it up, no dramas, and it doesn't take much to pinch the brake, and then you lose that little bit of traction, and then you fire off into the weeds.
Someone's died to pit lane, Chris Ireland. There's a little bit of damage on that car, so I wonder whether or not it was starting to impact the performance of it. But either way, get in, take a cheap stop whilst everyone's bluing on, and, well, you might pop out with a whole bunch of track position, so he's going to have a crack at it. But at the moment, he's going to go a lap down, which is certainly going to impact the pace and the speed of that car. And full cell's lap time's just come up a little bit as well. He is creeping ever closer at the front end of the race. So, again, strategy play. Well, there's a press-on point, and we've hit that.
And it's been, I guess, a little bit of a characteristic that I've seen, you know, especially with Jared Fuel Cell. He's been up the front, and it's always, you know, the point where you can kind of tell when he's going to make a pit stop, because his lap times just start to go and he starts to gap the guys around him. So whether that's something that they're thinking about at the moment, who knows? But it's only lap 28 if they decide to go all the way with an empty tank this first run. It's probably around lap 45 that they might be winning.
I'll tell you what, Sam, man. A few little birdies have been talking away in my ears about you and your performances of late. Apparently, you're a stout handler of a supercar around this particular venue yourself. So all of the comments that our viewers have been listening into coming from your mouth, coming with experience. And sorry, where did you qualify last night? I just want to hear that one from your mouth.
You guys are stitching.
Of course, never let you go away without anything at all.
Well, we had changeable conditions with wet to dry at Sandown last night in the V8 Vet Series. In Split 2, managed to grab my first pole position, so I was pretty chuffed about that. Unfortunately, the night went pear-shaped, so it wasn't as great as it all sort of should have turned out, but yeah, I was pretty happy with that pole at the end of the day.
Yep. Yeah, at least we got it in. Yeah, no worries. No worries, mate. I think, to be perfectly honest with you, Sandman, for me, you signed on to be a part of this monkey show, and well, you've got your sense. So.
We'll start feeding you boys bananas then. So yeah, that's unreal. Between you, Brenton, and Jay, I don't know. But anyway, let's talk about the real racers, because these are the guys who got more talent than I have at all whatsoever. So yes. Anyway, Sandown 500, Logitech G Series, lap 29 of 161. It's Hayden Veld over Damon Woods, Jared Fuel Cell, your top three. And these guys starting to think about pit strategy. How far away? Who knows?
The cool thing, actually, because we're talking about veterans, is at the moment, some of the youngest drivers in the field are actually right up at the pointy end of that. that's actually a really good comment on the series and its future. You know, that's a very, very big comment. For Corey McFarlane, though, this is a little bit of a battle that goes back through the ages as well. Ethan Warren, he's still been racing each other for a fair while. Co-drivers at the moment having a little bit of a stoush. Ethan Warren's cut his way through the field not too shabbily. So for co-driver effort, they will be over the moon with that one. I got a feeling he's actually been promoted to main driver for tonight with the news about Madison down sim. I guarantee Madison will be doing minimum laps and get out.
Jeez, not a bad co-driver, hey, was it? Madison down. Doesn't matter what he's driving.
Update apparently we're hearing as the rig and power has been returned, so it'll be a quick race across Sydney, and he's back on board the original rig after all. There you go. Well, regardless, hopefully he's watching his co-driver at work at the moment.
No doubt, if he's not, and if he's in the car and he's waited to his other rig, there'll be boys just texting him and keeping him updated. So, but how's that for a heart starter? That's the last thing you need as you're about to start a big race like this and you have a power blackout and you can't race in your rig. Like, holy dooly.
Well, I just thought about it. I just went for a scroll through Discord. Dane Warren sitting in and spotting and assisting with the O'Shea McFarlane car. So you got Dane Warren effectively assisting this car, Ethan Warren in the car behind him. How's that? Oh, they always come back to us, don't they? Assist and have a little bit of fun. Lap number 31. Expected fuel mileage somewhere in the realm of 44 to 47 laps tonight. And Ethan Warren's going to lean on Corey McFarlane and just about give him a helping hand to get some drive out of Dandenong Road. So McFarlane's not made overtaking him easy, and there's another touch up for him as well. Those rear tyres on board the 19 are starting to look worse for wear. Ethan's thinking about the move down at turn 1. He's trying to telegraph to him nice and early. Safety car's been deployed.
Oh,
that'll change things.
really? Safety car? I haven't seen it come up. Was it?
At the moment,
No,
I can tell
I
you
don't
on the
think so.
one.
The races, the track is still growing.
Safety car's out. Safety car is moving to the end of pit lane right now.
Yeah. Well,
And there's a bunch of
now,
drivers that have died to pit lane.
here we go. So everyone will be firing into the lane as we see the Logitech G BMW safety car out on track. So everyone will take this opportunity, and pit lane will be absolutely crazy right now.
And it is going to go nuts in here at the moment. Hayden Veld will have the number 1 pit stall furthest down the pit lane, although there's very little benefit in that stall at a track like this. Some tracks where you feed straight off, you don't even get up to pit lane speed limit before you actually get back out onto the racetrack. There is a gain in being that close to the end of pit lane, and they're going to do a driver swap.
Yeah, I just noticed that. There was a couple of drivers. When you see the cars blink, it looks like that, they're out of the car and the next driver is in. So it's probably messed with our pit timing there. You can see it's all frozen at the moment, but
Just waiting, yeah.
yeah. So that will all sort itself out at the moment, but yeah, wow, safety car. So this will change everything. Everyone now resets and they'll be under control now. And eventually, race control will wave these cars around and we'll pick up our race leader.
This is problematic because these cars are losing time, but you can't overtake the safety car until you give them permission to do so.
Looks like the 94 is coming out in front. Is that right? So Brody Kostecki's taken over the wheel. So where? There he is. So Ruben Goodall's now jumped in, and that's the first time that we've seen that car out of P1. So just lost a little bit of time in the pits, but that could be a number of different things, whether they took on a little bit more fuel. But it's the 94 now leading over the 56.
So Kostecki with the Jared Filsell with that first stint saved about 4 seconds worth of transit time in the pit lane. All of that static time. That's the difference in fuel drop between those cars, and that's what they were trying to do, was hoping for a safety car or something right around the right point in this race. And that has worked out for them. Just seeing Brady Baldwin's had a connection issue. And good thing to note was that Jamie Stovall was on board that car when that came through, and Brady Baldwin actually started the race. So conveniently, that's actually worked out not too bad. Right, this is the static time in pit lane. You can see from Ruben Goodall, who was on board car 53, 57 seconds static. And that's why he's lost all that track position.
Yeah, well, it's one of the pros and, or I guess pros and cons of leading a race, isn't it? Where you're punching that hole for everyone else in front of you, and they're all sort of clutching and saving a bit of fuel behind you. So yeah, they may have dropped back to fourth, but look, at the end of the day, they're still in touch with the leaders. But yeah, that's possibly where all these teams and drivers made up that time, is that they were able to clutch. You could hear it. We were on board with a number of different teams and drivers that were just clutching and saving fuel at different points of the racetrack.
That's what you're chasing, yeah. If you can't advance your position with speed, what tools do you have open to you? And that was one of the tools open to them. And that's what they've done at the moment. Just watching as the field trundles around. I'm just investigating a couple little bits and pieces. All cars that are currently running are on the lead lap. Car 543 is back in a pit lane, as is car number 11. I think there's a couple cars that were out of sequence. Car number 11 had a 5-second penalty that they needed to serve. They came in early and served that one, which is I believe that's the DPR Racing number 11, which has got Ryan Jones as the main driver on board that one. So they had to go to the rear of the field anyway with the penalty, and hands over to Dylan O'Keefe, who's had a very successful Porsche Cup season this year in Carrera Cup. And he will fight for the championship in Adelaide on board that car at the moment. So taking the opportunity to get behind the wheel of some sim racing in the meantime. Tell you what, Sam, man, I think you'd be jealous, because you and I were having a chat up at Queensland Raceway a couple months back about how excited we both were for the Supra. I tell you what, it sounds amazing.
Yes, yeah, new addition to the Supercars family next year. So obviously a little bit spanner of works. We thought we were going to see 4 out of the BJR stable, but unfortunately there's only going to be 3 now. So, but still, nevertheless, with their involvement and the Walkinshaw and Andretti United team, it's going to be cool to see the Super on track. And yeah, really interesting to see how it goes up against the Chevys and the Fords.
Worthwhile having a look through the field as well. I was just wanting to see if Lockie Dalton was on board the car at the moment. He is. He's on board car number 12 and partnering up with Matthew Bowler. And those two are actually down at the Logitech G Plays days together, giving each other, Matt Bowler taking the absolute mickey out of Lockie Dalton on that occasion. I caught up with Lockie a couple times at the track since, and he was excited about this opportunity, but was also equally excited about the opportunity to get behind a Gen 3 steer at the mountain, and caught up with him across the weekend, and was talking to his team manager across the weekend. Super 2 duties and then Supercars duties for the weekend. She basically took his mobile phone off and took his media duties off him and said, you focus on racing and I will tell you to make sure you're keeping enough fluids. And she was basically mothering him the whole weekend. The manager, the Tickford commercial manager, she was brilliant to work with. And yeah, pretty much said to Tickford boys that were doing double duties, no, I'm looking after you all weekend. You focus on driving and keep your fluids up to it. It was a bonkers weekend with the amount of on-track activities they had.
We've just seen the safety car just lead away from this field. So Brady Kostecki will lead this field to green. How unlucky that Brody, obviously in real-world supercars, had that massive hit at the Gold Coast, and that took him out of championship contention. But now he's up in front of the field here in the Logitech G Series, teaming up with Jared Philsell, and about to go green and lead as we start lap 36. And there's a safety car peeling into pit lane now, so it's all up to Brody.
Safety car is in pit lane, and here we go for a restart at the end of lap number 35. First little stanza of the night complete and out of the way. When's he going to launch? They're checking up out of the final corner, and there is a bunch of checking up going. He held them for a long, long period of time. Couple puddles still to come. Out of the final kink off the final corner, the field got checked up like you wouldn't believe. There's going to be a run down in turn number 1. Jake Burton's come behind the wheel of 36 car, takes over from Josh Anderson. And Rainer Costello let that one go. He was just looking to look after the car. He's done a reasonable job thus far. And they wanted to make sure they stayed together. But remember, this is 35 supercars back together in one big train again. And we just had one of the most immense stoushes over probably the last 10 laps or so.
Yeah, how's that start from Brady Kostecki? Just checked everyone up. He was well within his rights. He didn't have to start straight away as they came onto the front straight away. Everyone just assumed that he was going to just rocket away and go out of that last corner. But he was well within his rights. He took his time, and now he's got himself almost a 1 second margin now over the second place as we go on board with Jake Burton.
And for Burton, an opportunity to get back behind the wheel. He was very proud of the effort they put on back at Phillip Island, much more positive than his teammate. Talking to them post-race. And that was a couple little flashes of the lights. Was that Ruben Goodall on board the 53? He's talking to Hampstead realistically with that one. And here comes another bomb from Burton on the run of turn number 1. Eddie Beswick behind the wheel of the 088 car, co-driving for James Scott. And Jake Burton's picked up a spot at turn 1 the last 2 laps.
Yep, he'd be happy with that. Always good when you get in the car. Just start to get yourself in a rhythm. It always feels good when you start to pick off a car or two. And now he's just eyes forward and hold on to P5 at this stage. He'd be pretty happy at the moment.
Positivity. And looking to progress with that one. I'll tell you what, Beswick's not looking too comfortable and confident at the moment. He's starting to come back into the clutches of the 06 car of Costello. That's a much better exit off of Dandenong Road. So he might be the cork in the bottle in this one. If he's just trying to protect rear tyres a little bit as well, that might come back to him.
It's a little bit wild on exit there, and he's just going to lose that little bit of momentum down the straightaway, and that's given Costello just that shot up the inside.
Here comes another man that's on a run as well, is Rehan Leonage, co-driver for Brady Myers, has crawled his way inside of the top 10. And next victim for him is going to be
someone's round.
Someone's round, and it's actually Corey McFarlane, who's been doing a stellar job to this point thus far. Rejoin and gets an elbow.
There was also a couple of cars involved. Oh, that's going to be carnage. This is going to be a safety car. They're still spinning and crashing down the back straightaway.
What triggered that? Why was Serrano so slow on the inside?
Chain reaction. I don't know if he was trying to give up the pace or if he had drama, but he slowed down, and that was a concertina effect. We've got a car just parked on the back straightaway. Campbell's thing is destroyed, but man, oh man.
Yeah, that car's going nowhere.
Yeah,
absolutely nowhere.
Here. So Kostecki's got himself a almost 2.5 second margin, but I think we might see a safety car. But boy, that was just a concertina effect. It was just a chain reaction. It all started in this part of the racetrack and ended halfway down the back straightaway.
And it's the mixed up pace of the field at the moment with everyone on their different co-driver, main driver strategies. They heard nothing from the Campbell and Serrano entry, but the safety car has indeed been deployed. We'll get an opportunity to review that. There's not going to be a ton of cars that will dive to pit lane here. There was the Dalton Bowler cars got damage on it, so they'll dive for pit lane and hopefully some repairs to keep them alive in this one. But everyone else is probably going to stay out.
Here we go. So that's Madison down. These guys, oh, he's just tagged him. Oh, and this is where they all just keep getting into each other, the concertina. And then they go onto the back straightaway. And it's like you said, someone checked up. Who was it?
Mischief.
There.
Mischief.
No, that's too much that's too much lost from Mischief.
He's got no drive. He's got no drive.
Something strange has happened. Because even if you miss a shift, you're not going to lose that much pace in a straight line. So, but something happened. Whether he's had hardware failure or, yeah, I don't know.
That looks like a box of neutrals, to be perfectly honest with you. And Lewis Greyhead just jumped on YouTube chat and said wheel just turned off for rain.
I knew it. I knew it had to be something.
There's second gear and just revs out. He's hard stuck at the end of second gear. He can't get a gear at all.
He's gone hard left. He's trying to get out of the way, and he got absolutely drilled because no one behind him expected him to be going that slow.
And that was the Ian Ford car as well, the Perkins entry.
Heartbreak. So we're hearing his wheel cut off, and he probably couldn't shift. So we'll go to some more replays. So we've had this is our second safety car. The first safety car, thankfully, there was no drama as far as carnage. So this is on board with Lockie Dalton. On the throttle.
So,
oh, and got clipped again. Almost need to see what happened in front too, just because obviously the drivers just didn't expect someone to be. He was stuck in second gear. He couldn't change gear. So the speed difference. Here we go. On board with Yusuf. So we know what's happening in front, but these guys behind don't, and they got nowhere to go. Bang! Oh. So it's taken out some contenders there. A lot of damage to those cars. And boy, oh boy, not what we were expecting down the back straight.
Having a look through the top 10, I reckon there's some damage on a couple of cars in the rear end, every couple of cars inside the top 10, I think. Have a look at there. There's damage actually as well.
So look, you can't see. They all pull out. Oh, and there's drama. Oh. I tried to pick his way through the crash. Oh, and then got drilled from behind as well. Oh.
And the second Logitech car that was involved, the ERT car, was Ocean Coliangelo. On board the 18 car, that was actually one of the youngest driver pairings that we've ever seen in this series, average age of 13.5 in the GT Pro a couple of weeks ago as well. So, yeah, it's just wrong place, wrong time, unfortunately. They've tried to get some damage repairs on board a couple of those cars. So this is on board of Corey McFarlane. So this is him rejoining here.
That was after his tangle with down. Looking back. Oh, how lucky that he didn't go up there at number 2. Man, if you look at his mirror going, thank goodness that I wasn't involved in that. But anyway, the track's cleaned up. Looks like the safety car has done the bolt. And we're about to go green again here as we finish lap 41. Ooh, Scotty, how was that? What an unbelievable set of circumstances for some of those drivers.
Well, oh, you know what? You know what? I've got great news. I've got great news for anyone who's a duck. There's rain on the forecast as we go back to green flag racing. Breakers control the field. Here we go. There's a restart that's about to happen. And for the first time in the Logitech Pro Invitational, there's a checkup out of the final corner. They get to the start-finish line, and then they go. Kostecki held them all of the way. Who's going to be the first one to blink? Who's going to make a jump? They're 3 wide on the run into turn number 1. Where do you go? 4 wide? No.
Stop it. Don't do it, boys. Just get out the other end. Oh, there's been contact. Oh, they've managed to gather it up. Oh, they've got to look at each other. Just there's some damage. Damage to the cars as well. Look at the damage that we can see. just to the right front of the Logitech Mustang, I should say. Boy, oh boy.
There's biffing, there's bumping, there's banging. Look at it on the restarts. Look at the front end of the 53 entry, and that's the Hayden Veld car as well. Ruben Goodall behind the wheel. They're all just trying to survive at the moment. And then when we get an opportunity, can you take your eyes off this at the moment? No, you can't. Big move down the inside. Hamster gets there. He'll use a little bit of the paintwork, and he'll scrape on through. Costello will pick up the spot as well.
Goodall's just starting to fall back now. Everyone's pouncing on him at the moment. Don't want to carry too much speed there. Gets off the corner nicely, but man, the damage to that right front just could be hurting that car a little bit. Just needs to regroup, just settle the heart rate and just push on now.
There's rain on the way. Give it about 15, 20 minutes, but we are going to have rain. Will we swap to the wet tyre for the first time in the Logitech G Pro Invitational? Will we stay on slicks? Who is going to be brave? Who's going to throw a little bit of drama? And with the field going as they are at the moment, could you imagine if we get another safety car now? Does somebody roll the dice? There's issues in the background. There is. It's the Boston plate car.
So, hasn't... Yeah, there we go. He's just firing it up. But, yeah, I saw him sideways back in the pack there. But, boy, oh boy. Now the top three. How's this? Kostecki, Lutz, and then Jake Burton. He's going to make a move up the inside. Oh, he's going to get a job done. Jake Burton now moves into P2.
He's just been aggressive. There's been no mercy for an onboard that car at the moment. Co-drivers jump in for just about everyone inside the top 10. And Burton's going to swing his way to P2. He is going to go out there and have a red-hot crack at Kostecki. This was what happened at the tail end of the field. It's the Jones, Dylan O'Keefe car, and Postlethwaite that's the curb.
How lucky that he didn't get absolutely collected there. But yeah, how's the drive from Burton? He was back in 6th earlier, move up to 5th, now he's into P2.
But guess what? I've just seen the band of rain. It's a tiny lick of water. It might not even hit the track. We're getting more information minute by minute, but it might not hit the track. That's all we have to go on at the moment.
So at the moment, that's what these teams and drivers, they just need to focus on what they've got at the moment. So track's dry. They don't have to worry about rain at the moment. They will be keeping an eye on that radar to see if it dodges the racetrack. Still not very, very dark overhead, but something to think about as we go on board with Richard Hampstead. And he looks back and sees Rainer Costello right there in that great-looking, better electrical scheme. Obviously running Logitech and G-Force.
Can we just talk about that? This might be a stay on slick situation, you know?
Yeah, you might just get enough of a sprinkle that it'll make the track a little bit interesting, but not enough to switch to wets.
And the lap speed will fall off, and we won't necessarily know. Oh, around goes the yellow car. How did he go for the rejoin? He avoided the pack. And they will keep that car alive in the battle for the bubble.
Behind him, though.
An engine's gone. Somebody just popped an engine. It's McFarlane. It's O'Shea.
Oh, and there's no way he's making it back. We might see another safety car. So just on the downshift, you heard it when we saw those live pictures. But up front, Jake Burton, he's really keen to get the job done on Brody Kostecki. But I think if he doesn't get it done in the next corner or so, we're going to see a safety car.
Not going to happen, and he might just flick immediately over. He's not close enough. Well, he's making a huge amount of headway.
Here we go.
Up to Kostecki.
Bang! Right on the downshift. Heartbreaking stuff. On lap 45, here we go, Burton! Burton's going to go for a move up the inside. Is he going to get the job done on Brody Kostecki? It's a drag race into turn 1. Up the inside, PTL's Jake Burton.
Kostecki just let him go. He's saving fuel.
Well, look, it's lap 46. There's still a massive, massive amount of way to go in this race. So he's like, you know what, Burton, go for it. But I think we're going to see a safety car. That car is still on the racetrack. The boy hasn't this race livened up a little bit.
That first 20 laps, everyone was pretty calm.
There we
On their P's and Q's. It was nearly like a tea party. And then ever since then, the gentlemanly aspect of the race has gone out the window.
say, safety cars breed safety cars. It's exactly what we're seeing, isn't it? Thankfully, there wasn't, yeah, we saw drama and carnage, but thankfully, there's no other cars that have been involved. And it's just been a motor go away. But that's heartbreak, isn't it? So early into this race, and you just downshift and lose a motor.
You know, just put this in the back of your mind as well. For the first time ever, not only do the main game drivers have to deal with the wet weather. Is that Hampstead that just dived in?
A few people are. Yeah, Hampstead. Wow. Rolling the dice.
Well, we're 14 laps into this stint, so it's not a huge chunk, but it is a chunk. It's about a quarter of a stint in terms where we are. That's 35 or so litres.
That's a great call, because the way this is playing out, you just don't know where the safety cars might fall. Did Luke Rosella car 55 and a 10-second time penalty? They dived in as soon as that car blew its motor and served that penalty. Smart.
That is a stroke of brilliance, because if this goes back to safety car, they were going to be at the tail end of the field anyway. But their penalty other way. That's smart. That's really well done.
And this is where teams will capitalise on having people that will play the crew chief role for you, where they can actually watch what's happening on the racetrack. And they would have seen that car stop, and they knew that was going to be a safety car. It's like, boys, come in, let's do this penalty right now. Well done, heads up. That was really cool. Well, the good thing about this, Scotty, is we get a little breather. My goodness. Lap 47 of 161 for the Sandown 500. And it's turned out to be an absolute ripper at the moment, with Jake Burton leading over Brody Kostecki in second. We were just shy of 1/3 race distance at the moment, so worthwhile just sort of keeping in the back of your mind. Lockie Dalton's back in a pit lane at the moment, and there's that band of rain as it gets ever closer to the circuit. Is it going to be a passing shower, or is it going to be more? Is there more to come in behind that band of rain? Great question. We don't know. Your guess is as good as mine. Okay, take a breath. You know what? Let's grab a break. We've got an opportunity. There's not a huge deal that's happened here. We'll grab a breath. We'll grab a break. 1/3 race distance in just a few moments. We're about 5 laps away from that point in time right now, ladies and gentlemen. Logitech G Pro Invitational Sandown 500. More on the other side of this.
Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Black chef, so you couldn't plan, that's on me. Out here getting this beer, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, London, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off white whip, need for speed, I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace, go like that, more back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
You've always felt it. That spark, that pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn, risk, reward. Now you don't just watch. You step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So with the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro, let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy, now yours. Welcome to the grid.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, jumping back into the action. New race leader. We've had 3 of them though so far tonight. Car 53, that currently sits down in 6th spot with Ruben Goodall behind the wheel. Jake Burton now leads. Brody Kostecki has led a couple laps prior to that as well. But it's been safety car drama after safety car drama at the moment. And the heavens will open. Rain is on the way, but how much we get is a big question mark.
Yeah, that'll be playing in their mind. At the moment, it just looks like a brief shower, and yeah, as fast as it's travelling, it's probably not enough where they'll hit for wet tyres, but you just never know.
Even so, if you can hang on for a little while, there might be a game. If you can just stay out. So, for now, Jake Burton has control as we head into the final chicane. Is he going to launch early? Or is he going to play the exact same games that Brody Kostecki has played to this point in time? In fact, he does launch late, just a little bit earlier than when everyone else has been going so far tonight. Back in action, lap 50 as we trundle down the start-finish straight. And here comes the fight on the run in turn number 1 yet again. It's the 06 car that was nearly facing backwards a few moments ago before that safety car. Costello behind the wheel.
Whoa.
Gets the elbows out. Around goes Ratchu and Tyson Broadcar. They save it. They stay in the action.
Oh, lucky not to drill the Armco on the inside of the racetrack there. I thought that's what was going to happen. Managed to get away with it. They'll live to fight another day. But boy, that was a close moment there.
It certainly was. Now we run down the back straight away. And for the Sandown 500, the conclusion of this one, 50 laps in the book. That's 150 Ks. For the 500 we've got on offer for you here tonight. Field dives their way down into Dandenong Road. And rain in the offering on its way to us. What is that going to do to the motor race? Because we don't have an opportunity to tell you who's going to be a master in the wet. We just don't have the data.
The fact is we don't know how much rainfall there will be too. So if it's a sprinkle, everyone just stays out on slicks, and then you got that point of the drivers need to be really careful because you don't want to make a mistake. It's so easy to get caught out to lock a tyre with these slick tyres if you get a little bit of rain on the racetrack. So that'll be really interesting if we get it, and providing it doesn't miss the racetrack, and of course how hard the rain is going to be.
This is the restart games on the run down to turn number 1. And you can see 27 to the outside, got a mega run. Little bit of contact at the apex, just elbows in a touch wide up and over the curb. It just doesn't like the backside of the curb. There might be a puddle there actually on the backside of the curb too.
It's always tricky too because the car's loaded and there you're trying to get back on the throttle and up against that gripple strip. So thankfully the car's in one piece. That's all. I'd be so thankful for that, because we've seen cars just fire it into the Armco on that part of the racetrack.
Getting a bent front end. Car number 53 is at the moment. They will be suffering to Ruben Goodall. I get a big picture of how bad that car is at the moment. Until we get some actual back-to-back lap times together. But they are definitely ailing. And the problem is you don't want to give up track position either. You're right up at the pointy end of the field. So to repair that car, you're going to the back. That's a big cost.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, because we were talking about how difficult it is to pass here. So track position is key. Oh, coming into the... Oh, man, there was someone on the outside. They almost drilled. So they were 3 wide. We've got a car that's parked. Doesn't look like there's damage. Has he blown a motor as well?
Oh, it's massively impacted in the back end.
Doesn't
look
like he's going anywhere.
Yeah, he's blown a motor on the downshift. He's also done a motor. Yeah.
Anyway, we were touching on the damage, and it's like, yeah, it's so hard to pass here. And, you know, it would have been the opportune time for them, maybe even now, for a safety car to fix that damage, but they just can't give up the track position as we go to the OG gear replay.
And watch the smoke, but it's going to billow from the rear end of this car on the downshift right here. Bang, bang, bang. Oh, there she goes.
That's heartbreaking. So it's in a precarious spot for our drivers too, because it's at the end of the front straightaway. You can see where he's parked up, Dylan O'Keefe. And if you're on board, you're probably looking straight down the front straightaway. So it's not the best place to be. I would imagine we will see a safety car. It's just a matter of time. They'll let the field sort of sort itself out. Another safety car. A possibility anyway. Lap 53.
Just dived on the pit lane. On board car 900 as well. They're on the lead lap. They're coming in to grab a stop just in case the safety car does get deployed.
Yep.
And it does roll out, so...
Another safety car.
You know what? The rain band has changed its shape too.
Oh, Kostecki's in.
We may not get one. I think if you're on board the car, you've got to jump into the pit lane as well.
Yeah. So it's good to see some people have just thrown the dice now. Jordan Ross is in there as well.
Okay, so it's an update on the 900 car, because I was watching Leo Duncan in the pit lane. That's another car that, again, there's a blown motor. So let's dive in and serve our penalty. Again, another penalty cleared, and then they can just get straight back out there and carry on.
Yes, well, look at that radar. I reckon that rain might split us. That dot is where the racetrack is, and it looks like that rain is going to go around us.
Kidding. You're
anyway.
kidding me. That's the first time we've seen rain on the radar. One thing we can say has already happened today. That's the first is that Haydenveld put it on pole. That's the first. He led laps. There's a second. And the third is we've seen rain on the radar.
And we've seen a wet racetrack in the Logitech G series.
Yeah. Well, you know, where do you stop taking it first? You know, we can get as pedantic as we want and go searching for them if we want to.
So Kostecki's still in the car. They didn't do a driver swap. They've just taken the opportunity to put on a new set of Dunlops, fill it up with fuel.
The interesting thing, though, for them will be where did they shake out in terms of the relative running order. And you know what? There's a couple cars that have double pit here, come down for a little top off of fuel. Because remember, there was a sequence of cars that came in just before that they haven't really lost any track position. They came past the pit lane. None of the cars ahead of them had pit again. So you may as well just come back in and extra splash of fuel. Greyhound Leonage is up amongst those.
Yeah. Yep, we saw those guys in for the last safety car. So you're right. They don't lose anything. And you can hear them clutching already as we roll around on the safety car, which is good. So saving just whatever they can at the moment. Well, I didn't see this on the cards, you know, a safety car, but I didn't think we'd start to see them back to back. And here we are finding it with engine dramas just on the downshift, that we're losing motors. And that is something that I guess maybe a lot of the other teams will be thinking about, maybe playing in the mind that doesn't happen to them.
The Hampstead Maloney car came back in a pit lane now. In all of that squabbling that was going on at the pointy end of the field, they did actually pick up a little bit of damage. So they've cleared that now. They're back to having a perfectly crisp looking Ford Trans-Tasman Racing Ford Mustang. So they're back in the game. Leo Duncan's started back to pit lane. There'll be a few cars that will back in the pit lane for again another few bits and pieces worth of damage picked off, because anything you can pick off in this segment of the race know, may as well. Oh, don't do it to us. The weather, she's a cruel mistress, isn't she?
You know, these drivers are saying, please, let's just not have a wet racetrack. But us in the commentary box, and maybe wherever you're watching around Australia or around the world, you might be praying for a little bit of rain too to see if it spices things up. Look, this race has been spicy enough as it is, but yeah, these drivers, I know they don't want to see the rain, but we do.
Like a 2-minute cup of noodles, just add hot water. And you get yourself a nice fresh meal to go. For the supercars drivers, they don't want that. They would like to be heat and eat. They don't want to add any of this water stuff. They want to get themselves to the end of the race. By the way, just took a look at the back end. Car number 56 has some damage to the left rear corner of that car as well. Johnny Lutsu on board, who's taken over from Damon Woods. Jake Burton's going to lead another lap here. And it'll be in anger as we fire off out of the last corner at speed. Is this the last safety car of the night? At the moment, and on track record, yeah, I don't think that's going to be the case.
Stranger things have happened, though. You never know. As we check, this is Kostecki. Just trying to see where he's at. So he's in P16 for the moment. So, you know what? He didn't lose too much position, considering he was up the front. Obviously, he was in P2 when he dived into pit lane. So here they are, fresh tyres, full tank of fuel, and in 16th position. That's not too bad at this stage.
He's having a look at Damien Johnson as well. He's got about 6-7 laps less fuel on board, which will be helping in terms of the straight line performance, the braking performance, and the turning performance of that race car. And Kostecki's going to think about lobbing it up the inside, and will do so. All out of shape as he gets to get it on the road, but he gets it pulled up. I was just looking. I was looking at Damien Johnson. I was just thinking Kostecki will be thinking about having to go for a straw. Yeah. Righto. We are past the third race mark now. Here we go.
The dive. Bang. Oh, he lost the rear a little bit just as he got in there, and that's what made him scoot a little bit wide. But
car off in the live picture at the moment. It's the 06 car once again. So Costello's having some issues with Bo Albert Mustang, a better electrical liveried car. He's just, again, another driver that's just been beaten and bashed around a fair bit. By the way, think about this. Anyone who put under that most recent safety car has got about 20 laps more fuel on board than all the cars around. What's Costello up to? Because he lifted quite early. Did you see that approach speed, the difference from Kobe Jones?
Yeah, he's really getting swamped here. And just the margin that he's lost too to the car in front, to dive up the inside. No, thought better of it. But it's really backed its field up altogether, hasn't it? This is really bunched up. Look at the field spread.
Yeah, look at them. They've just bolted out in front. Ruben Goodall got through. And now he's trying to start to disappear down the road as best as he possibly can, because it's a critical section of the race. These lighter cars at the front end here need to make some gains where they can. And for Kobe Jones, he's got to have a crack, but it's making sure that you pull it up nice and accurately. This is deeper in the field. GP replay tells the story. About 5:43. Scott Mackay on board that one at the moment. Goes to the tail end of the field now.
This is going to be a move up the inside. Job done. It's such a fast part of the racetrack. You just hope, oh, there's a dive here. Is that Kostecki? And that's another one he's going to pick off.
There's the Jamie Stovall, Brady Baldwin car that he picks off. That's the Jack Daniels car we were talking about earlier on the piece, the 2007 specific era on board that car. So another spot earned, moving his way further forward. but the field spread is starting to open up. That car, that 53 car, it is looking ugly at the moment.
Yeah, you can just see how much pace and how much time that he's lost. It's, you know, we're talking 4 or 5 seconds that margin is. So they know that car's hurting. Oh, he's going to lose straight line speed. Oh, he's just a sitting duck.
There's just nothing you can do about it. And here comes Kobe Jones. He's going to lob it up the inside.
Oh, he's hit him. Oh, I got away with it though.
Now he's covering, and now here comes Eddie Beswick on board the 088. So it's the two Chiefs Esports cars who are getting into this car, one corner after the other. Up the inside, rotates it back on him and gets up the inside again. Down the start-finish straight, side by side. And this 53 car's just got no poke in a straight line at the moment. The Briggs entry, Ian Baker's on board at the moment of it. And there's a bust up at the final corner. It's still going off.
Oh, he's going to slide off the racetrack here. Yep, he's going to give up a couple more positions. So really struggling with that race car. We saw some dramas just at pit entry in the last corner.
Oh no, Briggs goes, Ewan Baker's going around in front of
the
him.
back straight on the live pictures. There's a car facing around the wrong way as we catch the replay as well on the OGQ replay. That was the drama we saw, but there's a car facing the wrong way. Ross Rizzo. Looks like it's still running though.
That's Stenberg, he's co-driving for at the moment.
You don't have to lip read to see what Stenny said then. Oh, you've got to feel for Stenny. And for Ross, oh, he's got damage, so that front splitter's hanging off it. Oh. Now Kostecki finds himself, what is he, P10 now?
I think there's been some different barge going on in this one as well, so it's just dragging on and dragging on and dragging on. And it's not quite... The other thing that just popped into my head, and I was just thinking, like, we just had a sequence of, what, 3-4 safety cars back to back. There was an opportunity to repair the 53 car, and they are significantly hampered at the moment. And they're going to have to carry that for the rest of the race. There's a ton of other cars. They've had a lot of damage, and they're back to just about pointy and sharp again.
Yeah, well, we touched on it that I think they were worried about track position because it's so difficult to pass here. But where you find yourself where you're losing that much speed, just that little bit of a touch there. But unfortunately, the car has just got that much, the differential. Oh, the stewards might be interested in that too, and that's what caused that drama with Ross Rizzo. There's our live pictures. There we go. Kostecki's picked off another one.
That's Ewan Baker, and Baker's now forced to defend from Brad Ratu as well. And there's no way that Jared Filson will not know, and he'll be passing Brody Kostecki. That car ahead of you is weak. 100 laps to go, 61 of them complete. The last time you'll see triple digits to go on the top corner of that timing tower.
It's just worth. Oh, geez, they really need another safety car, don't they? That car is just. It's the straight line performance is hurting him so much. Oh, and we might see it. There's another car that's backwards. No, nearly nosed it into the barrier, so it wasn't backwards. Jason Bent's banned. That was lucky too. Got away with it. And here's Kostecki up the inside. Might be one of the easiest moves you'll make all night when you just go straight past the car down the back straightaway. Unfortunately, the pace is just killing him.
The thing that I'm most curious about is why did it take him so long to pit? Like, they would have known about that when there goes Jason Bentz. So it was the curb on his own for Bentz. He is co-driving and partnering Brian Borg in the racecraft machine. Goodall would have known. Ruben Goodall would have known. Why did he... Oh, look at the weather. Although there's another band of cloud that's building in behind that. Might just swing around. And have a look at how thick that band of rain is off to the north.
Scarce. It splits, but it looks like it might rejoin just as it gets closer to that black dot. We'll just have to keep an eye on it. Oh, barrier too! Oh, so easy to do. Up on the curb, touch the grass, bounced off the Armco. Thankfully, Ewan Baker got away with it. There's no damage to that car from we can see, but whew, another contact with the wall there, but so easy to do.
There's just little things at the moment that are just running away from these teams. Normally an endurance race is about making sure that you look after the car. You keep it pointing straight, you keep the panels on it, you keep it pointing in the right direction. Here comes Leonage as he tries to cut his way through, as he works towards a better result for himself and Brady Myers. One more picked off. But at the moment, the co-drivers, I think there's a fair bit of a grudge match going on out there. Some of these guys, remember, we get to Bathurst in a couple of weeks' time, and on your Wednesday night, we get a co-driver clash. They get hand race cars and told, go tear them up, go have fun. And if you're good enough, you might get yourself automatically invited to the series for next year. And there are some very good co-drivers in the field as well that would love a ticket for next year that weren't able to make it this year. That could be their story to get them back in for next year. Ryan Wood won it last year.
That was, for me, as much as I enjoyed last season, that was the highlight of my season. I thoroughly enjoyed the co-driver clash, and I'm so glad it's back for 2026.
But it just made Bathurst feel special, didn't it?
Yeah.
It just made it feel like there was support categories on it. We felt like it was a community event, which is what it should be.
But it gave the role of co-driver just that little bit more of importance too. So, you know, you're not just there to make up the numbers. You're actually part of the weekend and a chance to join the field in 2026.
And a form guide going into Bathurst Sunday as well.
Yeah, yep.
Which was really important. So at the moment, the co-drivers are largely in force up and down the field. And there's a mixture of fuel strategies amongst them as well. And Kostecki's the car that's furthest ahead after pit stops on lap 53. They've done a phenomenal job to jump their way through. And Leonage, deputised for Madison Down last year. This year he's on board with Brady Myers. And what's he going to be able to do to Jamie Stovall just ahead of him? He's hanging on old tyres for Stovall. He's been out on that fuel run for about 33 laps. That group of cars is probably only about 15 laps away. Any of them that haven't pit from making another stop too.
How good are these camera shots? You can see the grass and the dirt and the rocks flicking up over the top. Yeah, that's just brilliant. But that's one person I would love to see back in this series is Rehan to full time. I don't know what his schedule looks like next year, or he gets up and close and personal there with Jamie. But yeah, I'd love to see Rehan in the series full time. But you know, obviously everyone's got real life commitments outside of sim racing, and it might make things a little bit tricky. But yeah, I've always been a big fan of Rehan, and yeah, would love to see him back next year.
Well, up and down the field at the moment, there's a lot of stuff going on. The question will be, who is setting up for pit stops and when they come? Drivers at the front have been out there. Kostecki sits 8th on the road, so that's your first car that's recently been in for the stop. Just seen a little mistake for Jamie Stovall, and Leonage is going to pop it down the inside of Dandenong Road. One more spot for him, up to 14th spot. And here comes the climb through the field.
Oh, it's getting close back here though. Up the inside. Guys, going to pull it up. Oh, that was close.
So that was Madison Down. Gets his way past James Glasspool.
Man, I thought he was going to tag the back of Jamie there, but pulled it up. Unfortunately, not what we want to see. This car is just continuing to go backwards.
They've missed their window now. There's nothing they can do about it. That might be the last safety car that we've seen. Although, with rain, yeah, I wouldn't place a bet on it. So, at the moment, thundering down the back straight away. One of the prettiest cars that's been presented here tonight. Actually, I'll tell you what, good opportunity to talk to the audience as well that's out there. If you're watching anyone that's on board from Australia, we expect you guys to be joining in. want to know, where are the internationals? Supercars are loved the world over for the style of racing that we're getting the opportunity to watch here. So, at the moment, a little bit of an issue for Ruben Goodall on board the 06 car. And he'll just pop off the racing line here in a sec.
He's back there. I wonder if he got a slow down penalty. Because look how far
Perhaps climbing the curve at turn 1, maybe. And
down.
Stovall again, he's just having a little bit of trouble at the moment, trying to hold off a couple drivers in behind him. So he's the next cork in the bottle. Thomas McMillan did a reasonable job back at Phillip Island. All of his teammates were giving him the rough up, and they wanted it said in the next broadcast. I reckon he drove peak Jamie Wimcutt. Whoa. They were really roughing him up after the race. They were having a good old time roughing him up after that one. So they wanted that one passed on and said in the broadcast. There you go, boys. Done your favour.
Up the inside. Got the job done. Beautiful move.
Yep, another spot picked up. So Miller's, there it is. There it is.
So
there
we're
it
going to
is.
see moisture on the racetrack, but how much we don't know. So the rain is just starting to fall here. These teams and drivers will be just keeping an eye on the racetrack to see how wet it actually gets.
And have a look. Did you see how bright it got down the start finish straight as well? There was a car on the fence just then. Little bit of a snap. Moments for guys up and down the field. The braking zone for turn 1 is going to be greasy. For the first time in series history, there's a little bit of contact in the wet. It's the Postlethwaite car that gets into it. And they all go barreling down to turn number 1. Spray starting to come off a couple of the tyres. And remember, this was a drying racetrack earlier on. It wasn't bone dry. So how much water is this track going to take, and what are the conditions going to change? We've immediately lost about 3/4 of a second out of the pace of these race cars. Car 1's having an issue with connections at the moment. Is that rain giving us some issues for car number 1? Kobe Jones is trying to hang on to that car at the moment. We'll keep an update for you when we have it. But for the first time in series history, the heavens have opened at Sandown. And Logitech G Pro Invitational goes wet. We go wet weather racing. Not enough to change over to wets at the moment. Are we going to see them? It's not raining here. It wasn't raining in between 1 and 2. It's raining at 3. It's raining at 4.
Yeah, definitely got the rain here. So for the moment, it's definitely still slicks weather, but they'll be just keeping an eye on it. They'll be looking at the radar to see what else they can see. There's no more rain in that though.
So
the ban. Yeah.
The band's coming in behind it. I actually just checked it and updated on the radar. The band actually thickened. And unfortunately, for car 1, I'm seeing a disconnection flag for him. Unfortunately, he has been sent back to the pit lane due to connection issues.
Band of rain. And that's what we're dealing with at the moment. So everyone just being very cautious now. They don't want to get caught out in these braking zones. We've got rain at turn 1 now. And I was right, the rain did join up. It looked like it was going to split, but sure enough, it joined up. And now it's just approaching. So for the moment, the track is still got temperature in it, and these slick tyres are still working okay, so they don't have to worry about switching over to wets. But at the moment, look at the drop. You can see the temperature. That's unreal. So that's just what these teams have to deal with. Sorry.
Well, have a look at the track temperature and the progress that we've seen with the cloud cover throughout the day as well.
Inside move.
Down the inside, another one picked off. So that's Kostecki through on Reina Costello.
P5.
Did they dive in and perhaps do a bar adjustment on that car? Thinking that we're going to get a fair bit better.
Look at that. That's changed. So we're going to see. It depends on how quick it's moving over the racetrack too.
Well, wind speed's up around 30 kilometres an hour. It's been quite high today.
And that's coming at turn 1. Interesting. All right.
So it looks a fair bit brighter here, and it's on and off again, spotting at that final corner. I can tell you down at turn 1, it's raining heavily.
Yeah, we've got what rain that looks like it's approaching. So they're all
did you notice that coming out of the last corner it wasn't raining again? They got closer at starting again. So it's changeable everywhere. No rain here, and then you get to turn 2, and then it starts.
But you see the cars move around a little bit, but the drivers, the drivers don't have their wipers on yet, so it's not that bad. It probably looks worse for our cameras. We probably need to go on board with someone and just see what the cockpit view looks like as far as this. So look at that. That's from the hamburger camera, and you can actually see the water just starting to beat up just on the windscreen, but not enough for them to use the wiper yet. Oh, but you can see they're just losing that little bit of grip.
I was talking to Harrison Lilith and a few teammates with him, and the reason that we've actually got the tyres up at the moment is that colour of tyre is a slick tyre. You see that tyre on the chart go blue after a pit stop? They've come in for wets. I was talking to Harrison Lillis a little bit earlier on. He got picked up to come run in the Jacob O'Reilly Cup for Vermilion Esports after a few discussions back and forth, and it actually happened after some international racing. By the way, Lillis normally runs the GTP car, is where he prefers to be, is in the prototypes. And this was an invitation gig. Come and have a crack. We're expecting a little bit of rain because he's quite good on board wet tyres in wet conditions, and this is, I believe, the reason he was recruited.
So what you want to look out for now with this transition, if it starts to wet, is now what we're starting to see is just behind the rear tyres, when we start to see a little bit of spray kicking up from these cars. That's when it'll be more noticeable for these drivers. So for the moment, there's parts of the racetrack where you've got no spray kicking up whatsoever. But as it starts to build up, that's where they're going to start thinking about the possibility of maybe switching over to wets. But for the moment, it's still definitely slick tyres.
I just don't see, based upon looking at the rain band,
There he goes, he's giving him a hit.
Down the inside for Lillis. And he'll touch up Jamie Stovall and rotate him at the final corner. So he was feeling quicker, and Stovall was looking like he was struggling. Remember, Stovall's on old tyres too. That car's been out there a fair time. By the way, we're coming up on pit stops for a few people as well. That's not... Just pull it up nicely at the moment if you can, please, boys.
And you don't really want to roll the dice, and if you've got a pit, you don't want to put wets on, because the rain's probably not sticking around.
You'd sacrifice and you just hang around out there. You touched him up at the second to last corner and then touched him again.
Stewards will be interested in having a look at that, I'm sure of it. Oh, I just see they're trying to get the power down. That was Seth Brown. Just lighten the tyres up. As this has happened, as this rain started to fall, Burton's got his lead out to nearly 6 seconds now. So he's actually, I think, enjoying these conditions, because that margin has grown ever since we started to see the sprinkle of rain.
Fastest car on track still Brody Kostecki at this point in time, so the extra fuel weight on that car might be just pressing it into the ground a little bit better, and that'll be sticking the tyres to the ground. He is very, very quick in the changeable conditions at the moment. If you're the first car on the scene, you're testing the conditions, and every lap it's getting fractionally worse. Fractionally worse. Right in the middle of that rain band at the moment, and the wind speed has not died off either, so that should be over us and gone a maximum, I would say, maybe 15 minutes. That one will last around the racetrack. We're probably halfway through it. No, there's nothing coming. But having said that, we've probably got another hour and a half where rain was likely to fall. So don't just immediately adjust your sets and think that one's going away.
Oh, Rehan got the job done on you and Baker. A little hold your breath moment there.
The moment track's just, it's cooled, but the way that these cars manipulate the tyre is just keeping enough temperature in them to stay out, and the times aren't falling off, you know?
Yeah, because they've still got that heat in the tyre, so that's good for them at the moment. Now we saw, I don't know.
I think the wind speed now it's increasing. It's up to 38 kilometers an hour. So it is exceptionally windy at the moment. So that would actually account for nearly more issues the moment that these drivers are having than the actual rain. It looks like.
Oh dear.
For the moment.
It's one of the TTR cars just not running wide. Thankfully got away. I don't think he hit anything, but unfortunately just lost a little bit of margin there.
Got damage on the front bar of that car as well. That might be actually impacting that car's straight line speed at the moment. Madison down. And by the way, lap time is starting to degrade. And there's spray just starting to come around. So the thing is, there's heat there in the tyres, but it'll slowly just eke out. You'll lose some of that temperature, a little bit. The car off the side of the circuit. I tell you what, if we get a safety car, if that James Glasgow car can't move and they can't refire that car, they will lose a bucket load of temperature from these tyres, and that's not something they want to do at the moment.
No. Oh, there's a car missing a bumper too. We can just see off screen too.
He's still trying to fire that. They can't get that car fired at all.
That. So Ross Rizzo.
No. Again.
Oh, so that was that incident that they didn't pit. Oh, there we go. He's got it fired up. So I think Ross Rizzo was that incident we had down the back straight. We saw that his front splitter was.
He stalled it again. Just see those rear tyres just spin by. He stalled it. He's having. There's issues with the clutch for sure on that car.
I wonder if it was James. We saw when the rain started that it was a white car that made contact with the Armco barriers. We go to the OGD replay. Did he get a helping hand? Yes, he did.
Jake Blackwell. Or Jake Blackwell, car 97.
He's got going again. There's no safety car, but there was a car that made contact when the rain started with the Armco down the front straightaway. We didn't quite catch if that was in the road. A little bit of wiper action out.
It's getting brighter. It's actually getting brighter out there as well. You see that? That's a lot brighter than it was about 2 minutes ago.
Yeah, but at the moment, a little bit of wiper action and a little bit more spray from these tyres too. So here we go. This might have been the replay. So it was Glasspool. We're hearing that he had that contact down the front straightaway. A little bit of overlap. Bang! Kiss of the Armco. Lucky to get away with it. Didn't look like he got away with steering damage or anything, but man, that's the last thing you need.
There is more and more spray. And again, we're saying, and if you look at the conditions, they're getting brighter just about everywhere, but that rain's not going away. It's just lingering, but conditions are getting brighter. So it will be stop-start anytime in the near future. We might be on the back end of it.
So I can't imagine that we'll see any of the teams switch it over to wets at this stage because there's nothing past them.
Millen's actually going to dive into pit lane, which I don't like this call because they didn't need to come in for fuel. No, sorry, my apologies. I know why that is. That's a drive-through penalty. They're serving a drive-through penalty. My apologies. I was about to say that looks like a pit stop, but it's not. It's actually not a pit stop. That's a drive-through penalty for that car, which is just.
There's no way you're going to pit. You're not going to put on wets, and you're not going to change to the slicks at the moment because you want to keep the
well
in the car.
You say that, by the way, race leader, 46 laps on the stint. They are at the back end of where they are in terms of race conditions. There's not much further that this car can go on fuel. And you wouldn't stick on the same set of tyres you got on. You've got to probably stick a fresh set of tyres on with no temperature and brave it.
Yeah, for the position that they're in, yeah. But I thought when you're talking about someone who's not inside their pit window, yeah, for sure. So Burton, they're in a position where they have to because they're running out of fuel. They have to refuel, and we know there's not a lot in this rain shower. It's just a passing shower.
The other thing with changeable conditions is if you know it's going to go back to dry in the near future, you've got a driver who's warm, so you're leaving good old jumps in. So that's car 53, and they're the first ones to come in for a stop. So how long will they stay in the box for? Because they've got a full lap of damage in front of them. They'll want to clear that. But at the same time, they'll be hoping for a safety car with the rain to do that.
This is just a little straightaway. Jordan Ross, Eddie Bestwick. Had to always hold your breath when you're going around the outside there into that turn, especially with the changing conditions that we've got. I'm a little bit jealous. I do enjoy driving in these conditions, and I love racing in the wet. So I'm a little bit jealous of these guys.
By the way, have a look at how far into the race we are as well. Halfway. Yeah, go, keep going.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it's one of those conditions that you enjoy as a driver because you're tested, but you've got to be on the limit. And, you know, those conditions changing you underneath you all the time, it's a bit of a thrill.
Well, at the moment, and it is still dropping rain from the heavens. Jake Burton is leading this race. Margins now out to 7.7 seconds. But they are 48 laps into a fuel stint. It's been safety car assisted this. Is there an opportunity for this car to go to 50 laps on board one stint? Minimum driver time, 54 laps. You have to do a minimum of 54 laps with each driver. Well, it would crack on. 49 laps complete now for Jake Burton. We are now beyond the halfway marker of the Sandown 500. 250 kilometers in the rear view mirror. What does the final 250 have for us? What does the weather have for us in the back end of this race? The track is just not getting any slicker. The times have fallen off fractionally, but not massively.
It's hard to pick, isn't it, at the moment? There's just not enough in the heavens to make it undrivable. So everyone's just hanging in there at this stage, just waiting for this shower to pass as Madison makes a move up the inside. No, thinks better of it. No. Oh, was there a touch? And I think there was, because Madison got straight out of it. And that was just would have been, he was grip limited. And I think he just made that little bit of contact and decided, you know what? I think I need to give that spot back because the stewards will probably have something to say about it. So good heads up driving there from Madison.
Speaking of drivers that have had a few rounds in the ring in the Endurance Cup, Ewan Baker's another one of them. Unfortunately for him. Madison will close in yet again. Not really going to do anything more with that one. The track's just greasy. It's not slow, it's just greasy for the moment as the drivers. You just can't press the brake pedal as far down to the floor. And it just changes sector by sector, and Ewan Baker just lets it go. Yeah.
Smart. And it plays mind games with you too, as we see into the lane. So he's in the lane. But it's messy. It messes with your head because you've got the wipers on. You can see that there's rain on the windscreen, and you're thinking, man, how much grip have I got? So it messes with your mind a little bit too. But you've got to be brave in these conditions. And it's only the drivers that are in there at the moment. They understand just how much grip they've got.
Yeah, and again, that changes corner to corner, lap by lap, temperature by temperature. In these sort of conditions, you actually kind of want to slide the tyre a little bit because it just keeps some temperature. It does take away from the condition of the tyre, but it keeps the temperature. And if Ratsu's in, you wonder how far this car can go. Well, there's the solution. Into the pit stop. 51 laps on a stint. That's not a bad fuel run.
It's good. And like you said, slide.
There we go.
Way. Like you said, it was assisted with safety car. But at the end of the day, they've done the right thing. And these guys are still saving fuel. Did you hear that?
Back end of this one. Look, I mean, just trying to get through. I think they're trying to stay on the tyre for as long as possible. I think they got halfway through the stint and recognised we don't want to come in and throw cold tyres at this if we've got temperature. That's Lockie Dalton. They just all passed in the run into turn number one. He's just struggling with that car at this point in time. Doing all they can to try and keep that thing alive. One lap down, unfortunately. Kind of 53 did go one lap down after its dramas. Looks a touch better on the front end. Not looking great. Well, you don't want to be a steward. You don't want to be a weatherman. How about a race car driver in these conditions as the rear end of the 115 in Ford car goes around? Who was on board that one? Was that Dan Hall, though?
Dan Hall, I think. Yep, at the moment.
Driver. Yep.
I don't think they made contact. I think they might have just got away from Dan. I'm not sure. We'll have to check the replay. We'll go to your question in a second, mate, because I'm curious what you had lined up for me. Here we go, on board the OG Gear replay. This is on board with Hampstead. That's Dan Hall in front. Hasn't touched him yet. Just got away from him. Oh. It happened so slow. You could just see the rear just starting to go around. He couldn't do anything about it. But to gear and got going.
There's Brody Kostecki just tagging on the back end of this group, who doesn't have to pit stop for a fair while yet. Still got an extra 20 laps or something on, ready to go his way. But yeah, I mean, if you're in Phil Cell's shoes, what did you say? Here we go. Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
He's just going to flick them off one by one here. I think it's going to be fairly easy for Brody at this stage.
Well, given the laps that he had racing against Kim Waters at the mountain side by side all the way across in Greece, he can do it. Not unlike this. If there's one person who's highly equipped to sum up the conditions and drive around them well, realistically this will be a cakewalk compared to that stint.
You can just see the pace that he's got here at the moment too. It's no real surprise. You know, we've seen, you know, the last time out with himself and Jared, you know, they make it look so easy, and you know, they roll the dice with strategies up the inside. He got it.
Yep. Now the 56 and the 17, the teammate cars. This is the teammate cars that are fighting each other in behind, and Seth Brown is going to grab that spot over Gianni Lutsu. At the moment, rain is still coming down from Sandown, but for how much longer? We waited 10 rounds into this series to get it, and we were promised a little bit of it. We were looking like we might have had 2 hours of it. We're going to get 15 minutes, you know. 15 to 20 minutes worth of rain. It might have been 2.5 hours, and we're only going to get 15 minutes. I feel robbed.
These drivers don't, as we see Forza Elnabi, he's now fired off into the lane.
And Gianni Lutsu went in behind him, I think, as well. Yeah, he did. Followed him in. So the benefit for Seth Brown is at the conclusion of this lap, he can climb out of the car, and he has done all of his co-driver laps, and that's it. He doesn't have to do anything more than that. How good's that for strategy? They're the only car that can do that too. They're the only car that went 54 laps on the stint, which is why they were all fuel saving.
So he just gets out, puts his feet up, cracks a northern, and just enjoys the show.
How easy. Minimum laps. You hit 54, son, you can come back to me, bring it, hand it over, go out the back, get dinner, relax, and watch me go to work. For Seth Brown to be where he is and have done that stint as well, how good is that for that car? That is a phenomenal. It's not been about speed for the stint on board that car. It's been about survive and bring it home. It's about driving to a number. And yep, 54 laps complete. He comes straight into the pit lane.
Thank you very much.
Righto, you've been signed on board for at least 54 laps, and Seth goes, well, there's 54. See you later, mate.
Yeah, I'll pick up my check on the way out. Now, what role were you going to throw at me, Tiger? You said I'd never want to do race control, which is right, or steward.
Strategist, engineer, or driver interchangeable. And it's been handed to the co-drivers to do this stint as well.
I don't know. I'd enjoy it. I don't know if I'd get it right or not. Probably wouldn't get enough of the decisions right to keep me in a job. But if it meant just hiding on a tyre here, you're definitely going to stay on the slick, because you look at the radar, there's not much in it.
For the moment, how well does the cold slick come back up to temperature? I'm just keeping an eye. I know Jake Burton would have gotten back behind the wheel of the 36 car. Where did they pop back out after that pit stop? No, they have handed back to Josh Anderson, and they are 19th at the moment. How's his pace been on a fresh tyre? Relatively good, actually. He's down to 1 minute 8, so the pace is still in this circuit. And that rain's deceiving, isn't it? Because it looks like it's fairly coming down, but it's not. They can't really feel it.
Yeah. And like I said, the big thing you look out for as they go into turn one is how much spray are we getting off? Oh, as James Scott now gets the power down, he'll get the job done around the outside. But we're not seeing that spray, the rooster tails from the back of these cars. So that's where, you know, that's usually a big indication of how much grip you've got.
I think as well, worthwhile pointing out, where are we on fuel window to get home? Because 240 lap stints from at the end of lap 161 will get you home. And we can go 44 to 47. So anyone sort of pitting from the end, I think about lap 78 or so, maybe a touch earlier than that, low 70s, can get home on 2 stops. 47, 47, 94. Yes, if you go up lap 77, that'll be lap 67, you can get home on 2 stops. So your target lap number really is going to be lap 117.
See, unfortunately,
73, I think you can get home.
lap 117 was our stats. I think we can go home from there.
Yeah, and then 44 prior to that, I think it's 73.
Yeah, 73 as well.
Cool, so that's your target lap number. So anyone that pits from here has one more pit stop left to them. Then again, the commentators and mathematicians, and I've just seen the rain stopped out the last corner. So it is going to start fining up around Sandown Motor Raceway, and the track temp has immediately started to climb, by the way.
Unfortunately, this car is still slipping backwards, isn't it? That damage is doing him no good here. Across the line, fastest lap of the race, so the track condition is in pretty good nick now, and like you said, the rain will be going away soon.
Gone. It's already gone down the back straightaway. There's none of it left. There's nothing on the radar. That might have been the only chomp at the bit for season 2025, and rain to fall from the heavens. And of course, it happens in Melbourne, of all places. It was going to happen anywhere. It should be here.
You get the old adage in Victoria: if you don't like the weather, just wait 5 minutes.
So for now, who's in the best race position? The Lobs Esports cars are only 6 or 7 laps away from pitting themselves. So anyone at the front end of the field that hasn't just recently done a stop, they are due right now. For a couple of cars, they're in tricky co-driver hours. Maximum consecutive laps that you can run is 80. But you've got to make sure you do a minimum of 54. Otherwise, you will be chalked off as disqualified. Not enough minimum laps complete for each of the drivers. And I believe the rain has now stopped for 100% of the circuit. So that will be the end of the weather. For the contact at Enduro Road, the one that we saw when we had issues with Glasspool getting that car refiled, drive-through penalty car number 97.
You only need to look at the lap times, you can tell this track is getting faster and faster. Because James Scott back in 21st has just set the fastest lap of the race too, so that might be the last of the showers. It didn't really impact the race as much as we thought it might. It caught a couple of people out, but at the end of the day, it's pretty much business as usual. Oh, just say that. Who was that? That was just off on the grass. Oh, he's gone round. Oh, he's clipped as well too. So easy to do on that back straightaway. We've seen cars have a couple of dramas on the back straightaway. Damien Johnson's now pulled away. Oh, Ewan Baker. He's come to a halt. This might be a safety car. Don't tell me this is another motor.
This is going to be another engine for sure.
Oh, I'm hearing
where that car fucked up. Yeah.
Listen to the downshift. Oh. Geez, that revved hard. I wonder if that accidentally down too many gears then.
Yeah, for sure.
That revved big time.
Well, that's going to recondense the field. That's the 53 car that's just been rotated again.
Yeah, well, they were all trying to check up to miss that car that was slowing on the side of the racetrack. So that was a bit of a concertina factor. Unfortunately, Buell was trying to get out of the way, and no doubt this will be a safety car. What is Kostecki, Rihan Linage? You'd think they'd all be in lane.
Yeah, for sure.
Now watch the tackle. 6 gear. Back down to 4th, but it just detonated.
Either way, it's parked up there on the outside of Dandenong Road, and it'll be taking no further part. The whole field that are yet to do their pit stops will pit, and we'll get them all condensed, and this will be likely main drivers to the end for anyone that's cleared co-drivers.
Yeah, that's right. And no one can make it home from here, so everyone still needs to make another stop.
But what, 24 laps from here to the critical lap number 117?
117, yeah. Oh, that's how it started. Just ran that little bit wide, got sideways, round he went, bang, got clipped.
That won't be looked kindly by the stewards either. Just keeping your boot in it, keeping it rotated. Well,
yeah.
Burton back to the race lead.
So they pitted not long ago, a couple of laps ago. So they've stayed out now with this safety car. And no doubt they'll be clutching right as we speak now, just trying to save what fuel they can. As we just wait for the field just to sort itself out. And no doubt we'll be under safety car conditions very, very shortly. They're just trying to find the safety car on track now. Told you there'd be another safety car.
Yeah, Josh Anderson's going to be the race leader. And Jared Philsell's going to be P2. Griffin Garner, I think, is going to be P3. Yeah. That's just continued to gee whiz. This is an interesting one now, because this goes back to like the problem for Anderson is that Burton did not clear minimum driver hours or minimum drive time, so they will have to get Jake Burton back behind the wheel for one of these runs to the end of the race. So there's a lot to unpack in this one, ladies and gentlemen. Sandown 500, Logitech G Pro Invitational. The reins have come, the reins have gone, and the reins have been handed back over to the safety car.
Boys in the back wearing all black, staying on track. Black shirt, show your gun plan, that's on me. Out here getting this P, if you work for the devil, better retreat. Coming too icy, come too clean, could never move shady, ain't no fiend.
Shotgun, Sandown, what's the outcome? Hop on the front door, it's like midnight. Don't lose your grip, cause you might fall out again. Off white whip, need for speed. I'm not switching the lane. Pick up the pace. Go like that, more back to the base.
Back to the base. Back to the base.
You've always felt it. That spark. That pull. Watching the greats carve through history. Every turn. Risk. Reward. Now you don't just watch. You step inside. You take the wheel. Together, we're breaking barriers between sim and sport. Setting a new standard for performance. So with the power in your palms, the roar in your ears, and the position of a pro, let's turn dream to drive and play to podium. Our legacy now yours. Welcome to the grid.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after just a quick breath break. So at the moment, they're just waving cars past the safety cars. We're trying to clear lapped cars out of the train at the moment so we can get back to green flag racing as soon as possible. And you can just see there's a couple cars that are just coming through at the moment. They're trying to get their way back onto the lead lap. There were 4 cars at 1 lap down and a couple cars further off the lead lap. Dylan Rudd's got back in the server after being off the lead lap with connection issues, unfortunately, for co-driver Kobe Jones. And they've gotten 1 of those laps back. So they'll be back to 2 laps down and hoping for a little bit more in terms of safety cars. So we'll be back green next time by as the field sort of starts to get themselves back together. Race leader at the moment is car number 36, which is Josh Anderson, and Jared Philsell sits in P2. And that was the front 2 from Phillip Island as well, Sandown. So they're going to go back at it.
Yeah, absolutely. Pick up where they left off. Yeah, it's going to be an absolute cracker. And the beauty is there's still a lot of racing to go. You know, we don't have to worry about the weather for the moment. I think for now it's just a good old-fashioned street fight. You know, we might see him a little bit more racier now as this goes on. We're obviously getting closer to the end. There's still a little way to play out, but for the moment it might get just that little bit more spicy. I'm looking forward to seeing how it all plays out.
Yeah. And that start-finish straight significantly brighter than it was earlier on with the rain thundering down. No change to wet tyres for anyone in the field. In fact, the pace actually got fractionally better for a large portion of that, as well as the track cooled off. And we know how much our V8 supercars and iRacing love a stone-cold tyre. So in the meantime, what do you need to know in terms of strategy, Sam? What are we looking for this final couple runs?
So, yeah, basically our fuel to get home, the earliest you can pit is lap 117, so to make it all the way home. So that's what everyone will be thinking about. Of course, what they need to think about too in the back of their mind is if their co-drivers have done their minimum requirement laps too. So we know a couple of people have been caught out with that safety car that has hurt a couple of people. So they are going to have to put their co-drivers back in at some stage. So it's not as easy as or as simple as it might look. But now it's all to the restart, and that's in the hands of Josh Anderson. And we've seen so many different ways that people have restarted this, whether it's be, you know, Anderson, and then we saw Kostecki, you know, he was at it. Stenny's having a great old time, isn't he? Look at him.
That he is.
How happy is he for 28th? Good on him. Well, he's having a chuckle with the boys.
They've just gotten back onto the lead lap, so that's why they're over the moon. Madison Downers cleared minimum laps for car 77, and I wonder whether or not Ethan Warren will actually drive this car all the way to the end of the race from here, because he's been speedy and punching his way through the field. I'm just taking a quick look at the strategy for a few drivers. Damon Woods is back behind the wheel, and next to Charlie Lutz, whose name is in, I'm seeing 54 laps completed, so he's gotten credited, which means that a couple of those cars might have actually snuck under the radar and cleared that requirement out of the final corner, and the checkup that we've been waiting for comes to us. Griffin Gardner And Forzen El Nabi. Forzen El Nabi's also cleared his minimum co-driver time, but there was not a good getaway for car number 93.
Oh.
And through goes Damon Woods already as the field goes back to green flag racing. We started off with 35 cars, and at this point in time, there are 32 still left. Sorry, there was 31 left circulating, 30 of them on the lead lap.
Man, they were having a crack at the start. Down that front straightaway, it looked like someone was almost forced into the Armco to the inside of the racetrack. But, man, elbows out. Everyone just having a red-hot go here while they got the chance because everyone's bunched up. Perfect opportunity to try and sneak a position. They're building up the speed down the back straight.
Inforce going to have a crack at Glenn Postlethwaite in the run up to Dandenong Road. There's a few drivers. Bo Albert's dropped all the way down the 20th spot. He's picked up a couple on this opening lap as he tries to cut his way through. There's car 53 with its still incredibly damaged front end that they are struggling for straight line performance. But for now, they're actually not too bad whilst they're in the queue and everyone's getting chalked up. How long before that car starts to slide backwards once again? You just wonder. You just wonder. That car looks at the start of the day like it might be on for its first ever podium. And then the wars started.
Yeah, it's frustrating. You know you've got yourself a decent car, but you've got carrying that little bit of damage. Oh, it's on. Safe
Sorry,
I thought that was going to be ugly. Sorry, go.
Yusuf's trying to slice up the inside as well. Bo Alwyn had a crack at Sebastian Vandel, and Yusuf was the driver trying to take full advantage. Couldn't quite get it in at the apex at turn 2, unfortunately. This queue, every couple of times you can see the safety car today, they've just gone berserk for a few laps as everyone tries to have a go at each other.
That's it. And you know what? It's going to get worse too as we get closer to the end because I know that opportunity is either looking better for them to get the win or the opportunity is slipping away. So that's when the pressure will start to rise. Oh, is that a slowdown?
Slowdown, I think, for Damon Woods. Because he's dropping a ton of speed. Yeah, he's still got it. He's still got that slowdown penalty too. He dived down into turn 1, and that was third place after the restart. Finally does he clear the penalty. He's still got a slowdown penalty. He's got to clear this as soon as possible, or else he's in trouble. He did finally get it to clear. So finally he'll slot back in a line, but he goes from 4th back to 7th.
I think it was 3rd, was he maybe? I'm not sure, but yeah, you're right. That's just, that's horrible. It's a horrible feeling. You know you've got to give up that time, and you're backing out of the throttle, and everyone around you is just full throttle going past you. It's a horrible, horrible feeling.
Up and over the crest of the hill, Ethan Warren. There's a big move from Zach Rattray White. He gets down the inside. The Black Wall Boys nearly rotates it around. Ethan Warren was having a crack at Damon Woods as well. And then you've got James Scott who's trying to have a crack at Ethan Warren. This is a throwback. And have a think for Damon Woods' perspective. He comes into the simulator series in Australia and his first time in the main game as the Eclipse Sim Sports driver. And have a look at the two guys that are right behind him. Names of years gone by. They haven't been the brightest shining stars. Ethan Warren hasn't been in the series for a fair while. But James Scott, the polish is just gone from it for him. So this is a big opportunity for Damon Woods to just earn his stripes here, cut his teeth and show these boys that he's been brilliant in GT3s and he deserves to be here in a supercar.
It's getting spicy up the front too, that battle between Anderson and Phil Self. Phil Self looking a little bit racy. They've got themselves a 1 second margin over the 3rd place, Griffin Gardner and Brady Myers in 4th. So a little bit racy now up front. We're probably going to start to see when Jared's really putting the pressure. He goes up the inside, sure enough. He was hungry, you could tell straight away, and he's got the job done.
James Scott's actually just had a go at Ethan Warren. He got down the inside, massively down the inside, being snapper oversteer as he tried to put the tyres and the power to the floor. And it just wasn't as compliant as he was hoping on the way out of Dandenong corner. So Phil Sell's gotten to the front. How does Josh Anderson go about strategizing now? Does he just let him punch the hole in the air? Does he go into fuel save conservation mode?
Yeah, I think for the moment he does. I think he just needs to sit, not worry about not leading. You know, you don't get any extra points for leading the most laps. there's only the most important lap is obviously the last one. So just put himself in a position, you know, maybe save that little bit of fuel like you touched on, but there's no need. He doesn't have to lead for the moment, but just stay in touch with Jared. That's all he needs.
Griffin Gardner, car number 93, won this thing last year. Forza El Nabi steps up to the plate. He's done a phenomenal co-driver stint. They've just been pecking away at it all day on the run to this point. And now they're in with half a shout. Last year, though, they had to clear minimum co-driver time and they couldn't get Jared Philcell back into car number 94 all that early on, which meant they had to do their last pit stop and wait and wait and wait for a driver swap to complete. And that's where Griffin Gardner got his opportunity. Fast forward 1 year later, different generation of race car. Past lap 100 and car 93 is in contention again.
The old cream rises to the top. It's definitely the way it is, especially in our series. You talk about that too. You think about the season that Jared Philcell's had this year. He's been the most dominant driver we've seen this season so far. As you know, he's either winned it or binned it, basically, isn't he? And he's had an incredible season. And you know, the way it's looking today, it's between him and Brady Kostecki. They look like the team to beat yet again, coming off already their strong performance in the last round. And dare I say it, they're probably going to be forced to be reckoned with come Mount Panorama Bathurst time too. I don't know if anyone's going to be able to stop them.
Now, again, leading laps. Anderson's there, and last round he wasn't happy with his pace. What has he got for him this time? Is he going to reply? Is there something that he can do to just stay in contention and somehow strategize their way forwards? Can they beat them on the strategy? Here's a dive, here's a look back at Dandenong Road. A touch up. Should we just watch this one?
On the outside. So there's going to be two spots, unfortunately. He's just lost. You're sitting duck though in that part of the racetrack when you get that move done on you.
And that'll be Dylan Pereira back on board car number 61, I feel. Yeah, it is Dylan Pereira that is back on board. And for Dylan Pereira, wildcard entry to the series, and he was the first car out after the end of the qualifying series, all the way back in February. Do you remember that? You know, back that far? 8 months ago.
Jeez. I'm nearly 50, mate. I have a hard time remembering my birthday.
Stop counting. Stop counting at that point, don't you? Yeah, it's my 30th birthday again. Yeah, we just had another 30th birthday party. Celebrated it extra hard. Blake Warboys was owed a free spot back into the Pro Series again this year, and elected not to take it up as he stepped back into go-karts. And also birth of his first child, Andre Harniger on board makes the brake rocket. Was he helped though then?
I don't know. It's so easy to pinch a brake there. I think he might have pinched. Oh, he's going to get snaffled another spot or two. No, he got it back. Good fight back there from Andre.
After a podium at the Gold Coast, he's starting to look a little bit on form, wasn't he, towards the pointy end of the season? He's just had flashes of speed in that car.
And how good was that, just to see him bounce and bring out the play and to see if there was contact?
There's a touch.
Yeah, but not enough. He's pinched it right there, unfortunately. But yeah, a huge shout out to Andre and everyone at BJR. That was great to see them grab a podium at the Gold Coast. And it's just, like, the Gold Coast, it's up there with Adelaide, isn't it? It's one of Australia's toughest racetracks. And, you know, bouncing over the curbs all day. And how we don't see more broken cars over the weekend than we did. It's incredible. But yeah, what a race, and well done to Andre.
One of the team bosses over there, the drop out, immediately jumped on the guards and said, "Yep, no help there. There was no touch whatsoever." Thanks, Daniel.
Don't throw us under the bus, mate.
Had nothing to do with that. Thanks, Dan Yang. Yes, we got the replays.
I
We
had
did
your
see
back.
that one. Thank you.
I had your back, mate. I said it was a lot, bro.
For the meantime,
Oh, there's a touch.
the risk.
Was that down? Yep.
Well, let's see Warren on board that car at the moment. So that's James Scott having a crack at him. Think about the scraps those two have had in years gone by. This is just another element of that. And then Jake Maloney, Richard Hampstead, they got off sequence. They were in trouble a little bit with the Hampstead Maloney car. They're back inside the top 10, and again, he got into him again.
It's not over yet. Hold your breath. This is good racing. It's all right. A little bit of pressure. They're racing hard. They're not turning each other around. But Jesus, good hard racing.
Yes. Yeah, it's getting close up. Just keeping an eye on up the road a little bit. I was just keeping an eye on lap times as well. And 900ths of a second. Josh Anderson just took back out of the race leader as well, so he's coming back out just a little bit. I think he'll be trying to save that fuel as well. Griffin Gardner is going to do what he can. There is actually still a little bit of a fuel offset between a number of cars up at the point of anything quite. Remember, Endo was a part of that group with Jake Burton on board. That they stayed out for a long good time. Burton is at 59 laps complete, so they definitely have to stick. Excuse me, Jake Burton back on board. But they've got a fuel deficit on car 36 as well. They came in 10 laps earlier than everyone else. So that car is going to fall for the standings unless they can desperately save some fuel like that. They also need this race to run quick at the front and slow in the mid-pack to save their race. Brazilla just picked up a spot from Brenton Hobson. Just saw their two names change order on the timing screen. There they are in the background of that one. Gatorade cars, sorry, the Synergy energy drink car. Very easy to pick out in the background. Hops.
I love that car. Geez, they did a really good job. And there he is, Hobbo behind the wheel. As we go on board. A testament to him. It's just a brilliant car. That was probably one of my favourites. There's so many good paint schemes out there to choose from for tonight. But yeah, I had to highlight that in the G Hub because it was just, yeah, a brilliantly job done paint scheme. And cool to see it in the sim world.
Just think about where this one's heading. With lap 117 rapidly coming at us here in about 9 laps time at the moment. We are getting closer and closer to that final pit stop at the run to home. And what your final pit stops will look like for a bulk of this crowd. Which means, effectively, so it's going to be a half stint home for a lot of the cars actually that are out there that put under that safety cap.
Oh, Scott's looking very racy right here. I don't know that Ethan's going to be able to hold him off because he just looks like he's just got that little bit more pace on board at this stage.
And James Scott, you know, whispers I've heard in the background, this could be it for him. This might be his last dig. He might just hang up the hat at the end of things. And when I say hang up the hat, I think sort of take that step back and take things a lot more seriously, as you sort of see main game drivers do at the back end of their career, isn't it? They just want to step back, you know, still good, still talented enough to be there and certainly be in and around it. But for him, it's just the way his last couple of years have gone for him. It's not worked out at Chief City Sports Club. Didn't work out at Lobs. Well, he thought it worked out well at the end of last season for Lobs Esports. Very well. And then the message that just said, no longer required. Scrapping for a new team at the start of the year. I just get the feeling the writing's on if the writing is on the wall. He's been a brilliant driver. There is no one that will ever question what he offered over the last 10 or so years, or whatever it's been for James Scott. But he just wants that last taste of glory before he's going. Everyone wants that last taste of champagne.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm going to come out firmly before I go any further as well and say all of that is rumor and conjecture, but I'm hearing it from the right people. That makes me feel like it's true.
Yeah, and that's one of those things. Sometimes, life gets in the way, life gets busy, people's circumstances change, whether you get married and have kids and do all sorts of things, whether it's work commitments, all sorts of things. So that might be something that's happening in the background as well. So that I found it, tough when I got married and had kids, that you do, unfortunately, sometimes spend less time in the simulator than you'd like. But everyone's different, and that might be the case, but I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Here he is. He's got pace. He's going to look for a move up the inside. I don't think he's going to be able to... Yep, he's done it. Oh, it's hold your breath. Really good heads-up drive in there. I think Ethan saw that he was coming and just basically gave him the spot because he knew it was going to turn to custard. And that's exactly what it could happen here. Oh, my goodness. That's the tricky part of the racetrack when you want to race each other.
Yeah, too wide up and over the crest of the hill at Dandenong Road. Down the other side, they all survive and come out the other side. And you're right, with James Scott and Ethan Warren, Ethan recognised that he got there, and he gave him the space, but he didn't surrender either. He forced him to earn it. And this is Bo Albert, left, right, fill in the mirror, left, right again. And then it's Ratu that fired it up the inside and traded a little bit of paintwork to the curbing on the inside, and they all crawled out the other side. That, Heart and Mouse stuff, wild ride. You'd book a ticket on that roller coaster.
Yeah, you would.
Again, it's just... You talk to Bo at the top end of the show, and he said, I want to be back in. I think we're quick enough. And it's just been issues that have been preventing us from there. And some of them, not even in the simulator. It was outside the sim. His sim shut off. Stopped working. Had to wait for parts to become available so that he could get that back together. Now Brian Borg is on for his best finish of the season, 14th. He's defending for it. How about these guys that are a few spots in further behind? This is Andre Heimgartner, Jacob O'Reilly, Sebastian Vandal. Oh, he got into him just into the braking zone of the second last corner as well. He'll elbow him wide, and Vandal's going to try and split the three of them. Go up the inside. He got great drive off the final corner. And somebody call the sheriff, because we have got an absolute robbery out of the final corner, and Sebastian Vandal might come away with all the marbles. Jacob O'Reilly's going to squeeze the spot back out. Well, for Jacob O'Reilly, he went and earned that one back. He might have got his pockets picked, but he told him to turn around, tapped his shoulder a couple of times, and stole it right back off him.
Wow, yeah, that was good heads-up driving by the lot of them. Oh, was that a car nearly round on the back straightaway? Just up on that exit, up on the curb. I just saw it out of shot. I think they got away with it. It was, yeah, got away with it. It's not done yet.
And this is, at the moment, Dylan Pereira and Ian are going to go over the curb side by side, up and over the crest of the hill to Dandenong Road, 2 by 2 in the background as well. Dylan Rudd trying to go down the inside of Lachlan Capel. Capel comes away with the spot. We're hearing there's a penalty for some reason for Glenn Postlethwaite. Is it perhaps not serving a slowdown penalty? In which case it will be a... Oh, is it 60 incident points? And remember, we were talking about Glenn Postlethwaite going a few rounds with Muhammad Ali earlier on. If it's a drive-through, this will be incident point penalties for him. Indeed it is. There you go.
60, he got up to 60. Wow.
So, he's just been chalking up. I'll touch your car, I'll touch your car, I'll touch a bit of your car.
I don't even want to think about incident points after my race last night.
If it's, well, I was just going to say, if it's a Formula 1 car, ask Sebastian Vettel how much it costs to touch cars. €2,000, isn't it? Anyway, Peyton Vettel. You know what? For the wars that car's been in and the shape that it's in, he should not be in with a shout. And yet he is back in 21st spot. Still plugging away.
Oh, and there's a car that's blinking in front of him. Looks like it might have disappeared altogether. No, he's back. Oh, stuff.
A few weeks left to try and get some Sandman bingo cards ready for the mountain. Because the heart and mouth stuff's been chalked off, I think, 5 or 6 times. What's the 50% parts of that? Is it the slip tire? The wet tire?
Well, someone had a steering issue, didn't they? Steering wheel 50.
There
So
we go.
there you go. That's a 50-cent part for tonight.
The Blake Warboys, though, proving that fatherhood has not slowed him down one iota, holding off a resurgent Luke Rosella. And for Ethan Warren, actually, he just let Rosella by on this lap. And Rosella might be about to have a crack at Blake Warboys. That's a good bit of recruiting, actually, from Jordan Ross. Get Blake Warboys on as a co-driver for that car. It's a busy season, by the way, for Jordan Ross, jet ski man. It's up in Queensland. This is his busiest season of the year, which means practice becomes much more difficult to get behind the wheel with him. And I think Blake Warboys has earned his stripes now as a co-driver. He is not slowed down at all.
Just looking at the timing board too, if we cross the start-finish line this time round, we're going to be inside our last pit stop window if anyone decides to roll the dice.
Yeah,
move up the inside, Luke. Yeah, well done.
There was someone just off the road up ahead. It might have been Zach Rattray White. Actually, it was Rattray White was off the road. A Dandenong road.
Pulling it over with Ross. Oh, Warren's going to get him. Yes. Oh, but now he's got to cover, and he did. Smart.
And
Ross hasn't given up, though. Oh, he's going to cover to the inside. He knew Ross had pace out of that last corner, so he had to be smart. So just cover himself a little bit there. Oh, sorry, it was Blake Warboys.
Driving the car for Jordan Ross. So you're right car. Sorry. But the other driver. Rattray White got a slide on and then he was in the marbles. He just had to rescue it. There goes one. And there goes the second. Jake Mooney won't be complaining about a couple of free spots either.
There's nothing worse when you go in hot to a corner, you know you're going to run that little bit wide, and then you come across marbles, and it's like, well, you just got to do your absolute best just to minimise the bleed.
Now Ian Ford's covering from Dylan Rudd, a resurgent Dylan Rudd deeper in the field. His car and tyres look like it's doing quite well, and Dylan Rudd's actually 2 laps down, don't forget, as well. So he will be getting in the way of a few drivers and earning himself the biggest annoyance award at the moment. Final corner. So 24th is Chris Ireland, and that pack that's racing each other at the moment all the way back to 28th spot Marcelo Rivera on board car number 97. That car was up in contention at 1.2, and it's just not happened for them today.
The beauty of endurance racing, isn't it? You just never know where, you can go into a race and have a fair idea of who might come out on top, and sometimes that's the way it plays out, but you can start pretty much anywhere on the grid, and in an endurance race, everyone's a chance at winning because you just never know what's going to happen.
Now, back in the hands of Jared Philsell. The margins opened up to about half a second, but remember, they're not fighting each other. In terms of strategy game at the moment, Griffin Gardner's the closest. Even Griffin Gardner's fuel window's not great. But at the moment, on board with Brett Stenberg, just built a fraction of a run off the last corner and then he's bled off. He's just trying to make a pest of himself in that rear view mirror.
Oh, there he is.
A little bit more of a pest in the rear view mirror.
Oh, up over the curves. Oh, is he going to put up the inside? He's going to think about it. Hold your breath. Got away with it. Floor it steady. Look at him go. He's still talking to the boys as he's racing down the back straight with Dan Hall. He wants to get a shove here. Here we go. A little bit of bump draft in NASCAR style. Steady be loving that, but you don't want it all the way into the corner too much. He gets away with it.
How about that? Well, for Ian Ford, he'll lose 2 spots instead of just the 1. So the move works for Stenberg, and it drags Brady Baldwin on through as well.
That car looks good. I'm a real fan of the old school Castrol paint scheme. That really looks the business.
Jake Blackhall just hit minimum driver time, I think, as well. So they're going to, sorry, it's Marcelo Rivera on board, cut him at only 7. And I just want to have a look at his driving numbers. Yeah, 58 laps complete, so that'll be handed over to Blackhall in the end, which is why they'll be in the pits. Rivera, I think Rivera might be staying into the end of the race, actually. Either way, final pit stop for them, and we'll just be run at home. And they won't have to fuel stage at the end of the race. That has done, actually, is Carno, so there's a rejoin on pits in behind the race leaders, so they're going to see blue flags. So that will hamper their pace, actually. So rejoin, Jake Maloney's at the head of this next train of cars, in behind James Scott. And he's just trying to get that fraction closer to Scott at the moment. He's got him on fuel at this final stop. He's 7 laps better off. But if he can be 7 laps worth of tyre a little bit further down the road as well, he'll be a lot happier heading to the final round of stops. And the other thing to consider is there's a big chunk of cars in that lead group that he's better on fuel, and he'd like to be closer to them.
Close. Talking about that up front with Jared Filso and Anderson, well, Griffin Gardner's in there as well, but you had your concerns of whether Anderson was going to stay with Filso because, you know, you said he was kicking himself in the last race that, you know, he probably just gave up some margin, but tonight he's doing everything right, isn't he? He's just hanging right in there, and we know that he's going to have to hand the keys over to having a brain. Yeah, Jake Burton. There we go. Having a fart there, but anyway, he's really doing a good job at the moment. He's just staying in touch, and when Burton, you know, we saw Burton's stint earlier, he was no slouch behind the wheel either. So I think the car's in good hands, but yeah, I think he can walk away with his head held high after tonight's race.
Yeah. Well, he was also not happy over the movement with himself at Bathurst actually a couple of weeks ago on the 86. Qualified reasonably well, but still, you know, there's still more to be found. That's just generally the way he carries on about his racing as well. There's ground to be found out there. He's after it. He's not happy until he's extracted everything he possibly can from it, and then some more. But that's the secrets of being at the top of your game. If there's margin left on the table, then you're not happy with yourself, because that's margin you could have taken and you could have done something with. If you're going to be at the elite level, it takes that mindset sometimes. Brian Ford, have a look at this as they get into each other out of the final couple corners.
3 wide, 2 wide, 3 wide, 4 wide. We could probably go 5 wide if we were there. Have a look at that. Oh, now it's holding your breath into turn 1. Oh, a little bit of a slide. There was contact. Holy dooly. They all came out the other end, though.
Andre Heimgartner gets a slide on in the middle of all of that. But the elbow's out. Respect shown, but elbow's out respect. Is there any other way that these guys know how to go racing? I don't think so.
It's fair. It's what we want. A little bit of Robbins racing.
Really interested to see how well Griffin Gardner comes out of this final stop in his lead pack. Because if just something happens to Jared Filso, how cool would that be to go back to that?
Yeah, he's in a really good spot at the moment without putting the commentator's curse on him. But yeah, you're right.
and he's moved to privateer colours, which is, you know, Griffin Garner at the earlier part of the year was part of the Chiefs Esports Club stable. He's made the decision to push out on his own. And he's in privateer colours and in privateer purple. More than 93, it's working for him. Again, for car 53, if they'd have just elected at any stage to take some of that damage, there would have been time to bring that car in front of the race. I don't know. I also don't think you're expecting, what, 4 safety cars in a row?
No, not at all.
For Josh Anderson, fuel will be getting low in the tank now. How long until he's in the pot? Could it be this lap? Could it be the next lap? 4 laps where we believe potentially maximum distance to go, and the rear tyres are starting to not comply as much as they were at the start. A little bit of a margin jump to Phil Selk on that lap with the slide through the last couple of corners. Extends a fraction for the race lead.
I'm curious to see what Phil Selk does when he sees the likes of Anderson and Gardner pitting. Does he come in and just pit just to cover him off as far as fresh tyres? Or does he stay out? Obviously, he's got that little bit of fuel margin where he's not desperate for fuel like these guys will be. But it'll be something that'll be sort of playing on their mind as far as what do they do? Do they cover him off? Because we can see track position is everything. We've seen it all night, just how important it is to have that track position. And for these guys to be as fast as they are, maybe it might be worth that Jared, you know, pits maybe the next lap after these guys, but we'll wait and see.
I can tell you from his strategy, I've got an opportunity to sort of look at the way that he goes about the strategy a couple of nights ago in a NASCAR race, and he prefers to go long. I already knew that, but he still prefers to go long, no matter what he's behind the wheel of. Dylan Rudd's going to dive into the pit lane as well. And Jared Phil Selk controlled the field. And again, I don't think he necessarily needs to worry about these guys just with the fuel margin. I think that covers them off quite massively. I don't think we'd be too concerned about that. Worthwhile noting, though, track temperatures come up massively since the rain disappeared about half an hour ago. 34 degrees. Track temp is now, so it's on the climb. Luke Rosella inside the top 10 now. So car 55 had started up front. It might have been in contention for a race win.
Look at the pace here. He's not going to be able to get up the inside, surely. He's going to leave the door open just that tiny bit, thinks better of it. Smart by Ethan. That could have turned to custard very quickly. Will he dive up the inside? No. Oh, he's giving him a tap.
He got him the bar.
Oh, he's going to have to give that back. Unfortunately.
He's just going to carry on. No, he's just going to carry on. Is this, do you remember the Craig Rounds, was it Greg Murphy incident from Winton?
Oh, don't you
early 2000?
Yeah, that was a joke. No, that was a joke.
I just watched this, and I'm just thinking, was car 17 on the slide before there was contact? No, he got into it first. Yeah, he hopped over the curb and he wasn't happy. Like, the car wasn't happy over the curb, but I don't think you can argue from that shot immediately.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think I'd be on the blower just to say, yeah, probably give it back. But geez, that's got to be the worst call with Australian motorsport with that penalty with Lowndes and Murph.
They just polished him off at the back end of that one. Back in the old days before they changed the Winton Raceway too. It was the old layout. Well, it's all done now. A little bit too late. I mean, you still got the opportunity to hand it back. I just don't know that the stewards, it's a little bit late. And again, sometimes you want the team to have a look at it for you, don't you?
Well, that's what you need. Yeah. For me personally, I always find it that I'm always in the right when I'm in the driver's seat, even when I know I'm not, or when I look at it later and I go, nah, actually I wasn't in the right. So sometimes you think to yourself when you're in the driver's seat, it's best to have a clearer head, whether it's someone from the team looking at it from the outside in. So I've always found it a little bit tricky for myself as when I'm behind the wheel. I think, oh no, I probably wasn't in the wrong there, and then you go back and look at the replay and go, oh, yeah, actually, you know what, that was my fault.
It's more than that as well. It's the adrenaline that just kicks in. It just impairs your decision making that little bit, and you know what you did with the car. And sometimes you'll say it sheepishly is you jump on the blower of the team and say, hey, you know, I was compromised here, and the team will go, yeah, no, just end it back and crack on. Have another go at him again. So for Josh Anderson, could this be the last lap that he'll complete in the motor race? No, he'll go one more. 44 laps now. And remember, there was a safety car in the middle, so perhaps there's an extra 2 or 3 laps here that he can just eke this stint out. But we are low on the fuel gauge. The team will be monitoring where the fuel pressure's gone in that car. Is it still where it needs to be? When is he going to come to the pit lane, and how far does he fall with the amount of fuel he's got to add? Because it will be a longer final stop than a lot of the cars around them.
Yeah, he'd be thinking, safety car would be nice right about now.
I'll tell you who would be smart to follow that car into the pit lane is actually probably Griffin Gardner. Because Gardner, right now, he's got 3 laps worth of fuel difference between those 2 cars, and there is not 3 laps worth of fuel margin between those 2 cars. So if he pit, I'd pit the very next lap because I know I'd jump him.
Yeah, absolutely. You make strategy sound so easy.
I've been doing a lot of work on it of late. The problem with strategy is execution, and that's where it doesn't come off. And I've got an update to come for you. The way of Ethan Warren in his case versus Zach Rattray White. 5-second time penalty for car number 77. Which is effectively a redress, and that's what we were thinking.
Great.
So for now,
sorry, go.
I was going to say, yeah, you're right, you're dead right. This place is good fun to lap. And to be honest with you, the supercar is actually about one of the main cars that really makes this place sing on the sim.
Are you thinking about it? Yes, he is. Oh, that was close. He got away with it too.
Time's starting to run out now. 32 laps left to run, and a minute a lap, just over a minute a lap. We've only got ourselves about 40 or 45 minutes to go. If you're thinking about grabbing a drink, this will be the last opportunity for Luke Rosella. Gets it down the inside and gets a helping hand out the other side after plunging to the inside of Jake Maloney. By the way, Jake Maloney's fuel saving massively. I just listened to him on the front down the front straight away in turn 1. So he is saving.
See under over here, beautiful, gets on the power. Brady Baldwin, he's got the job done here. That was just your perfect little cross up over. You've got the power down, and you'll carry that all the way down the front straight into the braking zone of turn 1. Nice move there from Brady Baldwin.
Yeah, you just feel he's there. He's right on that limit of how far he can possibly go. Final corner. Does he stay hard right as we come out here? Out and over the curbs? Yes, he does. And into pit lane. Right. Burton will get behind the wheel of that car because they have to. They have to. Don't have a choice on that one.
Griffin Gardner, like you said, he's in as well. So you would imagine they would jump. Will they jump to 36? We imagine so. And then we wonder about how long that Jared Fulsell will stay out. Does he stay out for much longer? He's still got, what do you have, 10 lap difference with his fuel? So he can still milk it for a little while longer if he decides to. It just depends on what, I guess, he will look at, see where everyone else is coming out after their pit stops. And
Connolly three's down and away, and we wait, and we wait, and we wait, and Burton comes out right behind him. So that's all there was in it. He needed to cover him.
Wow.
So that was very, very important with how those two cars, Pitt and Griffin Gardner, timed that one perfectly.
Yeah, it was brilliant. So Jared still needs to stop. It's going to be a shorter stop, and he's staying out for the moment.
About these guys a little bit further down the order. What do they look like at the back end of this one? Rosella's starting to make gains. There's a bunch more cars coming to pit lane. So James Scott's in. Final pit stops of the day. Jake Maloney's in as well. Final stops from Sandown. 500 Ks. The bulk of them now in the rear view mirror. The final stanzas of this race. It's had rain. It's had safety cars, it's had biffo, it's had barge, it's had blown engines for weird reasons. It's had our pole sitter just get massive amounts of damage and go backwards in a car that looks so strong early on in the day. You know what? Normally when you get to a supercars endurance race, the sim ones, there's a lot more cars that make it to the other side. This year, this has felt like a 500K race. This has really, really felt like it. Because for the first time, I think in a good while, you can say a bunch of cars finished this race in better positions than they should have through just hanging on. And a bunch of cars didn't finish this race when they were looking so promising.
Now, this is interesting on track. Hayden Veld, they've obviously pitted not long ago. So their car is looking quite speedy and actually catching up to the back of Jared Philson. So I think the last thing Jared wants is the likes of that car getting past him and holding him up or losing that little bit of time as they try and pass. But Hayden is still a lap down at this stage. Had his pit stop, but got pace as far as grip at the moment.
He also doesn't want to take too much margin out of these tyres either. That will be crucial at the back end of the day. For now, for Hayden Veld, this is an opportunity to recover all that's been lost across the journey today. Brian Ball to pit lane from his final stop. Blake Warboys will stay on board car 143 and we'll finish that one. Day up. Jordan Rossi's, like I said, been elevated to main driver status for today. How does Phil Sell handle this situation? Because he will be a stout defensive customer because he will not want to have to follow another car. At the same time, that costs your lap speed. It is very, very important that you monitor and you manage that.
Well, he'll have, the likes of Kostecki in his ear as far as, they'll be monitoring what times he's doing compared to everyone else and what sort of margin, like you said, he's got that little bit of time up his sleeve as far as he's going to be in his pit stop a lot less than what others have to be. So that's kind of working in his favour as well. So, but the last thing he needs now here is a lap car that's got fresher tyres, pressure in the back of it.
The worst part is for Hayden Veld as well. He's just got no straight line speed at the moment, no straight line performance. So there's not much he can really do. And then he gets down over the curbs down here. Catches. And he's right there as they come off the exit of Dandenong Road. Phil Sell's on his 41st lap of the stint. So he just might, to the back end of the stint, it just covers everything off and keeps him clear of traffic. No, gonna go on. James Scott, fastest lap of the race, 107.980. So there is pace on the fresher tyres. But how long do you want to go? How deep into this race when there's a car just in that mirror, just there?
Yeah. I guess he doesn't have to worry. Obviously you're not going to have a car that's a lap down. You ideally hope that no one's going to make a dive bomb move, but it's easy to get caught up. You can see the pace that he loses in a straight line. He's got a little bit of that toe, but he's so quick through the corners just with that tyre advantage that he's got. So it's catch-22 for Hayden. He knows he's got pace, but he can't obviously take out the leader as well too. That's the last thing he needs, especially at this point of the race.
Here we go, down to Dandenong Road. One more time towards the pit lane exit in a couple of corners time on the outside here. It's just a little twist you didn't expect in the tail end of the race. And again, race management. How you carry yourself through these situations as a driver. When these little bits and pieces pop up, no, we'll continue on yet again. So, again, like we said, Phil Sell likes to go long and really have the tyre off over cut He just loves having that tyre advantage. So
It's the best feeling in the world, isn't it? You know, when you know that you can stretch your stop longer and you catch up to guys that you're racing with, or you come out in front of them, you've got those fresher tyres, makes you feel like Superman. So, and that's ideally where he's at the moment. They've got that fuel margin up their sleeve and they'll have that fresh tyre advantage at the end of this race.
Badenfeld, I mean, at the moment, it's really just, you know, whatever. This is the situation, the hand that we've been dealt, you know. I'm just going to have some fun, set some hot laps and see how far it goes into the back end of this race. What about the guys that did pit? Where did they shuffle back out? There's more pit stops, and last pit stops of the day start to cycle themselves through. Rosella's come through to P2. He's 11 seconds back off the race lead. He's been picking cars off at a massive rate of knots. He's just dragging himself back in a potential for a podium. A mixed bag in terms of a day, so just the best conditions in qualifying are right up front. If you're able to maximise them, staying on further forward. Just gave you that confidence, a little bit of hope of a good finish. Luke Rosella final stop now to come. Gamble in, Dylan Rudd as well. Bill Sell, lap 44 of the stint. Ethan Warren, lap 44 of the stint. Car 88 sits third, Brent Hobson, lap 44 of the stint.
Just trying to work out what has he got? He's probably got another at least 4 laps of fuel. He's in. So he's decided to bite the bullet.
Yeah.
So he still had laps up his sleeve, but he's like, you know what? Let's come in, let's put those fresh tyres on.
The concerns for him will be the speed has been good from car number 93 and from car number 36 at the same time. They have both been quick in behind. Taking tenths out. For Phil Sell, it'll be that major pace now to the end of the race for him. That's where the benefit will come. It's the longer portion of this final stint. We run to the flag. Yeah, he's out massively for that group of cars too.
Well, Brady Myers. Oh, it's going to be a drag race into turn 1. He'll have the pace.
Crosses him over, comes it. Brady Myers has actually got the undercut on. 3 laps worth of fresher tyres and the correct fuel strategy, and Brady Myers pops out. For Rayhan Leonard, who did that middle stint, they had to overtake a lot of cars in the middle of the race, but they've done it, and they've put themselves in with a chance. And now they've got the race lead. Phil Sell has got 3 laps worth of fresher tyres, and we are going to get ourselves 23 laps worth of stoush here. That's what he's got to hang on for.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, I think, for him to hold off Jared. Up the inside here, I think he's already going to go for it, and he did. Yep, took the words out of my mouth. So Jared is already essentially grabbed the race lead once all these pit stops roll out. But it caught us by surprise. We didn't expect to see that, did we?
No, well, it turned into a battle for the race win, which we weren't expecting to see from a car that hadn't positioned itself in with a shout. And I thought I just heard a car in this group clutching. And I don't know if it was Brady Myers who just short-filled, or if it was Kurt Stenberg that was in behind.
Then he's still got a pit. Have to go and check from onboards, I think. Oh, look at that pit stop. So he was in the box for 18 seconds compared to Jared Filso, who was in for 23. So Brady might have just rolled the dice and hoping there might have been a late safety car. And he's rolled the dice with fuel, and now he's probably having a clutch to go to make it home.
Well, 22 laps will become 21 at the conclusion of this one. And it's coming into a little bit of a stoush towards the tail end of this one. Myers has got a fuel question mark over him, and look at the pace difference from Phil Cell. There is definitely a fuel question mark on this car. It comes through 109.448, 108.168, 109.0, 108.8 for the two cars in behind. They are coming at a rate of knots, and it's going to be the cars that we've got to keep an eye on. It's Gardner and Burton chasing down Brady Myers.
Yeah, you think the pace of the way it is at the moment, you think for sure that they're probably gonna snaffle Brady, but look, they've rolled the dice, and look, there still could be a late safety car, but yeah, you just think the pace that he's got at the moment, you can see how much, like it's nearly 3 seconds that Phil Cell's already opened up over Brady Myers, and these guys will be coming with a full head of steam now. They don't have to save anything.
It's a massive save that he's got to do. The other side of the coin is he trying to clear that save before they get here so he can just go? And the pace will come up yet again when they get here. They lost 6/10 to them in the first sector. He lost nothing through the middle of the lap. What's he going to lose in the final sector? It's at least a couple tenths. Damon Woods has brought his way back into the battle as well. And in amongst this, Jake Burton is the only co-driver who's got to take this to the end of the race. So he's got to hang on for a wild ride. Luke Rosella is only 3 seconds behind this little battle pack. If they catch Myers and start going for it, and Myers is still trying to fuel save, don't count Rosella out of this yet. I think that's what come from the rear of the field too for car 55. 26 spots car 55 has gained. That is a massive drop. That is a driver of the day performance right there. If that car ends up on the podium, I think it's a shoe-in. Absolutely.
20 to go. I don't know that anyone's going to be able to close up this margin on Jared. He's in a league of his own at the moment, and when that margin's nearly out to 7 seconds over Griffin Gardner, we know that Brady's in save mode. It's only going to be a safety car that'll bunch them all back up again. But even then, Jared's still got the fresher tyres at the moment and looking the goods.
What's the pace margin that they're taking out of Brady Myers at the moment? Oh, is this what we need? Is this what we need? There is motion behind car 543. Just a sting in the tail. No, and it's moving, and we won't see a safety car, but the two cars ahead are into each other at the moment. Oh, that is very deep from Stenberg.
Yeah, don't rule out a safety car. We nearly thought there might have been a chance, but thankfully he was able to get going, and it looks like it's going to be a helping hand, sure enough. Oh, I tell you what, bumped him all the way around.
Sebastian Vandel was the car in the back bar there for Scott Campbell.
Stenny's still in the thick of it here. Oh, will he hold up the inside? Up on the wheel, Stenny.
Well, he's a lapped car. I think he's a lapped car in this fight, is he not? Or is it full position?
No, this is position.
No, sorry, my apologies. Yeah. This is full position. So,
Stenny, watch your outside, buddy. Oh, are they going to go in? Oh, he's had a big slide. I don't know if there was contact, but that car got out sideways. Stenny's managed to stay in front. Such a fast part of the racetrack.
Yeah, any wild ride up and through that, there's just a car yawing and you overcorrect it. It's hard in the fence.
Net code.
How many times in years gone by has it been that triggers a car hard in the barrier on the right-hand side?
Yeah, absolutely.
Burton is now getting a hurrying performance from Damon Woods, who was trying to text him his details. Along with a Venmo number and kindly get out of the way. I've got a podium to go and catch. So for Damon Woods, race not over yet. Brady Myers has got to save a lot of fuel. They took a half a second out of him on that most recent lap. Now it was 4/10. But also trying to find a way past Jake Burton as well. Myers up and over the curb at turn 1. Griffin Gardner is here, has arrived on scene. Car 56, we weren't expecting it to be quick. We were expecting it to be in and around, but not in podium contention. Is this a changing of the guard? For the guys that have been here and been quick for years gone by, Phil Sells down the road, he's gone. Brady Myers, Jake Burton, guys that have been around for forever. Griffin Gardner's taken steps up over the last couple of years. Won major championships, won major races, won this race last year. For Damon Woods, this would be his biggest result on board a supercar. He's got him in GT3s. We know he's capable. We know he's the handiwork of a driver into the future. But a supercar has just been something that's eluded him to this point in time. I had a chat to him last year and said, honestly, why not have a crack at supercars, see what happens? And he went, yeah, I was thinking about exactly the same. He thought, you know, being there and around the top 10, it's taken some time, and Jake Burton making a mistake at 1, slid the rear end of car 36 around, and Damon Woods is through. Now they go in pursuit of Brady Myers. Myers' pace has started to respond as well because he has to. If he's fuel saving, he falls off the podium. So he's got to do something about this. Now it's Woods has found his way through. But don't count your chickens before they hatch. 16 laps to go. It's now 15 and a half. And Sandown, it's not Bathurst, but today it's been the track that decides who doesn't win this place. A critical downshift, too much fuel save. This race is not over yet.
Don't discount Bruce Miller either. Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, you're right. No, there's Brady Myers just admitting defeat. He's out.
Yeah.
He's not going to make the end.
But we've seen Rosella in the last couple of last maybe 10, 15 laps, just the pace that he's had. So, and now he's starting to claw onto the back of Jake Burton. So, yeah, it's still not over for that to decide the podium. We think Jared's probably got it in the bag. 8.6 seconds up the road, 15 laps to go. But it's Griffin Gardner, Damon Woods in second, Damon Woods in third, Jake Burton fourth, and Luke Rosella for fifth.
That's got to hurt. That's really, really going to hurt for Brady Myers. Goes from second to 17th. Make it 18th. Just if that doesn't sting anymore. I reckon he might have thrown fresh tyres at it as well. Just have a crack late on.
You literally got nothing to lose.
Track tips crawled to nearly 3 times hotter than it was raining. How's that for a stat to finish the day off on? In terms of degrees centigrade. Metro White's gone backwards in this one, so it's just not worked out for him, unfortunately, with contact. Been leaned on a few times.
Get up there, Hobbo. Loving that paint job.
At the start of the day, and that car had to start from a grid stall with wet patches right through it. That car's recovered. It was 25th, 26th. He went backwards on the first lap. He was deep in the 20s at the end of the first lap, back to 11th. That is a really strong performance.
Yeah, that's right. So there'll be a few weary souls in those cars now. They'll be like, they know they've got their work cut out for them when you're doing 161 laps, obviously sharing the load with a co-driver, but just that mental toughness too, just to making sure you hit your marks and staying on top of it and racing the guys around you, not making silly mistakes. Then you get some weather and some showers start to roll in, and then you got to think about how slippery the track is and staying away from puddles and all that sort of thing. And now you can see a whole heap of marbles that are building up, and that would be something that they need to keep mindful of in the last 13 laps.
Sebastian Van Del receives a drive-through penalty for contact with Scott Campbell. So that's the car that got rotated down at Dandenong not too long ago on lap 142.
Ooh. Woods is now moved into P2.
What happened? What's happened there? Where's that come from?
I reckon turn 1. Oh, he has. He looks like he's got to slow down. He's just had to back right out of the throttle. Oh, talk about heartache when you're having to give up P2. So this might be the clear air that Damon Woods needs just to maybe leave these guys behind and hold on to P2.
I'm just looking at those two cars for second and third too, and just based off my estimation, I reckon Griffin Gardner's got a touch of fuel to save. It's not much, but over the stint, it is a touch towards the back end. So that letting a car go actually might be strategic to lock in P3 and give him a chance of finishing in P3. I don't necessarily know that it's confirmed, but it'll be tight. This is changed for 7th as James Scott goes on by Bo Albert.
Are you prepared to lock in your podium yet?
No, absolutely not.
I know, I'm prepared to lock in who's going to win, but yeah, for second, third, fourth and fifth, no way.
Brad Phil says actually just going to catch a little bit of lap traffic for the end of this one as well. So he's about to put Glenn Postlethwaite one lap down. Feels just a little bit... This is about the most settled and spread out it's been all day. Postlethwaite.
Hold your breath when you got the lead, when you're the leader and you can see the car in front just running just a little bit wide.
David Woods though to P2. How about that at the end of the year? It's just a result he's looking for, an endurance race no less. What's the form guide based upon that result heading into the Bathurst 1000 as his teammate is going to rotate Brett Hobson. And the Gatorade livery is missing the front clip.
Oh, that's heartbreak. I don't know. I need to see the replay again. I don't know if Hobbo was a bit cheeky. He saw, here we go. It was the crossover. He went up the inside. Oh, no. Oh, jeez.
Got into him.
Yeah. Hobbo didn't do anything wrong there, I don't think. Oh, what a shame. Great looking car. He was doing so well. We touched on, you know, he was back as far as maybe 26th position. And just outside the top 10. And he's going to have a hard time now holding on to these spots because that car is, you can see it's got significant damage. Oh,
it's nearly a race with who hasn't got damage in this pack because all three of those cars have had damage across the course of the day. Two of them still sporting the majority of it. The third car, Capel, has had a fair opportunity to take repairs and try and tidy that car up a little bit. Luke Rosella just seems to come alive when the endurance calendar pokes its head above water. Not a great result back at Phillip Island.
But he dirty just, that car is. I love it.
He just loves it today. For all the dirt, for all the scrapes, for all the wounds, for the marbles, the mud that's on board some of these cars, because it would be mud. There wasn't a lot of cars that were adventuring off when the grip started to go away. And on this, the racetrack only slowed down by a second, 1.3 seconds, so it didn't fall away massively, but there was some just time loss. Rosella's had a crack on this final stint. It's been absolutely rapid. He has got tyres that are 6 laps better than the cars around him at this point in time. If anyone in this group is going to have speed and have an opportunity to do something in the back end of this one, it'll be Rosella. It's going to take a mistake from any of the rest of them, though, to make something happen within the group. And Burton might finally make one as the rear end of that car comes a little unstuck off of turn 4. Under 10 laps to go into the final 30 kilometres of the Sandown 500. And they'll climb up towards the crest of Dandenong Road. for what is one of the final times on the day from Melbourne, on a day that's had rain, on a day that's had trials and tribulation. Here comes 55! And 36 is out in the marbles. Neither of them will make the corner. He's going to have to give that one back.
Yeah, I think
I reckon he's going to have to give it back. There's room to do so.
Yeah. You don't want to throw away a top 5 position just with that. So I would definitely be on the brakes, giving that position back. It's hard because he took a dive in there, and I think it was just his rear with Jake's front just touched, and they just couldn't interlock. And unfortunately, doesn't look like he's backed out of it just yet.
No, he hasn't. He's carried on. The thing is, Maloney's only about 1.2 seconds behind Jake Burton, so there's an opportunity to redress and not give up any further spots. If I'm in, Thomas McMillan's his co-driver. So there's the difference between the two cars on the road. But has he got loftier goals?
Yeah, look, again, you leave that for the stewards, but I don't know. I think if I was a team, I'd be in his ear to say maybe just roll out of it. But nevertheless, that's their argument to fight. And you never know. The stewards may go in their favour, but I don't know. I would have thought you'd probably have to get out of it.
To me, it's pretty clear. So either way, he's continued on now. There's 2 laps since the incident happened. Well, lap and a half. So at that point, I think it's too long. I don't think you're going to be redressing. Your opportunity to redress has lapsed, which means it's in the hands of the stewards. Remember when we first got redressing in our sport and the controversy that created?
I don't know. I think it's smart racing. Like I said, it's tough when you're in the position. You think you're probably well within your right to hold the position, and you probably need cooler, calmer heads to prevail and probably tell you exactly what you need to do. And, you hear it in Formula 1 too, where teams will say, it's probably best to give that position back, and that's probably what should have happened, but we'll leave it up to the stewards.
Something might have just happened to Bo Albert, because I thought he was a little bit further up the road. So, unless it's the rear tyres starting to go off on car 06, as he comes back into the clutches of Ethan Warren and Blake Wardwells. About this drive, oh yeah, you can see him struggling with the rear end of the car now. Car 06 is suddenly becoming a little bit less compliant in the rear, and that is allowing margins to be closed. Who's going to make a move to the end of the race? Fastest car on track at the moment actually is Luke Rosella, by the way. Fastest team up by 0.2 of a second. That's probably why Rosella's pressing on.
Is he thinking, well, if I get a 5-second penalty, if I just try and open up that margin over Burton to 5 seconds, then it'll be okay, but not sure. He's got his work cut out for him.
2.5 seconds. The other thing to consider is the margin back to the next car, which is Jake Maloney, is close to 5 seconds, and he's got enough time to sort of go and open that up. I tell you what, he's again fastest car on track that lap.
He's going for it. There's no doubt about it.
Throwing it.
With 5 laps to go, you don't care about how much rubber's left on the tyres at the end of the race. You just need to get there. So,
I reckon there's probably only 5 seconds worth of the penalty for him. I don't know. Could it be 10? If it's 10, obviously that won't matter. Then he's going to drop a whole bunch of spots back to this pack unless they start squabbling. So, for the Luke Rosella fans, you are currently a Bo Albert fan to hold up this pack for a little while longer.
Hey, look, we're only speculating that he is going to get a penalty too, so it's up to the stewards. We haven't heard from the stewards yet, so they might suggest that it's play on, but we'll wait and see.
Update from car 17 as well. 15-second time penalty. Contact with car 88, so that sort of resolves that one. There's been more contact for car 458. Van Del has had contact with something, I think. Well, it says car 458 has contact with car 458 in the steward's report at the moment, which that wouldn't net 5-second penalty. Just wonder what's happened to Sebastian Van Del in the last few laps. He has had the elbows out. Go cut it again. Look at Albert just getting closer. He's just lost whatever that car did have. Now he was one of the earliest drivers to make an undercut attempt, so all of his game was up front on this final stint. Now he's starting to pay the back end.
Who's in front of? Is that's James Scott that's in front of Bo Albert that I heard? Someone was clutching to save fuel, and that was on a previous camera shot that I'm pretty sure I heard. So I wonder if James Scott is still holding his breath as far as trying to get home with 3 laps to go for fuel.
Where's Brady Myers gotten back to as well? You should probably go and check in with car 22 after strapping some fresh boots on.
16th. So he's still coming.
Did he pop down 22nd, I think? Yeah, so he has made ground at the back end of this. But that should have... I don't see why he threw the kitchen sink at the amount of fuel saving he had to do. It's just weird, that decision, because that's not a decision that needed to be made. So, mistake for car 20. Brady Myers is back to clutching again. So they're still underfueled car 22. Update, car 55, here we go. 5-second time penalty, contact with car 36. Right, so it was exactly what we expected down at Dandenong Road. 5 seconds will be added to car 55 post-race, so it's not going to finish on the podium barring some sort of catastrophe. But at the same time, is it just me or Griffin Gardner's starting to creep back forwards with 2 laps left to run, 6 kilometres from Sandown Motor Raceway, and Luke Rosella is throwing the kitchen sink at it still.
He doesn't want to do that because he needs to keep that 5-second margin to Jake Burton. But what Jake wants to see is these 3 actually squabble a little bit, which will pull Luke Rosella closer to him. So ideally, that's what Jake wants to see, is these guys fight.
Just wondering whether or not there's enough time to just press that margin out over 5 seconds back to Jake Burton. For car number 94, he's disappeared off in the sunset once again. The drive back through the field at least gave us something to celebrate for the Lobs Esports car. Back at Phillip Island, they got their strategy bang on the nose correct in terms of meeting their driving time there. Today was a lot easier to check off the required laps, but regardless, one more time around the 13 corners that make up Sandown Motor Raceway. Rain or shine, it does not matter for car number 94 and the Lobs Esports outfit. What will matter is there anything still to come from Luke Rosella. Can he still eke that spot out and hang on to P4? Is Griffin Garner going to be able to make a lunge? Is he going to throw something Damon Woods at the end of the back straight? After 3 hours and 20 minutes, one of the longer runs that we've had at Sandown in the safety cars was the reason, not the wet weather. 94 on the run of the final 2 corners. After winning at Phillip Island, it's a win at Sandown. And in style that harkens back to the first year of the championship. Jared Filsell and Brody Kostecki go for the double in the 500s. What does the Endurance Cup hold for them? They will lead the standings as they get to the mountain. Damon Woods picks up P2 on the racetrack. Griffin Gardner in behind. And where does Luke Rosella finish relative to Jake Burton? What does that time look like? This fight out of the last couple of corners. Warboy's managed to get onto the inside. He'll pick off a spot in the last couple laps. So he'll be happy with that finish. And the final few cars to drag it on home. The walking wounded number 88 in the dying stages of this one. Can it hang on to one more spot? Is it 17th or is it 18th? Carried it in deep with the final chicane. He will hang on to that spot out of the last corner. Does it have the poke in a straight line? It does to get home.
Oh, is that Myers that just died at the end there? There are a few people just running out of fuel right at the end there. Just enough to make the checkered flag.
From Brady Myers, what you didn't need to, he made the extra stop.
Yeah, looked like he still ran out of fuel. So anyway, unpredictable endurance racing. That's why we love it. But no one was able to put their hands on Jared Filso or Brody Kostecki. They had everything their own way. They even mixed up their strategy throughout the middle of the race and still came out on top. Definitely a force to be reckoned with throughout this year. We've seen how strong that Jared's been, and no doubt these two will be a force to be reckoned with when we head to our next round at Mount Panorama Bathurst.
500 kilometres and one race winner. And it's been the man who's been on top again. Good luck stopping him. Because with this sort of pace, it might be 1,000 kilometres worth of watching them dominate at the mountain. That is just ominous, 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 ominous. And the question mark becomes, where are we going to get a race winner from? Because he is just in control of this thing at the moment as he stalls at the middle of his burnout as well. I wonder whether or not that car's probably about out of fuel as well. So celebrations will be short-lived as he doesn't have the juice to continue it on. Homer horsepower, 500 kilometers. And yet again, car 94 pops back out on top. Damon Woods will be happy with his result though, which is on the up, and his trajectory across the course of the season as he gets himself acclimatized has been phenomenal. Griffin Gardner home in P3. Luke Rosella is going to hang on to P5 by, get this, 109 thousandths of a second. Just over a tenth of a second he's going to hang on to P4 by. He was able to run away from Jake Burton and get that one done. James Scott gets through on Jake Maloney. He finishes in P6, saves him just a little bit. Bo Albert home in 8th spot. Blake Warboy is inside of the top 10, and Ethan Warren in his return to the series as well in 10th spot. Great drives from both of those guys. Deputizing for their main game drivers and pushing their way through, handling a little bit of adversity. Outside the 10 though, Zach Rattray White will have a penalty that will drop him a fair way down the running order from Jacob O'Reilly, Lachlan Capel, Dylan Pereira, Hayden Veld, and Brady Myers. That's where he did finish, was all the way back in the 16th spot. With all the fuel saving that went on, didn't actually look like he lost any further ground on that one. Brenton Hobson slid down to 17th spot from Brad Ratt to Andre Heimgartner, Marcelo Rivera, round out the 20. There, Sam, man.
Yeah, we go over the page. Andrew Youssef in 21st, Brian Borg 22nd, Christopher Island in 23rd, Kirk Stenberg came home in 24th, and Brady Baldwin in 25th, Ian Ford 26th, Sebastian Varndell 27th, Scott Gamble in 28th, Glenn Postlethwaite in 29th, and Matty Bowler rounding out your 30 for the ERT team.
Yeah, that one didn't go their way either, did it?
No.
Outside the 30, Dylan Rudd. This is the list of retirement. Well, Dylan Rudd was not a retirement. He was still out there circulating, but called that one early. Came back to the garage. 72 of Adam Briggs, Dylan O'Keefe popped the motor on board both of those cars, as did Corey McFarlane, and Taru Sorono was the first of our incident-based safety cars earlier on today, all the way down in 35th spot. Only 40 laps into the race, that one. They ran out of time to get that one back to the flag. But, well, it is what it is. Unfortunately for the retirements, the back end of the field, it's onto the podium celebrations. And it's going to be a tricky one here tonight. Car number 93 will come home in P3, and Mr. Sandman Clark is going to be on board with Griffin Gardner and Forzan El Nabi.
Griffin, congratulations. And Forzan, it was a hell of a race. 500 Ks around Sandown. You guys had everything, a little bit of everything. We had weather that came into play and safety cars and everything else. Touch on how your night, obviously it's a long night behind the wheel, but we'll start with you, Griffin. How did your night play out? You're pretty happy with your result?
Yeah, obviously it's good to get a result, but quality was pretty average for myself. Luckily, had a good first stint and passed a few cars, and then Forzan did an amazing job in his stint, passed like 4 or 5 cars, and that just set us up for the end, really.
You said qualifying wasn't great, but you're confident of a decent result. How was the thoughts leading into Sandown?
Yeah, well, this is one of my better tracks. Coming in, my pace was pretty good on the dry, so I was just kind of hoping for the rain not to come, really, and obviously that was in our favour. So yeah, it turned out pretty good for us.
And Forzan, heck of a drive, mate. It's always a tough gig. You know, you jumping in the seat, and we got changing weather conditions and safety cars. It really mixes things up. But to walk away from a 500 like this with P3, you still got to be pretty stoked with that.
Yeah, no, it was actually really good fun. I've been out of the car for a while, obviously, but yeah, first time in the Gen 3 at Sandown, and obviously with the changing weather conditions and all, it made it to be pretty feisty. So yeah, it was good fun out there. We had pretty good pace. Obviously, Griff did amazing, and I just did my minimum co-driver laps, got out of the way, and yeah, I was pretty happy to come away with P3 in the end.
Good stuff, mate. And then now all eyes, I guess, turns to Mount Panorama Bathurst for both you boys. I guess that starts, well, maybe give yourself tomorrow off and then start into it Sunday, maybe?
Yeah, I think we'll probably take a bit of time off. Luckily, Scops was pretty recently, and our car was pretty quick. Obviously, Zach won the race, so we're going there pretty confident, I think. And obviously, you know, having Forzan as a co-driver is a big advantage. So I think we'll be hunting for a win.
All right, we're going to wrap things up. It's getting pretty late now. We're going to let you guys thank everyone that you want to thank, and we'll start with you, Griffin, and then hand over to Forzan.
Yeah, firstly, just thanks to Forzan coming in and doing a great job as I thought he would. Drove amazing today. Obviously, thanks to all the guys at Eclipse and the Chiefs boys still working with us. So thanks for them for all the work they've done on setups, and all their effort today is really good. And just thanks to you guys for the broadcast, and obviously the admins for putting on the show as well.
Yeah, likewise. Just big thanks to Griff. He drove amazing. The Chiefs guys, obviously the Eclipse guys as well. They did a great job with the setup, and obviously you guys, as usual, for the broadcasters. Yeah, it was good fun.
Well, thanks, boys. We'll let you go and celebrate. Obviously, get some sleep too. It's a late night for all of us, but well done, P3. Nothing to be too upset about. It's a great result, and bring on Mount Panorama, eh?
Cheers, guys.
Cheers, boys.
There you go, Scotty. So those boys can walk away with their head held high. P3 after 500 Ks. It's a heck of an effort. And now we'll pass over to you. You can catch up with Damon Woods and Jamie Luzzi.
Boys on board, car number 56. Best result in the series thus far for the pair of you guys. 500 Ks, but to be fair, realistically, you guys are probably the most experienced in the wet running internationally in these sorts of conditions. So I guarantee you would have looked at the forecast and gone, hang on, we're in with a shout of a result here, boys.
Yeah, I mean, looking at the forecast, I was pretty keen for some wet weather. Pace seemed pretty good as well if it was going to be wet, but unfortunately it didn't happen. But I mean, in the end, we still nabbed the P2 and can't really complain about that.
Mate, over to you, Johnny. And obviously it's not as easy to get that car pulled up as soon as the wet weather starts to come down, particularly where the puddles were starting to form. We were looking at the racetrack at the early portions of practice, and what was the trepidation like? Was it just reading the track? Was it passing information back to whoever was in the car at the point in time about where the puddles were forming and what to watch for?
Yeah, 100%. I think it all really does come down to what you do feel in the car in situations like that. I think, to be honest, sometimes it could become just more so a fear factor, I think, in situations like that, because you would always look whenever it starts raining in your mind, you say, oh, you know, the white lines start to become a little bit more slippery, the curves become a little bit more slippery to get over as well. So I think it just kind of can mess with your mind a little bit. But if you stick to your lines, you know, make sure you don't make any mistakes. Make sure you don't sort of make the corner any harder than it needs to be. I think it usually is quite good, but the team's always really good at assisting, you know, all of us drivers in moments like that, and keeping our head in the right position with it. So yeah, we were able to get our way through it and did really, really good in those conditions. So it was good.
I'm really curious about you guys. We're a little bit surprised about how well the tyres actually held on with the temperatures and everything. Through the length of rain that we had, it was obviously quite light, but for how long it went on for, I thought for sure we'd start seeing some pace degradation. We just didn't see it.
Yeah, for sure. I think after Phillip Island, I definitely had to rethink a little bit how the tyre sort of worked. I mean, at the end of the day, that was pretty much my first big event in this Gen 3 car. So just understanding how it worked had me a little bit more aware and a little bit more understanding of how they worked coming into here. But yeah, in all honesty, I think if you're up behind another car and can kind of just manage your pace pretty well and get out of the corners quite straight, I think it made life pretty easy. So yeah, in that middle stint, I mean, we were lucky we kind of had a few safety cars there, so it gave the tyre a few chances to reset, and we didn't really start using the tyre until a fair way into the stint. So, you know, by the time we kind of got towards that middle slash end part of the stint, it was still quite decent to drive, and obviously that rain period kind of cooled the tyre down as well, which helped in a way. So yeah, I think the deg wasn't too bad. It was just always that case of, as we know with this car, if you can keep your tyres on board and don't overdrive it too hard initially, you can usually get a fair bit out of it at the end. So yeah, I think it's just more so a management thing more than anything.
I think it's a really interesting prospect for the both of you guys, David. I'll put this question to you. Heading to Bathurst, you guys are probably some of the most experienced endurance drivers at this sort of level, but the least experienced in the supercars heading to the mountain. That's just one of those intricate things where if we saw conditions like we saw in the real world this year, those sort of moments, those expectations of the car and how it's driven over an extended period of time, I think you kind of want a little bit more experience on your side, but at the same time, you're punching above your weight already. You weren't expected to be in this sort of a position in supercars. However, this is a GT3 car, completely different story. Obviously, we expect that sort of pace from you. So what's this result now changes that expectation a little bit? You know, what's the prep like now for Bathurst? Were you expecting this result to perhaps come a little bit earlier and just quite hadn't seen it yet? And, you know, we're the ones that actually a little bit surprised by your pace.
I mean, going to Bathurst, I mean, it is Bathurst. I've done plenty of laps around there, even in the Gen 2 supercar as well. So it's not like I have no experience around the track. And obviously, with the introduction of the iRacing weather system, you know, we were well prepped with wet weather at Bathurst with both the official iRacing 12-hour and the OSR 12-hour. So done plenty of wet laps around there as well. And in all honesty, I think the supercar's a bit easier to drive in the wet than the GT3. Despite having no ABS and OTC, but the car just seems to turn and more or less put power down pretty well. So honestly, going to Bathurst, I mean, I'm not too concerned. We'll crack on with the setup and try and maximize our pace. And knowing the work that Zach and Griffin put in, I mean, I'm expecting that we're going to have a pretty good dock. And obviously, Johnny's well and truly outperformed, I think, where he expected as well. So I think tonight's a good kind of indication of where we might be able to end up at Bathurst, assuming we play the strategy right and, see where our pace is.
Well, congratulations, boys, on P2 here tonight from the Sandown 500. Who'd you like to thank for getting it done for you?
Big thanks to Zach and Griff, that they put in heaps of work to get the setup on point. 5-6 sim coaching, Lucy driver performance, and the entire crew back at Eclipse.
Right, congratulations on finishing second place here from the Sandown 500. Go off and get some well-earned rest and chill out with the boys and enjoy the rest of the weekend. Well, ladies and gentlemen, time for us to introduce our Sandown 500 winners. Drove well all day long, put the car in all the right positions, went a little bit off sequence in terms of the strategy, but it played out all the right ways. Ladies and gentlemen, drivers of car number 94, Brody Kostecki, Jared Philsell on board with Mr. Sandman Clark.
Yeah, congratulations, Jared, Brody. That car looked incredibly hooked up and everything literally went your way tonight. Well done.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part it did. There's a few little technical gremlins hampering me towards the end of the race there with my screen locking up a few times, so that wasn't ideal and a bit unsettling, but yeah, got there in the end.
And a good stint between both of you. And Brody, you taking over the wheel. You had a nice little battle there on track. And of course, you guys with changeable weather conditions, that sort of made things interesting. But no need to go to wet, so it was just good racing.
Yeah, it was same man. I actually can't remember too much of the race, to be honest. I think I'm still a little bit concussed from last week. So, but no, it was good. Car was really pacey. Jared did a good job, and I didn't really prep too much for the dry, but the car was really good on the dry as well. So it was good to see.
And that stint in the middle, you decided to go sort of off strategy a little bit compared to a lot of the other teams and drivers. Was that planned or sort of roll of the dice?
No, it was planned. We just sort of saw what the gap was back to 20th place on the restarts, and worked out that if we pitted, we'd have 20 seconds of fuel on hand, and it was only like 15 seconds back to 20th on a restart. So yeah, it was just trying to make sure that we always had an upper hand and gave us a big margin. When that sprinkle zone was in. So yeah, it all worked out in the end, and I think we did a pretty good job, and it was good to see Luke come back through. There towards the end as well.
Hey, Jared, back to you. Obviously, looking good for Bathurst in a few weeks' time. The Enduros have gone quite well for yourself and Brody, and no doubt you'd be expecting much the same when we head to Mount Panorama.
Yeah, I mean, haven't had much luck in the Enduros lately. I mean, like last year was quite up and down with a few strategical gremlins and unfortunate admin stuff going on. So, no, it's nice to have a relatively cruisy Enduro campaign so far. But yeah, Bathurst coming up, that'll be cool. Brody and I didn't fare too well in our last Bathurst 1000 we did a few weeks ago. That was... We'll forget about that and prepare well for this one coming up soon.
Well, we won't hold you guys up too much longer because getting obviously a little bit late. But before we let you go, well, anyone you want to thank there, Jared, and then we'll hand over to you, Brody.
Yeah, obviously all the guys at Lobs. Obviously Gilly couldn't make it, unfortunately, tonight. That's a real shame. As well as Richie as well. They've been both putting in a lot of hours behind the scenes, as well as their real world pedigree for strategy and whatnot. Yeah, and then obviously Whitey's Pies, our one lonely sponsor on the vehicle. But no, thanks to those guys as well for jumping on board this year, and yeah, you guys for putting on such a great show.
Just like to thank all you guys and Jared and all the other competitors.
All right, boys, we'll let you go and obviously get well-earned rest. It's getting pretty late, so enjoy your sleep. Congratulations on the win, boys, and no doubt we'll be talking to you come Bathurst time. But until we talk then, take it easy and good luck for preparation for Bathurst.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
There you go, Scotty. That's one big night of racing, and now the biggest race of our year. It's Mount Panorama, and no doubt we're all looking forward to that one.
That we are 2025 Logitech V8 Pro Invitational Series. It's the Bathurst 1000, but in something that was kicked off last year. It's something that we're going to look forward to continuing into the future. The Bathurst 1000 isn't just a single event, it's also a big part of the racing universe in Australia, and with that comes the want to do it justice. We're going to have a week worth of festivities, and that kicks off on Wednesday the 19th of November with the co-driver clash. The co-drivers you saw in operation tonight, normally this is a secondary part of the show, but on that night and that night alone, they will be their own feature. It'll be an opportunity to read what the race on Sunday will have to offer. Who will shine, who will shatter in that one. The 2025 Gamesman GT Pro Invitational Finale on Friday, 21st of November. It will also finish 3 hours worth of racing action. Think about the drivers that are going to do multiple duties throughout the week. So many of the drivers in our field cross over with the GT Pro International. 7:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time for the final 3-hour journey in GT3 machinery for 2025. Our championship elect, one of them was actually on the podium here tonight in David Woods. Can he lock out that title and carry the inaugural championship? Then it's on to the big stuff. The main boys back out in operation. Qualifying and the shootout on Saturday, 22nd of November comes also with a little bit more of our side series coverage. We'll have Porsche Cup action on that night as well, which will all be brought to you live from 6:45 p.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time. And then it's the biggest day in the racing year. It is 1,000 kilometers and the only Sunday that this series sees from January right the way through to December. But it's also not the grand finale for 2025. That will come later on in the year. What it is, though, is the one they all want to win. With Jared Filso with one hand on the trophy, can anyone stop him from romping through alongside Brody Kostecki to the Endurance Cup? Well, 1,000 kilometers will decide it. They've won the first half of the Endurance Cup and 2 500-kilometer races totaling the 1,000 Ks from 11:45 a.m. Australian Eastern Daylight Savings Time on Sunday, the 23rd of November. Supercars, roar to life from the mountain. Will you join us then? On behalf of SimSpeed TV, on behalf of Stephen Sandman Clark and myself, Scotty Rankin, from the sponsors, from Logitech G, from the gamesmen who provided us the grid walk, from the OG Gear safety car and the replays, and also play seat pole position. Ladies and gentlemen, this has been the Logitech V8 Pro Invitational Sandown 500.
The Racing Series is a new milestone in Logitech G.
All the great old wheels, the G29, the G920, the G923, they all have their own unique way of connecting to each other, but there's no room for expansion with those products.
So the question arose was, what if we were to give the opportunity for the racer to switch out from a drifting wheel to a GT rim?
With the wheel hubs that we've created, that's got a very specific button set, but you can replace any of the steering wheels.
And the real lovely aspect to this was we could give the user, driver and the racer the opportunity to experience different genres of race.
That allows drivers to craft high quality, customized setups that resonate with your individual racing style.
When we start with the design, we always start sketching. Very often, once we've got sketches, we start discussing with engineering.
We had 3 rounds of engineering testing or user testing where we invited in users from sim racing, and every single round of feedback we refine, the product based on what they tell us.
In this sim racing lab, again, we're going to use data to really analyze what a driver needs. We've used everything from eye tracking to the inputs from the pedals, the inputs from the, let's just say, input devices, the wheel and the pedals, the shifter. We're taking that and we're compiling it so that we can build different products based on those individuals' needs for all consumers and all drivers.
I don't know of anyone else in the industry that's actually doing this kind of research into their products to see how their products are affecting performance of their users.
We've built the product to make sure that it's as reliable as possible.
So the innovations in engineering that I'd say we're most proud of is the sequential handbrake and shifter toolless changeover. This is now a patented system, so it's really easy for the user to just switch between modes.
If you give people the tools to do what they want, they will.
They will just go off and have fun.